Morning, everybody. Morning.
Morning.
Okay, it's
Good
10
morning.
o'clock. Well, good morning, everybody. At this time, we'll call to order the Yamhill County Board of Commissioners formal informal session for July 1st, 2021, and we'll begin with the flag salute. Commissioner Berschauer, would you lead us in the pledge?
Yes, happy to. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you. Very fitting as we begin our Independence Day weekend. So thank you all for being here. Appreciate it. We'll begin with a calendaring session. Do we have anything to add to our joint calendar? I believe that Commissioner Kula, yes, we've got something scheduled for the 6th. And
That's
that
what I
is
was just going to say, Chair.
the nominating convention. And I believe that the commissioners will all be meeting from Benton, Yamhill, Marion, and Polk County to address the vacancy in House District 23. So we'll all be there either physically or virtually. Any other things to add to our joint calendar? If there's nothing else, we've received public comment. Oh, yes, go ahead, Commissioner.
I just saw Commissioner Berschauer unmute, so I wanted to make sure in case she had something.
Oh, thank you, Chair and Commissioner Kula. I just want to make sure that I believe we talked about it. It was maybe three meetings ago, but we did mention that there was a PCP meeting and that we potentially all would be there. So I don't know if it was technically calendared or not, but I remember discussing it. But we've gotten some feedback that Commissioner Sterrett and I were both there. So I just want to make sure that we cover that was actually discussed, that it was a possibility that all three of us might be there, as well as other commissioners. So
Yes, in fact, I thought we'd all three of us be there. So yes, Commissioner Berschauer and I were there and we did notice that. Thank you for bringing that up. And thank you to Carolina for getting us, we've got volumes of public comment relating to that House District 23 vacancy, and we've received them all. So thank you very much. They have been received, and I'm sure that all the commissioners have seen them. So we'll move on to our work session, which is item E. And we have decided to discuss the Newburgh Urban Renewal Plan, hold it over. This was continued from June 24th, and we have more discussion. And joining us is Doug Rux from the city of Newburgh. And I believe that's perhaps the city manager or consultant is joining as well. But in any event, thank you, Doug, for coming back to continue the discussion. Here's our Dan Weinheimer is here, and perhaps somebody else. Thank you, Dan, for joining us. So we left this the discussion with a continuation of the urban renewal plan and a variety of other considerations, which we'll pick it up from that point. Doug?
Thank you, Chair. Carrie, if we have not promoted Elaine Howard, can you do that? She is our consultant. So, Chair Sterrett, where would you like us to begin? Because I think where we left, you had some questions you were going to be asking of County Counsel's office. And I know there was some information that I had shared with Administrator Huffer and sent that on. He was going to share that with the commissioners as well. I think we're here to answer questions.
Okay, great. We'll go ahead and start with County Counsel's office. I know that we individually have had discussions about a number of the considerations in the urban renewal plan and the county's role in that. So Christian, you had another element that you let us know last night that you wanted to bring up.
Yeah, I touched base with Planning Director Friday and Todd and Doug. They'd mentioned that they had discussed this with you and you'd proposed a couple of options, one of which I think was the one that there'd been some discussion about and consensus possibly, was regarding delaying the county's decision on this until after your planning commission meeting on July 8th, at which point the Newburgh Planning Commission would be taking some action with regard to findings that the county could then refer to when it acted on, or we would at least be aware of, and the action from the Planning Commission would have been taken before the the commissioners acted probably 2 weeks from today to allow for the planning commission meeting to take place. Does that sound right, or am I missing pieces?
I think there's a few pieces I would add to that, Christian. So yes, I did send a communication back to the county indicating that there was a question, is the process at the county a legislative or a quasi-judicial action?
Yep.
And I had talked with our consultant and with our legal counsel, and the consensus from our viewpoint was that it was a legislative action. But the final determination would be up to you and Todd and the Board of Commissioners and the administrator to determine which process you were going to use. The second option that I had put on the table was the city we have to go to our planning commission on July 8th. And so that packet went out yesterday. And so we're holding a legislative hearing to determine conformance of the urban renewal plan with our comprehensive plan. I had proposed at that time is we could also consider coordinating with the county to add an analysis on the urban renewal plan to the county's comprehensive plan and have our planning commission hold a hearing to look at both of those and consider both of those. And then the county commissioners could look at that after that particular hearing. And if our planning commission said, yes, the city's comprehensive plan and in coordination with the county staff, it was in conformance with the county's comprehensive plan, then you could do a resolution which by in effect says that the commissioners are agreeing with the planning commission and the coordination between the city and county on conformance with both comprehensive plans. So that's what that was trying to indicate. And that was based on a conversation we had with our legal counsel.
Yeah, great. And thank you for clarifying. I see Todd and Ken are here. If they have anything to add to that, they can do that now. If that sounds correct, then I believe that is a process that would work for us. So I'll let Todd and Ken weigh in if they have anything else to add.
Todd?
Yes, Madam Chair, I believe that the way Mr. Rux just stated it is correct, and that was the approach that we thought was favorable or the best approach. The
And
second
Ken?
approach.
Thank you, Todd. And Ken Friday?
Yeah, I have nothing to add.
Okay. All right. Thank you. So Christian, at this point, your recommendation is in terms of process for us.
Yeah, we would wait until the week following the Newburgh Planning Commission meeting, which I believe would be our meeting on the 14th, unless Doug or Dan have concerns about the timing on that. I know you have your meeting coming up in early August. We had talked before about possibly having as much time as into the middle or later half of July. So hopefully that time frame still works for you. And then I would just add, now I think would be an appropriate time if the board had any other questions about the plan approval process or any other questions about the urban renewal area approval that's before you. Now would be an appropriate time to ask those questions of Doug or Dan as well.
All right. Thank you very much. Commissioner Berschauer, Commissioner Kula, questions at this point?
Thank you, Chair. So am I understanding correctly where we're essentially combining both of our processes, the planning process together into one meeting, and it will involve our staff as well as the city staff?
So Commissioner, I think maybe I'll try to, it's a procedural step, so I'm going to try to be as clear as I can here. So we have a notice public hearing scheduled for July 8th. And so we posted it in 4 public places. It's already in the graphics. So our planning commission will be opening that hearing that night. To now roll in the county portion for conformance with the comprehensive plan, I in effect would have to open that hearing on July 8th. We can take testimony on the city portion and continue that hearing. Let me look at my calendar quickly, to July 22nd. And immediately after this meeting, we would need to start the coordination efforts between the city and the county to write findings to evaluate conformance with the county's comprehensive plan. I would then also have to do another new notice, which is okay, for the July 22nd that will then fold in the county portion of that so that all the legal noticing is done correctly. So it will take us 2 meetings at the Planning Commission to make this work. I think the key to that is the coordination between the City of Newburgh staff and the county staff and our consultant in order to prepare a set of findings in relation to the county comprehensive plan.
So the question is, who's going to be preparing the findings? Is that up to the city, or is it up to us in terms of our portion of the county aspect of it?
I would suggest that we take the lead, but we would need to work closely with Ken Friday and his staff in order, and maybe county council as well, in order to make sure we've got the correct comprehensive plan elements that need to be considered and findings addressed for those respective comprehensive plan policies and goals, if that makes sense.
Okay, so question about the continuance in your process from the 8th on to the 22nd. What is the reason for that?
Because the aspect of conformance with the county comprehensive plan has not been noticed as a legislative hearing yet.
Okay, and we'll be discussing on the 14th.
So if this, under this modified schedule that we're talking about, is if I start my hearing process on July 8th, we come back on July 22nd, and we roll in the county comprehensive plan portion of that. That means that the earliest that we can be back in front of the Board of Commissioners would be July 29th. Christian, does that schedule sound reasonable? Ken?
I mean, unless Ken or Todd have other thoughts, it really was a question of trying to coordinate the necessary Board of Commissioners action with your city council meetings in August. It sounds like if we took this back up on the 29th, that would be in time for you to have what you needed before your city council meeting in early August.
Yeah, we do have a city council hearing scheduled for August 2nd. And so counties addressing this on July 29th is that we would push out a supplemental packet to our council on July 30th for their August 2nd.
Okay.
That works, I think, for us, and if especially with the city taking a lead on the initial draft of findings, and we would definitely want to have input into those.
Absolutely. Commissioner Berschauer.
As staff.
Thank you, Todd.
Thank you, Chair. So are we skipping over any steps from our standpoint in terms of the county's process? Are we rushing anything? Are we giving this due diligence? Because I don't want to do that if it just for the sake of combining this effort.
Well, I mean, again, I would look to Ken or Todd to speak to whether or not that schedule should provide sufficient time for us to give the input that we feel we need to give to the city and coordinate with them on what those findings would need to look like. As long as we're meeting the notice requirements, I think that's the only other requirement that I can think of. If the board has specific questions in regard to this process that you want to ask us at this point, that would be appropriate. So we're making sure that we're taking those into consideration as we begin this land use part of the process. But I think that should give us sufficient time. Perhaps your question is, how much time might the board have to review the findings before taking action? I don't know when we would, when folks think those findings might be ready to, add to our agenda packet to give the board sufficient time to review. Is it possible that those could be ready, maybe the Friday before the meeting on the 29th, or as far out in advance as possible? Would that help address any of your concerns, Commissioner?
Yeah, that would be helpful, obviously, if we get it sooner, but I just want to make sure that the public part of this process, that aspect is also given plenty of time as well. I don't want to be rushing anything in that sense, just for the sake of combining these efforts.
Yeah,
Commissioner, I think I would add into that, based upon the conversation today, is that we essentially, because we also have a holiday on Monday, we have 7 working days in order to prepare findings in coordination with the county staff so that those are ready to be distributed on July 15th. Then the Planning Commission would have that hearing on July 22nd, and I have confirmed that I do have members that can make a quorum for that particular meeting. That means that I would get them in to sign their resolution with those findings the morning of the 23rd, and then we would forward those on to county administrator and planning director and county counsel's office. So you should have those on the 23rd, which is a Friday.
Thank you.
Commissioner Bershauer, any other questions?
Not at this point, no.
Commissioner Kula?
Thank you, Chair. No, I'm good. I've had my questions answered, and I think that this process sounds good to me. I mean, I'm trusting that staff is doing it by the land use system, but I'm ready to go. Thank you.
Thank you for that. The only thing that I would add is to come back to our good old friend SDCs. And I know, Doug, that you had mentioned that there was going to be a discussion with council. And I know I had a conversation with the mayor about that as far as bringing those concerns or bringing that up to council. And I'm wondering what the date was planned for that and whether it was before this was scheduled.
I will let my city manager respond to that one.
City Manager Dan, take it away.
Madam Chair, I think, yes, we plan on having that conversation and we're gathering input now. So would welcome input into that process. And the plan is to present options and have a discussion with the council on that August 2nd date. So it would kind of come together, I think, on that same meeting date that we're talking about, bring forward the urban renewal for discussion. And respectfully understand the concerns. I think I understand the concerns that you have. And again, we're doing some public input on it. We've talked to the Chamber of Commerce and planning an education session there to further get input. We've done some surveying, and staff has put together some options as well on SDCs. So, trying to do what we can to look at ways to prime the pump locally for economic activity and recognize SDCs and urban renewal are 2 tools that we should be definitely mindful of and flexible.
Thank you. And may I respectfully request that you include Home Builders Association and the building trades and people who are in real estate and have had significant input on this in the past. Would love to hear that they're part of the process.
That is a great thing to point out, and certainly that industry is one that we're reaching out to. Those trades and to those who are in the real estate trade as well. For sure, want to hear from them. So have locally had a few conversations, and would welcome if you got folks that we should talk to put them on the list. We can reach out directly.
Okay, I'll do that. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Commissioners, is there anything else that you wanted to bring up at this point?
No, Chair. Thank you.
Thank you. All right. So then at this point, is there any action we need to take other than to say we're going to continue the process? And I'm wondering, is there anything we need to do at this point? No? Okay. All right.
We'll simply set this over to, sounds like the next action that would be required of the Board of Commissioners would be on that July 29th date. Is that correct, Doug?
That is correct.
Okay. So by then we will have both pieces of all of the information on the resolution and we'll be ready to go. Okay. All right. So then at this point, we'll just go ahead and assume that our next action will be on the 29th. So thank you for coming back. I appreciate it. And we'll see you, if not before that, on the 29th.
And Ken, Friday, I will be reaching out to you later this afternoon. Thank you all.
Thank you very much. Thank you. So we have no department updates. And do we have, let's see, a motion to approve the consent agenda?
I move that we approve the consent agenda as presented, Chair.
Okay, we have a motion to approve. Any further discussion? Hearing none. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Motion passes. On to old business, item H1. Consideration of approval of the resolution, which we are not going to do because we are going to wait until the 29th. So we'll go ahead and move on to other business, which is item I. Item I1, consideration of approval of an intent to award a construction contract to Specialized Pavement Marking, Inc. for the 2021 Highway Striping Services Project in the amount of $292,436.02. Commissioner Kula, did you want to add anything to this?
No, I just wanted to add thanks to Christian for balancing lots of other things and getting this contract approved and looked at, or getting the legal format approved and looked at. So I appreciate it. And our Public Works Department has been busy getting through all of their major contracts for summer. So.
Okay, so would you like to make a motion?
I move that we approve item I1.
We have a motion to approve item I1. Any further discussion? All those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Motion passes. On to item I2, which is consideration of approval of proposed Health and Human Services behavioral health usual and customary rates, public health, clinic rates, and environmental health fees for 2021-22, effective July 1st, 2021. And we've had this discussion with our administrator and with our Health and Human Services Director, Lindsay Manfred, about the clinic rates and also the environmental health fees, which includes restaurant licensing fees. And I want to thank our director for doing that, coming up with a proposal along with our administrator, whereby there is a proposed increase in the restaurant licensing fees, whereby we would cover that with some of the grant funds that we're proposing to give out, either the reimbursements or to those who've already paid, or to go ahead and to waive those fees. But we want to include, instead of brick and mortar restaurants, we wanted to include the food trucks and the smaller venues who also have been impacted. The one thing that I want to add to this is that I feel while the justification for increasing restaurant licensing fees is to cover the costs of the environmental health, the staff, and the process and all of the work that goes into that, I feel that by just in the actual act of increasing those rates, it is perhaps not the best message to send to the industry that has really been impacted greatly by this closure. So I know that our director is joining us, and we've had this discussion for a number of weeks. So thank you for working through it. But again, I would like to find a way for us to not actually on the books increase that licensing fee this go around. Lindsay, did you, Director Manfred, did you want to comment on that, or commissioners, who wants to weigh in on that? But I know that we're trying to find a way to cover the costs, the hard costs of that department in doing that. But I think that even if we're going to cover it with grant fees, we have still in effect raised the rates. So that's the sticking point here.
Sure.
Director Manfred?
Sure, I'd be happy to comment. And I want to just say, absolutely, I as we were looking through our rates and where we are at and what we needed to do, certainly this was heavy on my mind as well. And I think even had we not had this way to really meet both needs, meaning meeting our department needs and meeting our business owner needs by having this program available where not only the increased cost of the fee could be covered, but the licensing fee in its totality could be covered, I would feel very differently. But because we have this opportunity for them to have the entire cost of their license covered, it seems like we're meeting both needs by doing this. And when I see meeting both needs, I think it's also important to point out that because Yamaha County Public Health has been our collecting license fees at such a lower rate than our actual costs and than what OHA allows, even with this small increase, which is about $2 to $40 per license, if you're looking at the actual numbers, we're still close to $100,000 short of covering our costs, right? So it's a challenge for us every year to be able to cover these costs because this is a fee-driven program. But we have supplemented with our county general fund and that we've been very grateful for. And that 4% of our budget really, has huge impact when we think about things like this. So I think it's important to recognize that the actual cost is between $2 and $40, with $40 being a license fee increase for those facilities that have over 150 space capacity, so 150 people. So we do have some of those, but it's a small number. So the larger, the majority of folks are looking at an increase of around $10. And again, I understand this, and there's no desire on my part to offset these costs on our business owners right now who have been through so much. And I do think that we have this opportunity to do our best to meet both needs if the board allows us to roll over those grant funds and continue to use them. And then I would love to see them opened up, as you suggested, for mobile units as well. So those are the pieces that I would add.
Thank you for that. Commissioner Bershauer, you have your hand up or no?
Thank you, Chair. Oh, I just, my concern is that once we raise them, it's very rarely do we ever lower them. So going forward, eventually the grant funds are going to run out. And that's sort of my concern is we're raising the fees now, even though we might be cushioning it with some grant money. That is in effect the message that we're sending. So it's something that I'm not really willing to get behind. I think if we keep them the same, because our restaurants are still struggling. I mean, we went to several of them over this past weekend, and they're struggling with labor, with supply chain still. So I really don't want to be in a position to send that message right now. We have plenty of grant money if HHS needs, or that specific department needs some coverage. That's what the money was intended to do. I'd certainly be fine sending some money that way. But at this point, I think we should keep them flat and continue to help the restaurants as well if we decide that we're going to cover those fees the license fees for this year at least.
And are we able to, in other words, to basically cover those increased costs in environmental health for those fees? Are we able to use the funding to do that directly?
Specifically, the funding, are you referring to the ARPA funding?
Yes, because I know that what we've put in place is basically a grant that covers those fees. Could
Yes.
we directly cover the fees for the increase that HHS says they need for that department and for that program?
I would need to look at the Treasury guidance on how we utilize those funds. I mean, there are funds related to revenue losses as a result of the pandemic. I don't know if if we're holding fees flat or not and increasing fees, if that's necessarily a revenue loss. I mean, that's a legislative action or a decision to hold fees flat and not necessarily a revenue loss. So I'd have to look at that and compare that to the Treasury guidance. And I would agree in with the discussions around the grant funding. I think it's really important to note that a lot of the ARPA funds and previous CARES Act funds, that's one-time funding that has come in to help support programs or offset operational expenses related to the pandemic, but it's a one-time. And I also, and I want to be clear that just echo what Lindsay Manfred was sharing as well about, the concerns. We take any type of fee increase consideration, under very careful consideration, because recognizing, the situation that exists for a lot of businesses out in the community. At the same time, we also need to also recognize that we also have escalating costs that associated with sustaining these programs, and I want to be careful that if we're not sustaining the revenue sources to support the programs, that could have an operational impact that could further down the road have an impact to businesses if we lack sufficient staffing or sufficient resources to make sure that we're keeping up with inspections and licensing and everything to ensure that the businesses can continue to operate as well. So this is something that I would like to pursue with the expansion of the restaurant licensing grants to help offset those costs. But at the same time, I just want to make sure that we also are keeping, at least revenues are somewhat trying to keep pace with the operational costs that we also experience as an employer in implementing and ensuring that these programs are available and we're providing the services. So, and I realize it's a delicate balance to have that. And so I know we've had many discussions around this, and some of the things I would like to avoid is all of a sudden, if we're holding fees flat, some of the dangers around holding fees flat, at a certain point, we're going to have to take some action down the road, which then, then we have to do a larger increase to make up the difference to ensure that, if we have a program sustainability issue. And so by doing smaller increases and offering grants, which I know that offering a business relief grant to offset the costs of licensing renewals, that one is consistent with Treasury guidelines. So that's an easy yes on that one. That's compliant, with use of the funds, and it's and it's helped to offset that, not only the increase, but also to offset the essentially the renewal costs for operating for the first, for at least the next year or two, or depending on how long the board would like to proceed with this type of grant program.
Thank you. Commissioner Kula?
Thank you, Chair. And thank you, Ken, for laying out kind of the bigger background picture. I think that if we're talking about raising restaurant fees to cover the cost of inspections, which then if we don't raise them, we're going to be continuing to use more funding from our general fund. I think that from my perspective, I want to make sure that restaurants are paying the costs of their inspections rather than property tax dollars. I think it's important for the folks who sign up to have a restaurant or a food truck that they're the ones paying that. It's similar to from my perspective, it's similar to our land use fees, is that we don't put property tax dollars into those departments. And I know that we can get into a whole conversation about which is most appropriate. I just want to make sure that we know, I want to remember that we're covering the cost somehow. So I think it would be prudent to approve the cost increase this year and the fees, and then make sure that as many people as possible know about the opportunity to have their fees covered by either the CRF, the existing CRF dollars, or by new money that at some point we will approve through the American Rescue Plan fund. And then I think we should also next year consider the same thing, is find out, maybe on our own, but also maybe through Gary Vanderveen and his team, maybe through Abisha, what the need is out there for a future waiver or grant covering. Because I think that Commissioner Berschauer, from what I heard from you at least, is a concern, like we're past the acute stage of this and we're into recovery and openings, but that restaurants are still struggling. I'd like to see what they're going to be like next year as well. But I think we owe it to all of our residents in the county to be careful with not raising fees slowly and gradually, but still raising them to recognize the cost of this kind of compliance. So sorry, that was a long comment, but it's just to say that I think that we should continue with the proposal that's been brought to us.
Thank you, Commissioner. I appreciate that. A couple of things come to mind about that. I know that I've received, and I don't know if other commissioners have received, communications from restaurant owners who felt that this year they felt put upon. They would have someone come along and write them up because in one case it was February in the middle of the winter and there were people outside smoking outside a restaurant without a mask, and they had they were written up. So I feel like in many cases our restaurant owners have felt that no matter what they did, they were going to wind up having somebody snitch on them and then get a visit from the county and be left with a yellow slip. And so on top of that, to then go ahead and say, and now you have to pay for that kind of what I would consider is overreach, I think is not sending a good message. What I would like to do at this point is hopefully find a way to cover those fees going forward, the increase with the ARPA funds, and not increase the fees right now, and find out, maybe we can put this off until next week and find out if that's an option. And I know that there's been a lot of work gone into trying to share with our restaurant owners how to apply for the licensing grant and all of that. But nevertheless, we still, at the end of the day, have increased their fees and kick them while they're down. So I want to make sure that at this point in time that we don't do that. Commissioner Kula.
I just want to note, thank you, Chair, that we would not be kicking anybody while they're down. Any proposal to raise fee by $2 to $40 will be offset by somebody applying for that grant funding. My understanding, though, is that there's very few people are renewing their licenses right now. Is that accurate? It's like at a weird time. Director Manfred?
Sure, I can speak to that. So typically the invoices, if you will, for license fees for anyone who is a current operator goes out in October for the fees or, for the license renewal, the information. We would certainly, include information about the grant program and how to access that within that letter because the licensing fees run on a calendar year. And so this is an off time to do that. I do think it's important just to note, I think, with the exception of one cease and desist order, every time that we've gone out to a restaurant, we provided education and information. We haven't written any citations. We haven't written people up. Sometimes the education and information is in writing, but that's the scope of what we have been doing. And I want that to be known because we have done everything that we can to try to support our businesses, knowing how hard this is. And a lot of that has been them leaning on us with questions every single day, getting questions on how can I do this? What's the best way to do this? And we've been happy to provide that assistance for them for sure.
Ken.
The other thought that I think it's important to note is on the agenda item specifically, because I know we're having a lot of the conversations about the restaurant licensing or the environmental health component of this, but there's other components in this request as part of the fee schedule that, I just wanted to highlight that, this is for all of public health and the various programs. And I know if there's discussions about holding off on, a suggestion would be if that's what a majority of the board would like to do, I would like to recommend that maybe, that any actions, consideration of the other program areas and maybe separate the restaurant portion, just because, with today being July 1st, and this was something that I think is I just wanted to call it out just for some clarity if this discussion goes that direction, just recognizing that the fee schedule includes more than just the restaurant licensing.
Well, I would at this point make a motion to approve the proposed Health and Human Services behavioral health usual and customary rates, public health clinic rates, and the environmental health fees minus the restaurant licensing fee increases. And is that possible for us to do that and pass that as a motion and then revisit the restaurant licensing portion of the environmental health fees? Ken, is that something we can do?
I believe so. Director Manfred?
Yeah, I don't see any challenge with that. I mean, the only thing would be between now and when things get determined for the environmental health rates and the restaurant fees, any new licenses or things like that. But we can tackle those if we need to in between now and then.
Okay, great. Commissioner Berschauer.
Thank you, Chair. So just for clarity, that portion will come back before us another time, or, okay.
So we have a motion to approve the rates minus the restaurant licensing fee aspect. Any further discussion?
I just wanted to clarify, Chair. I realize that this motion does not include extending a grant opportunities to food trucks or mobile establishments. And it looks like Ken has a comment on that.
Yes, Commissioner. I think with the motion that's on there, I was hoping to have a discussion about the grant program and what the board would like to see as far as information to act on the outstanding on the, so I would save that for after the motion is acted on.
So any further discussion? Hearing none, all those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Motion passes. I know that Director Manfred and our administrator, Ken Huffer, and I have had discussions about including the food trucks and the smaller that were not considered brick and mortar in the grant program. And I believe that we've already tried to address that in the whole licensing fee grant aspect. But Ken, did you want to add to that?
So what I'd like to do is similar when we initiated the restaurant license fee grant, I would like to pull up the written description that we had prepared earlier this year when the board acted on that, and then look at the eligibility criteria under the grant program, and Director Manfred and I can update that eligibility guidance and then bring that back before the board for consideration.
Okay, sounds good.
And then the other question that I would have out there is, because we're going to be also coming back with the environmental health fees, what information would the board want to see, or what information should Director Manfred and I prepare for possible action on that?
So I know that we were talking in our meetings about I thought it was interesting, the number of people who'd responded to that. And perhaps it's really would be instructive when we have this discussion for the board to know how the notices went out, how they were apprised of this opportunity, who took advantage of it, and then how we plan on getting the word out to the smaller venues, to the food trucks, to people who might have language barriers. How are we getting this information out there? I know that we're pretty comprehensive with what SEDCOR did with some of the grant programs. So I want to make sure we're doing that as well. And I think that's been addressed. So if we just talk about that as part of the discussion.
Yeah, and I'll just add, just for a little bit of background on some of this, unlike some of the other grant programs, this one is a little bit easier as far as outreach goes to a certain degree, because I mean, we are reaching out to, historically, we've been reaching out to people that have licenses. So we've been reaching out directly to those businesses that either had a current license or had an expired license that was pending renewal. So, so again, we'll be happy to share more of the details on that, but unlike some of the other programs where we're kind of doing blanket advertisements and trying to generate, and we don't know where the interest is, this one, at least we have a database and a list of where we've had direct contact, including sending out when renewal notices go out or reminders go out that we haven't seen you renew your license, that there has been information included about this program. And so Director Manfred, and possibly we could even have somebody from the public health team join us as well to kind of share some of those outreach activities that are happening.
Sounds good. Thank you. Appreciate that. All right, Commissioner Kula, did you have anything else?
No, Chair, it's good to hear the next steps on that one. Thank you.
Okay, great. Thank you. Well, I'm wondering if the board would entertain the flipping 3 and 4 around, because items 3 and 4, I3 and 4, because I think one is sort of the base coat for the other. And if we could, if everyone's in agreement with just addressing item number 4, which is adding COVID data and flipping that with the equity plan discussion. Can we do that? Is that something that's okay?
That's fine with me, Chair.
Okay, thank you. And just a little bit of background on this. I, for a number of weeks, have had some long ongoing discussions with our Health and Human Services Director, Lindsay Manfred, and our administrator, because I have brought some concerns to them about the information, the breadth of information that that the county is sharing with folks about the COVID-19 vaccine. And I had asked that we include VAERS data, and that is the Vaccine Adverse Event Reporting System data that shows, well, what particular areas of concern are cropping up in terms of the experimental vaccine. And we kept having the same discussion and never really getting anywhere. And I know that Director Manfred was getting frustrated. I was getting frustrated. And I just mean that we just never got anywhere, because really the base coat was that Oregon Health Authority was considered and is considered the authority for all the information that the county puts out there. And I say that in terms of public trust, that our public health policy should be inclusive of more information than we're putting out there. So I had asked if OHA's Dr. Seidlinger, or if Dr. Cieslak or our own medical director, Dr. Koenig, would join for this discussion so we could address these on a more granular level, and they declined to be part of the discussion. But I would like to bring on someone who has been part of a discussion for a year now with Oregon state legislators, with legal counsel, with a number of commissioners, really addressing some of the research around COVID. He is an engineering degree, has a doctorate in naturopathy, has been working on, has a number of peer-reviewed publications about specific, the nutritional implications of preparing people to for prevention of COVID, and also dealing with some of the issues that our populations are facing in terms of the elderly and teens. He's worked with some school districts. He's joined us before. He's been on the call before with Dr. Seidlinger, and that's why I would like to just have this discussion, because to me, I don't think we're getting the whole story, and I would like to make sure that folks have that. So I believe, Carrie, you've got Dr. Henry Ely there, and if you could promote him to the panel, I would appreciate that.
And Chair, if I may, what is your specific request that we're considering right now, or are we just in a discussion mode? I'm just wondering about that, just because I know that we have a decision that's being requested of us to approve as number 3. I know we've flipped it.
Well, Commissioner, what I just said was that I'd been having a conversation for a number of weeks with our Health and Human Services Director about including additional information in the information that the county gives out. If you look at item number 4, which I've asked us to discuss before number 3, it says the discussion of adding weekly updated CDC data to the county information and the website. Okay, so that's what we're discussing now. And does that answer?
I'm sorry, Chair, I just wanted to know, then what's the specific request? Like, what would a motion look like? I'm just confused. I've seen a lot of information. We've had a lot of discussions. What's the specific thing that you would like to see that's not happening on the county's webpage now?
Well, this is a discussion item, Commissioner. So there is no particular motion. This is a discussion item. And if a motion comes out of it, it will become apparent. Okay?
Okay, thank you, Chair.
Commissioner Berschauer.
Thank you, Chair. You know, I haven't had much exposure to Dr. Koenig when Christian and I were discussing some other issues around him, it's my impression that we contract with him. We pay him to be sort of the overarching, guiding MD essentially for the county. Is that correct? He's the county, what's his title? County.
He's the public health officer. Sorry, it's okay if I jump in. Yeah.
Officer. That's
He's
what I was looking for the word.
Yes, and yes, he is. It's a contracted position, and I will say he did not decline to come today, but he did have a host of patients scheduled. Thursdays are his day in clinic, and it didn't seem prudent to cancel those patients. And it was my recommendation to him that he not cancel his patients. As a mama who has to take her kids in to get healthcare, sometimes it didn't seem like the right choice at that moment. But yes, the folks from OHA did decline. They were not able to make it.
Okay, I just, it's a little concerning because I haven't had any communication from him. And I know that we've been having these discussions for many weeks with significant concerns over, some of these issues. And it just seems to me like if this is a person that the county's contracting with, that they should make themselves available to answer some of these very important questions. So that's, that's my feeling, is that this is a little concerning, that this is the person we're spending money on essentially to be in this role, and that they're not necessarily providing direct input or response to our concerns. So thank you, Chair.
A little bit of background. Senator Dennis Linthicum had asked Oregon Health Authority for a variety of different public records requests for some information. And interestingly enough, the information came back basically denying most of the information, which is actually available on the OHA website, which was interesting. But it was from the same woman who denied the information on the number of psychiatric meds that foster kids were getting. And now we passed a law that says they have to do that reporting. So all I can say is it takes years to be able to get information out of the Oregon Health Authority. And it's very frustrating when that information is available. But I will go back to a conversation we had on a meeting. I think Commissioner Cooley, you were on that meeting as well, where I asked Director Allen, Pat Allen, are these in December, are these vaccines, are they FDA approved? And he said they were. Well, that is incorrect. So with that, I'm going to bring on Dr. Ely, who's done some work on this. And my specific question or my specific concern is, I would very much like to see that the vaccine adverse event reporting system data is reported clearly, not just as a link, on our website so that everybody gets the whole story, not cherry-picked information. It seems as if we're saying, you can't handle the truth. We want you to trust us. We're going to incentivize you getting these types of an experimental vaccine, but we're not going to give you all of the information. So that's why I've asked Dr. Ely to come on and just briefly, real quick, about VAERS data. Is it accurate? Is it something that doesn't matter?
Well, these are very good questions. And commissioners, thank you so much for inviting me here and welcoming me into your audience as well. Mr. Huffer, Mr. Monish, and Ms. Manfred, thank you so much for entertaining this conversation. I think it starts with transparency. Transparency builds trust, Commissioner. And when we look at the data, we hear a lot of people saying on both sides that you can't trust VAERS data. And I think what I have to point to is a New England Journal of Medicine article that was published on April 21st of this year by CDC, one of the CDC prominent doctors, Dr. Tom Shimabukuro, who was commenting on at the Advisory Committee on Immunization Practices meeting last week that confirmed there is a likely connection between the mRNA vaccines and myocarditis in children and young adults under the age of 30. They were very clear on that data. What was very interesting is that in this New England Journal of Medicine article that is peer-reviewed, they cite VAERS data. And he also cited VAERS data in the ACIP meeting last week. So the CDC is using VAERS data as a confirmatory surveillance tool. And under EUA, all medical practitioners are required to report to VAERS any injuries or fatalities in association with the experimental COVID biologics. So when I talked with Dr. Peter McCullough about this, what he is noting is that roughly about 83% of all of the COVID virus reports are coming directly from doctors and nurses. So when we look at this kind of data, if Dr. Shimabukuro from the CDC can use virus data in a peer-reviewed work that's published on the New England Journal of Medicine, I think that speaks volumes about its potential accuracy in terms of data analysis for a situation like this. And if we are not using that information, then what's the point of even having a surveillance tool? That would be my comment on it, Commissioner.
Director Manfred, I know that there were some concerns that by putting the VAERS data out, we were perhaps giving people misinformation or not the whole picture about what they were seeing in that.
Or I'd be happy to comment on that. So I think it's important to recognize when we're using any sort of data set, we have to use it as that data set was intended, and we have to use it within the right context. And using VAERS information to say, this is a cause and effect is incorrect and inaccurate. And yes, that provides misinformation. And for me, providing that level of misinformation to the public feels unethical. And that's what I've shared with you. I think what's the point of VAERS data when you're not using it in the context of which is being asked? The point of that is it's a surveillance system. Anyone can input into it. You know, you mentioned doctors and nurses, absolutely. Any individual can put it in. It's unverified information. Any person who has access to the internet or a mail system can send something into that. And what the system is used for is it's not designed to determine if a vaccine has caused every single thing that gets put into VAERS. It's a surveillance tool to overlook and oversee when we see trends or things happening that are different than is typical. So for example, there are over 2,000 people in the United States every single day that have a heart attack. If they happen to have a heart attack in the conjunction of it's been, you know, a certain time frame since they've had the vaccine, anyone's going to put that information in VAERS. It doesn't mean that that heart attack was caused by the vaccine. And instead, what the tool is used for is to say, to watch and determine if we're seeing things that are unusual or unexpected. And the Johnson & Johnson vaccine example is a great example. We saw an increase in the number of blood clots with thrombocytopenia, which is it's unusual. We don't usually see that number. And so there was a quick alarm, bells rang, right? And experts dove in to figure out what was going on. That is the intention of this tool. That is how the tool is intended. And I also think that it's important to recognize that we are providing a wealth of information to every person, both on our website and who come to us to get a vaccine that includes risk factors. I just shared with you an updated EUA. And I think those EUAs, the emergency use authorizations, are required to be given, which we do, and we do so. You know, we want people to have that information, and that contains all sorts of things about risks. It includes things, it includes the ingredients, it includes things, I mean, it has language in there that says, we don't know if these are all the side effects, but this is what we know so far. It's explicit, and that information is given to everyone. The list of people who should be cautious or make sure that their healthcare provider knows that they've received, that they have a condition, or there's some sort of, you know, flag or piece of caution for them, right? We ask all of those questions when someone's getting a vaccine, and we pause. If they answer yes to any of them, we have a deeper discussion with them about what that means and what that might mean in terms of potential increased risk. So that information is going to people. It comes, they get it every single time someone gets a vaccine with us. Even between the first and second dose, they still get that same information, even though they may have had that same vaccine, you know, 3 weeks earlier because of their first dose. And I would also just, again, I think I shared this, but that information is on our website as well. We are not hiding that information. In fact, that information, if you're scrolling down our website to see where you might find a vaccine, that information is before you get to the place where you can even find where you might get a vaccine. So there's no reason for us, we have zero desire to try to hide or diminish any sort of risk that might be in place for people. And I really believe that we have to hold true and use data as it's intended and use data within the appropriate context. Otherwise, we are being misleading.
Moment to rebut, please.
Okay, Dr. Ely.
My first question that I would like to know is where can I find any data on the number of people who've been disqualified for receiving the experimental COVID biologic based upon health history and initial interview? Because I can't find that data anywhere. My second thing that I want to say is the purpose of a surveillance tool is to determine the relative amount of injury due to release of the medical product. We have confirmation that we have more deaths associated and in conjunction with, I'm not saying causation. I never said causation in my first expose into this, but we have connection here. And when you have over 2,000 fatalities within 48 hours of administration of the biologic, it does create some concerns. If we're going to provide people with informed consent means discussing potential benefits, of course, but it also means discussing potential risks and giving people the freedom to decide what's in their own best interests. It's a fundamental principle of being an American, and we can't really honor informed consent without giving people information relative to a surveillance tool. This surveillance tool is very clear. There are now, as of tomorrow, when they release the new report, there will be over 400,000 injuries associated with this, over 20,000 hospitalizations associated with the dissemination of this, and over approaching 7,000 fatalities by tomorrow. And there's a supposed backlog of about 200,000 records that have yet to be processed. And whereas you say it's not verified, I would disagree with you. We see that there is constant maintenance and cleaning of the records every week. I can prove it to you if you'd like. I can prove it to you from last week to this week. There was a drop in -23 in terms of variance between last week's death count in the first 48 hours and this week's death count. That proves to us that they are cleansing the records for accuracy. And if Tom Shimabukuro from the CDC can use and cite VAERS data in a peer-reviewed research that's published in the New England Journal of Medicine, I don't understand why a director of health would want to have any issue with just simply keeping information, with presenting information to people and say, look, correlation does not equal causation, but here is the most recent VAERS data. Please understand that this data has these potential limitations, i.e. anyone can enter a record and so forth, but we feel it is our duty to disclose the potential of adverse events to you in order to satisfy the stipulations on informed consent that were developed following the Tuskegee experiment. What a lot of people don't know historically in our country is that the Tuskegee experiment followed up with the Belmont report after a congressional investigation. And an extraordinary set of rules were put into place following the Tuskegee experiment about human experimentation. And those experiments and those laws are codified as 45 CFR 46 and are very explicit about coercion and how illegal coercion is and what constitutes informed consent. Informed consent is constituted and achieved with two simple principles: a discussion on risk versus benefit, and especially potential injury and long-term effects that we cannot determine at this time because clinical trials are ongoing until late 22 and early 2023. So people have a right to know this information. And when I reviewed the updated EUAs that were just released, one of my biggest concerns was that the only contraindication, the only thing that would prevent someone from getting this is having gotten it and have a previous adverse event, otherwise known as an injury. There are no other contraindications, despite the fact that we know there are over 720 miscarriages, spontaneous miscarriages associated with this, despite the fact that we know there are over 2,000 fatalities within 48 hours, and despite the fact that we have over 400,000 reports of injury. This is unheard of in medical history. We have never had a product on the market have this poor of a safety track record in 6 months, and let alone a safety track record that is far worse than all other vaccines combined in the history of our country. And this is in 6 months. These are pieces of information that people desperately need to make an informed decision about the long-term impact of their health, or else we run the risk of sending another 19-year-old like Simone Scott from Northwestern University to her grave because she was potentially misinformed by only being given the benefits and not being given a great education on the potential risks, let alone the necessity for people in her age range. If we are going to reestablish trust in between our governance and the people that it's supposed to serve, it has to start with transparency, and that begins with accurate data.
Thank you, Doctor. I know the discussion can go on for a while. Dr. Manfred, would you like to respond to that? Because I think at the end of the day, what I'm asking the board to do. Yes, Ken.
If I may, Commissioner, Chair, you know, in the interests of, and I'm going to leave it up to Lindsay, I'm trying to also understand at this point, you know, in the interests of, you know, I want to be, you know, Lindsay is here to share information about what we've been implementing and the information that we share locally. And I have some concerns about the format, or trying to understand on if Director Manfred is being asked to, you know, provide information or necessarily have a public debate with a tool that is, from what I understand, the VAERS data is it's a surveillance tool that is managed, implemented by CDC. Correct me, Lindsay, if I'm wrong, but it's a federal tool, and our role is to ensure that information, as a health provider, we're one of the many providers that are uploading data into this system. We don't necessarily take the data from the VAERS system. We don't have a team of public health that's doing data analysis and doing the review on that, because that's really at the CDC or possibly at the OHA level. And I'm just, in an interest of just trying to understand, and at the same time, you know, I don't want to necessarily put Director Manfred into a position to where, you know, with all due respect, with, you know, getting into a debate with Dr. Ely in this type of format, because I just don't know if that's really the director's role. and I'm just trying to understand that. And so I just wanted to put the information out there that I know Lindsay shared information about the types of information that our public health, that we're locally, that we're putting out there, the information, making sure that, you know, all of the information that has been vetted and we're required to release and provide that information, we're doing that. And, you know, so I just quickly wanted to chime in, and I'll leave it to Director Manfred if there's some additional information you wanted to share as well.
Yes, go ahead, Director Manfred.
Thank you, Ken. I appreciate that. And thank you, Dr. Ely. I stand by my earlier statement. The way that this data is being used in this context is misuse of this data. And when you use data out of context, you can make it do whatever you want. And that's why the context is critically important. And using the surveillance tool in the way that I'm hearing is being requested of me feels like misuse of a tool, and it's unethical. And I think to say that we don't give risk benefit information is absolutely false. We have these conversations every day with people in our clinic, and I'm very well versed in the laws related to informed consent, both as a person who operates a large clinic, both physical health and behavioral health, and as someone who's gone through the educational process of doing research. So I'm well informed in those things, and I feel like we fall solely in the camp of, yes, we are giving informed consent. And I guess my question to the commissioners would be, what is not in the EUAs, the Vaccine Administration Report, and the vSafe information that is given to people? I've shared with you our packet. What is not in that packet that you are looking for?
Thank you for that, Director. I've got the community partner FAQs that public health puts out. And the very first question is, are these vaccines safe? Are the COVID vaccines safe? The answer is yes, they are all safe. Okay. Each vaccine went through rigorous testing to ensure its its safety. They were all tested in large clinical trials to make sure they meet safety standards. This is incorrect information, and I think that it is really disingenuous of us to ask people to trust us when we're making a statement like these vaccines are safe. They were tested in clinical trials. The clinical trials are ongoing. What I am asking the board to do as the local public health authority is to simply include CDC data. This is not data I'm pulling off a tinfoil hat website. Ask them that our information includes weekly updated CDC VAERS data that other clinicians and practitioners are using in peer-reviewed data, including New England Journal of Medicine, to show various trends and concerns, which is what happened with the Moderna vaccine. I'm not asking for anything out of the scope of what should be handed to people, but if you hand them a link to VAERS, which is a very complex system, if you hand them a link to VAERS, doesn't tell them anything, but if you hand them the weekly updates, the VAERS updated weekly information, they can then make a better informed decision. So that's all I'm asking, is that we include that information. Commissioner Kula.
Thank you, Chair. With all due respect, if you don't think that people can handle going to VAERS to look at it or to include their own self-reported information, I don't see how you can expect them to understand the same thing. I think that including a link to VAERS so that people have the opportunity to include their own experiences is a very important tool, and I think that we should continue to do that. I don't find the addition of a screenshot to be at all helpful in continuing to keep people as informed as possible. And I might say that from my experience with having a vaccination through Providence, a dose that came from public health, that I felt very informed about the process, not knowing what to expect.
Thank you. Commissioner Berschauer.
Thank you, Chair. I think the frustrating part for me is that the media and perhaps folks in government have sort of laid the base coat that this is like Commissioner Sterrett said, the vaccine is safe. To me, that feels a bit unethical to say, because what it really is we are part of the experimental group, right? This is part of the trial. We as individuals are participating in that. That's a very different starting point than telling somebody that these vaccines have been tested, all of them, they're safe, they've gained the FDA approval. It's a completely different starting point. And if you look at the reports coming out of CDC or the National Institute of Health, they're changing constantly, and they're changing based on what's coming back from doctors and nurses and what's coming out through the VAERS data. I was shocked to go on the CDC website. It was maybe 2 weeks ago, where they said they changed their rhetoric to, we no longer recommend the vaccine for anyone under the age of 30, essentially, especially men. It's a shocking change and a total divergence from what the media has been portraying and perhaps what we've been saying on these information sheets. So I think it's this is worth looking at. And again, for me, and I've been hearing from a lot of parents who are they're waiting because they don't trust that, they keep seeing all of these headlines come out about vaccine injury, and they're saying, well, wait a minute, are my kids technically part of this experiment? Is that what this is about? It's not like the chickenpox vaccine, right? I mean, I had the chickenpox when I was little. That's been tested over years and years and years. But it's still, at this point, certain people don't need it, right? It feels like we're being a bit disingenuous about the starting point of the conversation when you say this vaccine is safe, it's been tested. I don't believe that's actually factually true. And it's certainly not true coming from some of the doctors that we've heard from. So that's my concern. And this is something that we've had passionate discussions about, especially with vaccinating children, in our role in that process. For me, information is power. If I have more of it, great. I can make better decisions when I have more information. So I don't see the harm in providing more thorough information. And I do take issue with some of that language. When you say right off the bat, this vaccine is safe, what you're not saying is that, but we're going to watch what happens to you, right? And if something bad happens to you, we're going to report that. And it's part of an ongoing trial to inform, wherever we get to the end of this process, to say this vaccine was safe or it wasn't. So that's the part that I struggle with on this.
After Lindsay
Direct-
goes, I'm happy to go.
Director
after.
Manfred, go ahead.
Thank you. And Commissioner Berschauer, I just want to again say that information is given to folks. The information is in the EUAs, that information is provided to people. Right there in the EUAs, it talks about the fact that this is an emergency use. It has not gone through the typical, FDA approval. So that information does go to people. And I just wanted to reiterate that, because I think that feels like a missing piece in the conversation, is that there is a significant amount of information that is given to people, and we have those conversations with people. And I feel like that is maybe not understood, or what level that looks like, or that is happening. And so I just, again, wanted to say that.
Yeah,
Commissioner Kula.
I understand that. I just quickly, when it came to the CDC making that decision about children and vaccines, it felt like, are we telling that to kids that come in, even 30 and under? Are we saying, hey, the CDC has just recently recommended a halt on vaccines to anyone under the age of 30? I mean, is that being communicated right off the bat? Because if it's not, that would make a significant have a significant impact on my decision as to whether I was going to get it that day, or whether I might wait, several months to see how this thing plays out. That's my concern, is how upfront are we being about this data?
Yeah. Are you referencing the World Health Organization versus the CDC statement? I'm unaware of the CDC making any recommendation changes.
That was the World Health Organization.
Okay. So, and my understanding with the World Health Organization is that, as you can imagine, the World Health Organization has a much more global perspective and purview of what they're looking at. And unfortunately, many countries are far less privileged than the United States, and have far more shortages and less access to vaccine. And so my understanding is that their statements were largely based on, again, thinking about who is most vulnerable in their populations when they have such a scarcity of vaccine. Again, that's just my understanding of that most recent information that was shared.
Okay,
Well,
Doctor.
The statement specifically cited the myocarditis issue. It was not because we would like to prioritize vaccines for people above 30. They were specifically citing some of these problems that are coming back in terms of vaccine injury and death.
Okay, Dr. Ely, you wanted to make a comment, and then Commissioner Kula will go right to you.
Commissioner
My
Kula can
request
go
is-
first.
Commissioner Kula, we'll go right to you after this. Thank you very
Okay,
much.
my
We'll go-
suggestion
we'll
is
go.
that we
Commissioner
continue
Kula, you're
this.
interrupting. If you could wait, and Dr. Ely will make a comment, and I'll get back to you. Thank you very much. Dr. Ely, you want to make a comment?
Yes, several things. I do agree with Director Manfred about the EUA in terms of it being very clear that this is experimental use authorization on there. I think that was something that was really welcome to see on there when I reviewed them today. One of the concerns I had was that the OHA has just put out document 3780. And the first bullet point on this, it's a document about what to know about myocarditis, pericarditis, and COVID mRNA vaccines. The first bullet point explicitly states, and I am quoting here, COVID-19 can cause severe illness and death in people of all ages. That's the first bullet point. I think that is a very important bullet point to have on these EUA documents that are going out, and I didn't notice it there. I may have missed it, but I didn't notice it there. The other concern I had about the EUA documents that are provided for everyone who is interested in getting the experimental biologic is that there were only 2 situations of contraindication. And those situations both required a person to have been vaccinated and have an adverse event. It's as if the only way to know if you are contraindicated for this is to go through it and be injured. And I think that's a terrible precedent to set in terms of medicine. That's not the way that we do things, particularly when something is still in an ongoing clinical trial. And I think that also needs to be very clear to people as well, because we are still collecting long-term data on this. We don't know about pathogenicity in terms of autoimmunity, infertility, we really are seeing the basic stuff starting on binding capacity of these new antibodies that are generated by the mRNA sequences. And what we do know is that the Delta variant escapes them. So, I mean, are people being notified of that? Because some people may be going in thinking, I want to avoid this Delta variant, and they're going in getting an experimental biologic that does not protect them against this. So I agree with you that context is important, but providing numerical analysis doesn't mean that you can't also provide context with that numerical analysis. You can provide numerical analysis and still say correlation does not equal causation. These statements are still, this data is still being evaluated by the CDC, but we felt it was our due diligence to make sure that you're informed of the most recent data that we have access to, so that you can make the most informed decision that you can make. I don't understand what the problem, what the ethical, moral problem is to doing something as simplistic as that on a sheet of paper.
Thank you, Doctor. I know Commissioner Kula wanted to make a comment.
And it looks like Director Manfin also would like to make a comment. But what I would say right now is that it's disappointing that you would choose to go with a person that I didn't know and was not on the agenda for a rebuttal to a comment, when what I was going to ask and propose is that we continue this conversation to a new to the next meeting, primarily because I want to see all the information in front of us at one time, so that I can refer back to it. Because Dr. Ely is sharing information with us that I don't have immediately in front of me. It's not clear to me the connection between what Dr. Ely is proposing and saying and what Chair Sterrett's request is in regards to a screenshot from VAERS on a weekly basis. So what I would propose is that we move this to a new meeting and have information in the record that everybody is referring to. That would be helpful to me.
That would be great. Happy to do that. Director Manfrin?
Yes, I will make myself available should the board request my presence.
Okay, so let's go ahead and do that. And I know that I shared some screenshots with Director Manfrin in terms of how to walk through the VAERS process to get the actual updated weekly data that they put out there, because it is not easily navigated. So I will be happy to share that information with the board so that they can see what it is that I'm proposing when I say that I would like to have the weekly updated CDC data put on our website. The other thing I want to ask right now is that we can remove this statement that says the vaccines are all safe. I mean, to me, that's just flat out not okay. Director Manfrin?
Yeah, thank you. So I believe, without saying it, I believe the document that you're referencing is actually no longer on our website. Largely our FAQs are based on how to access vaccine at this point in time, and we're relying on the Oregon Health Authority and CDC published data and information and fact sheets.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you, because I couldn't find it. So I'm glad. I only saw kind of Lane going through how to get it and then other resources.
Thank you. Ken.
Just in the interest, because I know not everyone, I actually pulled up the FAQs that are currently on the public health website. And so there is a statement, but it doesn't, I mean, it says, are the COVID-19 vaccines safe? And it says, yes, they are all safe, period. But then it says, it goes on, it's much longer than that. It says each COVID-19 vaccine went through rigorous testing to ensure its safety. They were all tested in large clinical trials to make sure that they meet safety standards. And the Food and Drug Administration carefully reviewed all safety data from clinical trials. Emergency vaccine use authorization is only given when the expected benefits outweigh potential risks. The FDA and the Centers for Disease Control and Prevention, CDC, continue to monitor the safety of all COVID-19 vaccines and make sure even very rare side effects are identified. So the information is still up, and I just wanted to clarify. I had the information up before me, so.
Yes, that's what I read. Thank you, Ken. Commissioner Berschauer.
Thank you, Ken, for clarifying that. I would support maybe reworking how that's worded, because it does imply not only that they are quote unquote safe across the board, but it also implies that the research is complete and it's done and it's over with, and we've already established that everything's safe, and your risk of having any sort of injury is almost nil. So I think we should probably reword how that's laid out there. Thank you.
And sorry, I didn't, necessarily finish my original thought when I was reading that. But then the other part, that is one of, I don't know how many bullets that are listed under the FAQs. And there's, in addition to that one statement, there's also a lot of other information about scheduling, what kind of side effects should I expect after getting the vaccine? If I experience side effects, does that mean I'm sick with COVID? I mean, there's additional information that is available on there that expands just beyond and I just think it's really important to clarify, we have more than just that one statement that's on there. And then also Director Manfred has shared several times, then there's also the other additional information that is also being made available and presented to anyone who gets the vaccine that also further expands on that information as well.
Thank you, Ken. I think the point I'm making is that, yes, there's additional information, but the very first thing that we see under FAQs is, are they safe? Yes, they are all safe, and they were tested, and they were tested in large clinical trials. I think we need to make clear that we cannot make the statement, yes, they are all safe. And I think if we're worried about confidence in public health, that's the first place to start. But maybe we can go ahead and continue this discussion. And I would imagine that we can get all of the information on the VAERS screenshots that I'm asking for to be updated on the website weekly, and also can continue this discussion on removing this statement under our FAQs. So if that's okay with the board, and I'm assuming we can go ahead and plan this discussion for next week, is that agreeable to everybody? And then I will get all the information so that Commissioner Cooley, you're right, spot on about getting the screenshots, because as I'm sure you found out, VAERS is very difficult to navigate. You can't just figure it out, that easily. So I'll help you with that one.
Chair,
So,
I
yes.
haven't had any problems with navigating the VAERS website. I actually challenged your statement that it was complex. So I just want to make that for the record, is that I feel like the average person can use the VAERS.
Yeah, well, VAERS is complex if you want to break it down into subcategories. It's not something that's readily available. Ken.
And what I'd like to recommend is in moving this forward, because there seems to be some questions on whether or not there's going to be a specific motion or a board action that's coming out of this. I would like to recommend that we just make this a scheduled work session for next week and include it under the work session category towards the beginning of the meeting to have the discussion. And then if there's any action items that come out, you could always add that. Other than putting this under old business, we typically reserve that if there's, a consideration, but in which I know there could be out of the discussions on this, but my recommendation would just have it scheduled as a work session for next week.
Okay, sounds good. We'll go ahead and do that. Dr. Lee, will you be able to join us next week?
I will come off of vacation to make sure I'm available for this important topic. Yes.
Thank you very much. All right, so we'll go ahead and do that. I appreciate that. But Lindsay Manfred, if you could stick around, because I think the next item, which is the item number 3 on our agenda, is to approve and submit the COVID-19 vaccine equity plan to the Oregon Health Authority. And the reason why I wanted to have this other discussion prior to this is because, as I've pointed out in our one-on-one meetings, I had some concerns about the topics. How are we going to address vaccine hesitancy, and how will we address vaccine confidence in the community? And so in terms of submitting a vaccine equity plan that asks us to basically, if anybody has any hesitancy about it, how are we going to, I don't want to use the word push back on it, but how do you address that when people have concerns? So that's one thing that I have concerns about. I have concerns about some of the things that what we're suggesting in here is basically, again, the information is, I believe, cherry-picked information, and based on that, when people have hesitancy, it should not be it should not be what we're doing is basically saying you shouldn't be hesitant. We're going to tell you why and not give them all the information. So that's why the two, I felt we needed to flip-flop those around. Those were just my concerns about the equity plan. I think this is pretty much, if you look at what we approved a couple of weeks ago, which is the public health services contract with OHA, which is to finance all our communicable disease type of public health. It basically, it mirrors the information in the equity plan in terms of how we're addressing vulnerable populations, at-risk populations, people who are perhaps marginalized and not able to receive information or healthcare easily. It addresses how we are going to work to get through those barriers. But again, those are my concerns about the vaccine equity plan, and that is why I would be reticent to sign it at this point. So I don't know if commissioners wanted to address anything in that. Other than that, I mean, it's fine other than those two elements.
I would be curious to hear from Director Manfred specifically about those. I feel comfortable with it. I feel like it does information, it proposes information, and it proposes access.
Thank you for that. Commissioner, Director Manfred.
Yeah, I guess I would ask if there are. I understand your concerns and believe I fully understand what those are. I guess my question back would be: are there concerns in our responses? Right, we answered those questions in how we as a community would be doing those things, and so I guess my question is: I understand you have concerns about the questions. Do you have concerns about our responses?
No, the questions, actually, I had brought them up with the governor's office. I said, well, what is an example of vaccine? One of the things is we're supposed to address vaccine misinformation. So I said to Leah Horner, I said, what's vaccine misinformation? She said, oh, I don't know. There's stuff out there saying people are worried about becoming infertile. And then I pulled up the actual data from Pfizer, which shows that one of the first biodistribution areas is, in other words, where the vaccine oftentimes will, one of the top 3 organs is the ovaries. And yeah, we've got various reports showing spontaneous abortions in the first 20 weeks. So this is not misinformation. So for us to address those types of things, I want to make sure that we're not saying, if you've heard anything, don't worry about it, it's not true. Misinformation, what does misinformation mean? And what does vaccine hesitancy mean? So those are the two areas here that I had concerns about. Lindsay Bershauer, Commissioner Bershauer.
Thank you, Chair. I guess my questions are more about the mechanics of this process. So we received what, 307,000 was the first distribution, correct, from the state. So that was just sort of money to help get the effort rolling, essentially. And then this vaccine equity plan is required for the second half of the money. So, but this was all being done at a time when the governor was pushing the 70% vaccination rate. Now we've sort of moved beyond that. It's no longer a metric that we're required to do necessarily. The state is open now, the county's open. So I'm trying to figure out why the money is actually necessary, because I feel like, and correct me if I'm wrong, but we're going to continue to receive vaccines for COVID based on whatever formula, I'm not sure, but we'll continue to receive them. We will continue to administer them just like we do any other vaccine. We will continue to do the work that we have been doing in terms of reaching populations that have been kind of disenfranchised or just have a lack of access and other issues going on. So I'm just struggling to see, what's this money for exactly? I mean, are we just signing up for something just for the sake of doing it, because there is no real pressing issue now behind this since the governor has opened the state. And frankly, if you want the vaccine, you can get it. There are multiple ways to get it. So I'm just sort of, I mean, are we just sort of taking the money because we can, or is there really a specific purpose for this outside of what we already do? That's the mechanics I'm getting stuck on.
Thank you. I had the same question for Director Manfred. Thank you.
And I'm also, Director Manfred, did you want to tackle that? Because I'm also happy to answer a lot of the questions that were raised.
I think that probably is best answered by the Health and Human Services Director. Would you?
Well, I just remind you that we had questions that were answered by other people on our previous discussion item.
Yeah, I know. Dr. Manfred, would you answer Commissioner Bershauer's question? Thank you.
Sure. There's a fair amount to unpack there, so you'll have to remind me if I missed a piece. But so in terms of the vaccine metrics, absolutely right. As of today, or yesterday, things are open, and from that perspective, I think there were two places the equity plan was a requirement. One was with the vaccine metric. So if a county hit that 65%, they were able to move to low risk if they had an equity plan, right? That's gone. That ship sailed, as they say. But there is this equity plan that is tied to this other component of funding. I look at it in two ways. One, I think there's the fiscal component, and I'm happy to speak to sort of some of the questions around what is this money being used for, that piece. And I think in addition to that, there's another element here, which is approving a plan that is talking about equity, how we will increase access to our marginalized populations, how we will work really hard to make sure that those people who struggle with access find access and find resource to get access, I think speaks really, it speaks to the work that we do in public health. And I think that there is a high level of value in approving a plan that's addressing those inequities that we know exist, just in and of itself. It shares with our community, it tells our community we care about these things, it matters to us. And I think that even if there's no money attached to it, is critically important. And so I would offer that as something that feels of high value to me. I think in terms of the money, you know, I certainly have no desires to take money just to take money, right? That's not the way that I operate. I will say there's a couple of pieces that I think, while I don't have a dollar amount set on it yet, we are working on understanding what the costs will be. One of them is really working with our community-based organizations who don't have a lot of funding, but do a lot of outreach and support for people. And so I have a strong desire to utilize some of these funds to contract with some of those organizations who need that financial support. So that's one piece. Working with our community-based organizations or internally to support transportation needs. We know that there are access to transportation needs out there. There are some places, you know, people can use WellRide, a subset of the population can use WellRide. People can use public transit, but I just imagine the parent who has, you know, multiple children just having to go on the bus system. Like we just need to find easier ways for people to be able to get vaccine who want it. And so getting more creative with how we can help people access transport is another high sort of priority piece for us right now. Continuing to work with our community partners in our advisory group around locations so that people don't have to travel in car or bus. So where are those locations that people may be interested in vaccine but really struggle to get there? Working with employers who can't afford to let employees take a day off, but how do we help? Can we go on site and offer them on what's a good day for you? If you don't have offices open on Saturdays, maybe we can do it Fridays. Or for some of our migrant or farm workers, finding a system that allows their people to still be productive and working, but also get vaccinated. So those are the types of things that we would be using the money for. And of course, the majority of that is money that pays for the staff time to do that, whether again, it's our organization or a contracted entity.
Thank you, Commissioner Kula.
Ditto.
Anything else you want to add to that?
No, I think that this is an important document to approve. both for the financial resources that will go to the county and then to community-based organizations, and it's a very good exercise as well to make sure that we know and OHA knows what we're doing to expand access to vaccines.
Commissioner Bershauer.
Thank you, Chair. I guess I'm still struggling because I have not seen evidence that says that even communities that do not and have not had direct access are not aware of the avenues that are out there. And it seems like you guys already kind of do a good job of that. I just don't, and we've already received $300,000. I feel like if our numbers are not going up exponentially, and they aren't, even the statewide numbers were only going up by about 0.1% per day. And that was during the time of, lottery giveaways and $1 million and whatever. I just don't see that there's no goal anymore, right? The goal is sort of been removed. The incentives for the money, that whole process is now sort of moot. And we are already doing a great job of reaching those populations, as you said. For me, the money just doesn't, it's like there's no purpose for the money. Now, internally, if we want to, kind of rework how we prioritize vaccination efforts, then absolutely, I think that is important for the equity piece, the providing stronger points of access. But I just don't see how, participating in this program after the fact, it makes any sense. If we want to change our standards internally, that's fine. We can talk about that. But, at this point, I don't just want to take money because we can take money. And in fact, not every county has actually done this. Some of them didn't even take the first, well, actually everybody was given the first part, but they haven't done this. Because there is no pressing need, because they've sort of reached that saturation point in their communities, and they don't just want to take it for the sake of taking it. So that's kind of my feeling. I mean, these are taxpayer dollars when it comes down to it. It's not just fluff money from the sky. This is our money. So I want to make sure that if we're going to take money, that we actually have a pressing need to do so. And I feel like now that we're sort of back to normal, we can wrap in our efforts that we've been doing all along into this effort in the same way.
I had a question about, thank you, Commissioner, and this would be a question for Christian. We've talked about this as far as the liability for returning money that we took because there will be some metrics in terms of reporting. Is that what's required for the second $300,000+? So in other words, the first $300,000 and some odd was irrespective of submitting an equity plan. Is that correct? And then now we have to show the results of what we did with the second batch of money. How does that work with what we'd be liable for?
Yeah, the first batch, we simply needed to execute the grant agreement, and then the funds were provided. My understanding was within 5 days, which is what the agreement outlined. There are some requirements in Exhibit A of the agreement, as long as we satisfy those requirements and follow the guidance, the Corona Relief Fund guidance, and meet those 3 bullet points in Exhibit A, then I don't believe that there would be a situation in which we would be asked to repay the first amount. If we are now talking about if we decide not to move forward with accepting the second amount, does that have any impact on whether or not we need to repay the monies that we've already received? I don't believe so. And it's made very clear in Section 7 of the agreement that we simply, if we don't adopt the plan or submit the plan in the timelines outlined in the agreement, we simply won't receive that second installment of grant funds. So I don't believe that we would be liable for having to repay the money that we've already received.
Director Manfred, can you sort of quantify how we would be able to Commissioner Bershauer's question about internally prop up I know you said there's been a backlog, that our staff has been overwhelmed by a lot of the work that they had to do, so that this could conceivably take some of the pressure off. So let's just say the $300,000 we've received, that could ostensibly take off some of the pressure from staff and also from our community partners. Is there a correlation there?
Yeah, absolutely. And thank you for bringing that up. So one of the things that's occurred over the course of this event is we've received pockets of funding here and there. And the funding that we've received historically until very recently has been funding that we've had to use in very short duration, meaning you have this funding expires in 3 months, this funding expires in 6 months, anything else goes, just goes back into the larger state or federal system. And so what that has meant is, while we've been able to bring on some temp staff, we haven't been able to look forward in a strategic way and actually bring on staff to do the long-term work that's been happening over the course of the last several months. And so what we've had to do instead is we've reallocated many of our staff to be doing COVID work, whether it's COVID contact tracing and wraparound services or vaccine efforts and work. And that has meant that other important public health work has been delayed, it's been paused, it's had to be highly, we've had to do some intense scrutinizing of figuring out how to prioritize work. And what some of this funding allows us to do that, again, doesn't have this, you have 3 months to use this. It allows us to look forward a little more and say, okay, then we can actually get our public health staff back to the work that they need to be doing, and allow us to use this resource again to either contract out with another organization to be able to help provide some of this support, or bring on some more regular staff who can help do that for a longer duration of period.
Thank you. Appreciate that.
If I may, I would just
Yes.
clarify that, with the discussion for these specific funds that we received, I mean, we do have to report on how the funds were used before December 31st, 2021. So there is a defined period for this, for the funds that we have received. And then, just like Christian was sharing, under Exhibit A of the project, there's 3 specific bullet points on what the funds were intended to be used for. So the expenses. And so I think it's really important to, again, make sure, because again, any spending of the funds, we need to ensure that it's compliant with the grant agreement that we entered into.
So then if we'll be giving an accounting of what we've done, let's just say with $300,000. So are we able to give an accounting for staff time and this, that, and the other thing for that amount of money? And then should we submit a plan, we then have to come up with an accounting for the other $350,000. So do we know that we're going to be able to spend an additional, so a total of $654, say, $1,000, and our total public health contract with OHA, the one we just approved, was $831,000 for all of our public health. So that's a huge pot of money, and I'm just wondering how we spend that. And I just want to make sure we're not, because there's a lot of money. If you look at ARPA funds, if you look at CARES funds, CRF, there's money out there, and people are scrambling to find ways to spend it. It's almost like there's a trough, and everyone's lining up at the trough to get all kinds of money that's being handed out. We're in a debt that's never been seen before in terms of whether this is sustainable, but that's another discussion. I just want to make sure that while everybody is lining up to take everything that's being handed out, that we're not guilty of the very same thing as taking taxpayer dollars and say, well, we'll find a way to spend it. That's my concern with this. Yes.
And I would say absolutely, that's never something, that's just not the way that we operate in HHS. That's not the way that I run the department, and my predecessor before didn't either. There are times where there are funds that we underspend, and those funds go back to the source. I mean, that's what happens with our we have very little dollars that just like carry over. When we're talking about public health specifically, when we have unspent funds in whatever program area that is, those typically they go back to the state. And so I do wonder if there is the ability to do that with these funds. Again, if it's determined that they're not necessary, if that's an option. So I guess that would maybe be a question for you, Christian. So I think that would be something certainly worth looking at. And again, even if the board decides they don't want to accept the second half of this payment, I would really encourage and love to see the plan submitted as just a testament to the work that we care about equity, and we care about ensuring access for everyone in our community who wants it.
Thank you. I don't think there's any question about in terms of our efforts as in dealing with equity issues and things like that as far as access. What I am concerned about is that not even concerned about, but it brings up a question when you look at the population, for instance, population estimate and population that have received the vaccine. Only 20% of our Black population has received it. And when you point out in one of your narratives here is just one of the reasons, perhaps a barrier to that, is distrust in the government related to historical trauma that reduced participation. And I don't think there can be any question about the fact that Black Americans have a lot to be concerned about in terms of historically how they were misused during medical experimentation. And that's something that happened as late as the 40s. And it seemed like we were never apologetic about it. It was just a thing we did. And that's not okay. And so again, related to my earlier discussion is that if we can't engender public confidence, then I look at this kind of participation and say, I can understand the reticence. I mean, folks are concerned. But again, back to this discussion about the two issues that the only things that I had concerns about were the how we're going to address hesitancy and vaccine confidence. And I'm not convinced that I don't feel good about sending this in, not because your answers are not not because of the answers, but because of the very nature of the question. That is an assumption that we are going to basically encourage people to get a vaccine that maybe our job is not to encourage, but to make it available. That's just my thought. Commissioner Berschauer.
Thank you, Chair. Yeah, my two issues are that one, I think that the need for the kind of immediacy of this program has passed. So I don't feel that, I feel like we're just beyond the goal line at this point. So the money is, while it would likely be used for this kind of work, I just feel like it's not. This is something that we can now sort of wrap into what we would already be doing. And just a quick point, I mean, I feel that HHS already has high standards for this kind of care. I don't think that we need a plan to say that we care about equity. I think it's just already a given. And it stands out in terms of how the department operates. So for me, it's just, I'm not inclined to submit it. I just think that we're already doing this good work. And the urgency, the immediacy of the plan was to get to the statewide levels that are now a moot point.
A comment here under item number 8. What plans do the LPHA and its partners have to continue addressing vaccine confidence? We will continue releasing materials and information to educate the community about the vaccines, as well as supporting community partners. And again, this goes back to the earlier discussion, is the materials that we have been releasing, and the materials, it says we will continue releasing materials, but if those materials don't appear to show balance and are showing sort of a cherry pick data, then I don't think that that's how I mean, if this were reworked to say we're going to put it all out there and let people make the decision, I would feel more comfortable about that. Commissioner Kula.
Thank you, Chair. Was there anything, were you going to finish, or were you done for the moment? Yeah, okay. So I think that Commissioner Berschauer's comment was that she doesn't feel the immediacy of this because of the goal. But I feel like we've heard enough from Director Manfred to understand that the vaccine equity plan is about continuing to provide access to people who want it. So this isn't, she recognizes, and I recognize, that we're no longer working under the immediacy of a 70% or a 65% metric. This is about making sure that people have the access to the vaccine in a way that's relevant to them and that they're comfortable in, and that frankly, they have the ability to then rest from. I know that Miriam at Unidos, Miriam Vargas Corona, expressed that having vaccine clinics that they help organize and bring together on the weekend has been very helpful for folks who work on the weekdays and are concerned about that they might have to take time off because of side effects to the vaccine. I think that's a really good example of the county can support those efforts for people who want the vaccine and have been fully informed about it. So from my perspective, we as a county need to be prudent fiscally and conservative financially. And part of that means accepting money from the state for doing this work when we're already trying to do, as we heard from Director Manfred, the department is trying to do this and is putting off more routine work that they would be doing otherwise. So we're forced to shift a lot of our other resources to that, to try to do both at the same time. I feel like accepting the next round of money and submitting the equity plan is an important part of our the financial stability of this department.
Thank you. I appreciate that. And that's been something that I've appreciated, as far as knowing that there's been a backlog and some of the other work can't be done. Again, my only what I would feel that if we're going, in the true spirit of the word equity, that we get equity of a balance of information out there. When we say here in this, is there a way we could rework this? I'm just asking if maybe we could do that, where it says we will continue releasing materials and information to educate the community about the vaccines. If we can say that we are releasing information that has perhaps more balance to it, where you're giving them more of other than what the OHA tells us to say, and what OHA is that narrative. To me, I would feel like, there's your equity, there's true equity there, and I would feel comfortable with that piece being addressed, and actively, again, in vaccine hesitancy and vaccine misinformation. So again, those are the two sticking points for me. Not saying we can't use the money. I want to make sure we are going to use the money, and we're not going to just say, ooh, look, what are you going to do with it? But that we use the money we need, that we give back the money we don't need, and that we make sure that in this document, we say we're addressing vaccine confidence, because we're going to be giving all of the information out. And I don't think we're doing that now, which is why I wanted to flip-flop the agenda items. So there's the rub. We're kind of at an impasse in that we've got a catch-22. Commissioner Bershaw.
Chair, if we're going to rework some of that, I would request that we be shown also evidence that shows that there are significant barriers to access for the COVID vaccine, because I have not seen it. I have not had a single person tell me that they cannot get the vaccine for whatever reason: cost, transportation, access, time off work, none of it. I haven't heard a single person say that. I have not seen it anecdotally on social media or any of that. So I would like to see some evidence that we are failing in whatever regard, providing access to specific communities, because we have had these large events. We have had, numerous community groups come together and host these vaccination events. We've had, and we have been working on all of that for the past, six months that the vaccine has been out. I have not seen a lack of trying, or a lack of access, or any of that. So for me to feel comfortable about accepting more money, because we've already accepted quite a bit of money for this. So for that, I want to see some evidence that we are falling down in some places that this money would effectively go to.
Okay, Commissioner Kula.
I just want to, I think that, and I know that Director Manfred was making notes, and I'm trying to use my right hand to mimic note taking. because you're right-handed, I think. Yes, I hopefully you can provide some information about that from our community-based organizations, from Providence, and from your own public health department.
Yeah, certainly we can get information. I think based on timelines, right, it's going to be just, some qualitative information that we gather, and then the information around sort of some of the disparities you see already in the equity plan. But certainly we can compile some information to bring back to you.
That would be great. So I would just suggest, and I'm wondering if there's consensus from the board, that those were several issues that the board identified as, where do we have a lack of funding for something in particular? Where are we falling down in perhaps access, and the variety of different things that you brought up, for instance, like if there's a weekend type of an event or something like that. So while we want to make sure that we get all the bases covered, we want to be judicious in accepting funding when we might just be accepting it for the sake of accepting it. I'm not saying we are, but then again, those vaccine confidence and vaccine hesitancy and misinformation, those were the pieces for me that I would not feel comfortable signing this over. But I think overall there was a lot of information that went into this. I appreciate the fact that that you guys came up with some amazing data. It's good to know, and I would like to be able to just have this discussion further and be able to put a little bit more meat on the bone, so we can send this in with confidence and make that decision. Is that okay? Does that sound fair?
Does Director Manfred have a clear sense of what you'd like to see for next meeting?
I believe so.
And maybe commissioners, if you've got additional thoughts on how we could either beef this up or clarify or add a little bit more, so we've got more confidence in what we're sending in. If that's something you want to just send your thoughts to Director Manfred, and then we can come back with another idea. We've got time, right? We have until August or the end of July.
Chris, you probably have the definitive answer. I believe we have to submit it. I think it's by the end of August.
Yeah, there's some time. So we
Yeah,
have
August 31st is the deadline.
Okay, great. Well, I would appreciate a little more time to look at this, and then also come back with, maybe we do have some more anecdotal information about specific groups of people who are just not able to get access and have that. So if that's so we can go ahead and address that as well next week, if that's okay with everybody else. Thank you very much, Director Manfred. This has been an arduous hour for you, and I appreciate your being patient. And as I've said to you in emails, I've appreciated your the tone that you've taken in terms of patience and being willing to work through all these different varied opinions on stuff.
Thank you.
Thanks for joining us. So we'll move on to item 5, I-5, which is discussion of House Bill 3115. And as you know, for those who have been following the legislature, there was a bill, and I asked Todd Sadlow to weigh in on how this would potentially impact the county as far as rules and regulations referring to any kind of jurisdictional, I guess, authority we would have over making time, place, and manner restrictions on people who were houseless, homeless on county property, and that would be our parks. So Todd, did you want to bring us up to speed on some of the ramifications of this and whether it was something we needed to take action on?
Yes, Madam Chair. The deadline for complying or reviewing regulations that the county might have for the use of public property is July 1st, 2023. So obviously there's nothing that we need to do now. I don't know of any rules that would be implicated by this at the moment. Park rules, I guess, if you look at a park that has hours of operation and someone is trying to sleep there after hours, maybe it's implicated, but we, to my knowledge anyway, we're not charging people criminally for camping on the street and or on county property. I haven't known that we have done that. The Boise case that is the reason for this litigation was a Ninth Circuit case that basically tied the management of homeless people to whether there were beds available, and basically stating that under the 8th Amendment to the US Constitution, it's cruel and unusual punishment to punish somebody for being homeless when there's no place for them to go. So it was really tied to that. And since then, a lot of governments, local governments, have struggled with what it means exactly and how to address the situation, because as we know, there are other crimes that are wrapped up in the homeless situation. There's illegal drug use, there's litter, sanitation, and trespassing. Some of these things can be dealt with non-criminally, and I think a lot of jurisdictions are doing that. I think what the purpose of this apparently was to implement Martin v. Boise, or to at least ask that local governments review their regulations to determine whether they are objectively reasonable as to the situation that homeless people are in.
And so if I understand correctly, we have certain rules and regulations that address hours and behavior in parks. And Ken would be the person, because he used to be the parks czar and knows those ordinances intimately. So basically we've got no camping, no sleeping type of rule.
We do Ordinance 619, and just to clarify, it's a prohibition related to camping. And because our county park system is day use only, and so all of our parks are posted that they open 1 hour before sunrise and close 1 hour after sunset. There are some Rogers Landing in particular that allows for overnight parking at the site for boaters that are out on multi-day trips, but for the most part, we do have established park hours that's under Ordinance 619. And then there are specifics related to camping. But otherwise, we don't have anything that, parks are designed to loiter, during the operation hours, so that's not something that is necessarily, that there's enforcement. I mean, you have people in the parks throughout a day, engaged in various recreational activities, or just simply hanging out as a respite. So anything that would come up under that, it would be addressed in Ordinance 619. And so, it sounds like that would probably be one of the ordinances that we'd have to take a look at with this new legislation.
So Todd, you don't see anything we need to do proactively or preemptively at this point?
Madam Chair, no, I don't. Again, we have a couple of years to look this over and make decisions about it. And right now, I have not heard I work with our code enforcement officer, and we're abating nuisances on private property in the county all the time. And nuisance abatement needs to take place on private property, and sometimes it needs to take place on our property as well. We're not charging people criminally, to my knowledge, currently. If that did come up, if there were criminal charges filed against somebody for homelessness or for illegal camping, then we would need to deal with that. We have been looking at this decision since it came out, and looking at the local government responses to it since it came out. So it's not a new issue for us. It's a complicated one that we don't have ready answers to, but it's not new.
Okay, thank you for having looked into that, I know there were a lot of constituents had questions about what our role was in as far as the jurisdiction of the county, and I wasn't really sure how we planned on addressing that. So that was helpful. Christian.
And I would just add to that. I think we have some existing rules in place today as it relates to parks. It would also be important going forward if the county was interested in adopting any other rules or regulations in this area over the course of the next few years to be ready for the operative date of this legislation, that this would need to be taken into consideration in doing that, because the definition of public property under the legislation includes buildings and properties owned by the public entity. So it encompasses more than just our parks. I think we're talking about parks now because that, I think, is where we have the only place we have existing rules that could be implicated by this. So that's certainly important. But going forward, as we observe, and I'm sure this will be a topic of conversation going forward among the County Council Association and League of Oregon Cities, AOC, to try to determine what the best approach might be. And we'll certainly monitor that. And obviously we'll now have to keep the elements and the requirements and the concerns that are addressed in the legislation foremost in that planning process.
Thank you. So would your recommendation be that at this point, we perhaps get more counsel from AOC and get more input from the other counties and from county councils around the state before we formulate anything ourselves? Because I'm sure we're not the only ones trying to figure this out.
I expect that will happen. And again, we have 2 years before this legislation goes into effect. So that should be sufficient to try and come to a consensus in a place where hopefully we can find the right balance.
Thank you.
So I don't think there's anything more specific we need to do at this point, no.
Okay. Any input at this point? Is that pretty much it?
I think that's good. It's good to know the lay of the land, what we're going to do next, and the timeline. So thank you for bringing it up. I appreciate that, Commissioner. And I expect that, well, I would hope that in the process of this discussion that with roads and rights of way, we can include the Road Improvement Advisory Committee as well. And what I'm hoping is that we'll get something from County Council as a framework for discussion, bring it to Road Improvement Advisory Committee, they bring it to Public Works for their expert opinions, and then that comes to us.
Yeah, because we had a question about right-of-ways and just how would they be implicated since it is county property. So yeah, that was another question. So thank you for that. So well, yes, go ahead.
Sorry, just to clarify, because I'm not sure if that's entirely accurate. Is it accurate to say that rights of way are county property? It's not my understanding that most are. Todd?
Christian and I had this conversation.
It's a mixed bag.
It's a mixed bag.
Some of it we own, some of it we have an easement for. But it would, without knowing where and on what right of way this issue might arise, we'd almost have to just deal with it on a case-by-case basis. We can certainly talk about whether or not it makes sense to have some local rules around those right-of-ways that the county does own. But that's, yes, it is a little bit of both. We have some that have been deeded outright and some that we simply have an easement for.
And I believe that the federal case law on this would apply to all property that we have control over, and any rules that we have that implicate the article to the constitutional 8th Amendment.
Thank you for that. Okay, I appreciate it. Well, I'm going to suggest that we take a 5-minute break before we go into our public hearings. Is that acceptable?
Chair, I just want to note, I think we have an I-6.
I have my old agenda in front of me. Yes, we do.
And there's at least 2 fire chiefs who are in the audience who would force themselves onto the stage if we skipped by them.
Oh, no, we need to hear from them. Absolutely.
So on the subject of I-6, we do have Chief Hurdle, and let me check. I think we have Chief Lusich with us as well.
Okay, thank you. I saw that on my new agenda. We've got the ORSs in front of us, thanks to Todd. I said, hey, what can we do about this? Commissioner Berschauer.
Oh, thank you, Chair. I was just going to say, I asked for this to be on the agenda if you want me to introduce it at least.
Yes, go ahead.
So I don't know about my colleagues, but I have been receiving a lot of requests for us to ban the use of fireworks. There's a difference between banning the sale and banning the use of fireworks. Some other counties have done it. You know, some fire departments have recommended it. I believe some cities have done it too. You know, considering that we've had record heat and severely dry conditions, we just came through the heat wave. I think it is, and I would agree, it's a very dangerous time to be using those kinds of things. I am not a fan of fireworks. It's probably the most unpatriotic thing about me, but I can't stand them. But I realize that many of our constituents do enjoy them, and they're part of the festivities for this weekend, and they're an important part. I don't believe that if we were to, even if we did an ordinance today, and it was unanimous and went into effect right away, I don't know that it's even enforceable. And I don't want to just sort of do something for the sake of doing it and give people a false sense of security, because really we can't enforce it. You know, we can't even enforce people using illegal fireworks during you know, seasons where we're not having record heat and dry conditions. So I worry about sending the wrong message that we're giving people a false sense of security. I would love to hear from the fire chiefs that are on. I was at one of their meetings actually beginning of this week. And it's clear that they're nervous about this weekend. It's one of the busiest weekends for them, as well as for law enforcement. So they're being proactive about putting messages out there saying, hey, please, if you can hold off this year, please do, because this is an extremely busy weekend for us. Don't call 911 if you see a fire, you know, call the emergent line, non-emergent line. So maybe we can be helpful with that message. You know, maybe it's a resolution or a letter or something, some sort of statement that we make as a collective body. But I hesitate to do an ordinance because I just don't really think it's even enforceable at this point. And if we were to attempt to ban the sale of fireworks, which I don't know if we can do, that's a Christian question, but I would want to have a full process hearing, because it would affect our business owners. So I feel like we're kind of stuck. It's, you know, we're right before the holiday. So maybe we can do something, but I just hesitate to do something that's unenforceable.
Yeah.
Thank you. Commissioner Kula.
I'm sorry. I was like, oh, yes, Commissioner Bershauer, you're hitting all the high points. So, including the hard high points. Yes. I was talking with, Chief Lusich and Chief Hurdle were very kind and gave me some of their time. And I proposed to them that we do a joint statement that's the Fire Defense Board and the Board of Commissioners, because in a statement, not an ordinance, not a legal, because I feel like there's, between the Fire Defense Board, which is all the chiefs, and the Board of Commissioners, together we have a fairly strong voice in the community, or at least I hope so. And so I drafted something that was really just stealing from the McMinnville Fire Department and from the Oregon State Fire Marshal's office. And I think I sent it, hopefully it got to Ken and Christian, like a proposed statement that's very strong of, please, you know, if don't use fireworks. If you're going to use fireworks, this is how you need to use them. And also it's a note which I saw in both the State Fire Marshal's information and also in the McMinnville Fire Department's information about the consequences both of using illegal fireworks and also the consequences of using fireworks negligently, which I feel like is an important thing for people to know. And I think, I don't know if, Ken, would you be willing to send it to them?
I just hit forward.
Okay, yeah, forward. Or Ed, do you also want to hear from the chiefs? But then I would also, I would support you in that, and I wrote something that hopefully you could agree to, but Commissioner Starrett, I'd want to make sure that I don't want us to get too far.
trying to read it while you were talking, and I just saw it come across. And I appreciate that, because I know we've been getting emails, do something, do something. And so I reached out to Todd, and he shared ORS 480-160, and it talks about all of the restrictions and the parameters around an ordinance, which we could go ahead and do. It wouldn't be in effect necessarily for this 4th of July. But I also wonder about the enforcement when you look at the number of rural patrol deputies we have, and how do you even, I see fireworks going off and you can't even tell where they're coming from. So that's really a tough one, to ask our deputies to be running around in the woods trying to figure out who's setting off fireworks. And something like that, how do you legislate against stupidity when it's so dry and people are doing something that is so dangerous? It's like, do you really have to tell people not to do it? But I think that in this case, I would love to have the support and the street cred of our fire defense board and our fire chiefs to say, hey, guys, please, this is not the year to be even playing with this.
And
yeah, go ahead, Commissioner Bershauer.
Oh, thank you, Chair. I was just going to say I support that that plan, having a joint statement. Is it something where we can read it after our meeting and then just email in and say, looks good to me? Is that something we can do?
I don't know, I wrote it pretty quickly, or I wrote it to be really short. It probably needs to be something that we approved now. And so I apologize for that. I was literally talking with them this morning about it. There is also an alternative ending to it, which would be the statement of that we are banning them as a preemptive statement, but that would be just the Board of Commissioners doing, obviously. I wanted to give you those options. And then it looks like Christian had something to say too.
It's not a very long statement. I think I don't know if it's possible to share a screen with it or just have it read, but I think it's something that you could certainly read and then discuss further if you wanted to.
Yes, Commissioner Bershauer, it's fairly short. Commissioner Kula, do you want to read what you wrote, and then we could go ahead and take action on it now, because it's
okay.
Again, pretty much what Commissioner Kula described.
Yes, I do want to note that Chief Lusich, who is, I believe, the chief, I don't know his correct title, but he's also the chief of the Fire Defense Board, has his hand raised. So I can pull it up while he's coming on.
And I can't see anybody on here other than you guys. So Carrie, would you go ahead and promote the chief? I don't see him anywhere. I see his name now. Okay, Chief Lusich, thank you for joining us, and Chief Hurdle, you're here as well. So if you're around, I'd like to hear from you as well. And maybe okay, we've got both of you here. Thank you very much for joining us. Appreciate you inviting them.
Since they're here, maybe we can hear from them, if that's okay, Chair, before I read.
No, absolutely. Okay, Chief Lusich, why don't you go up first? Hello, Chief. Okay, go ahead.
I'm trying to get this. Can you hear me okay?
Yeah, we can hear you fine.
Okay, great. Commissioner Lindsay is absolutely right. We are concerned about it. We don't feel we have the opportunity to ban it. We have trouble enforcing it. So we would agree with the statement of, this is not the year for fireworks, and that which recommend, is falling along with most fire districts in the state. The cities are the ones that banning it. They have the power. The districts really don't, because we encompass a lot of area. And again, it goes back to enforcement and stuff like that. We just don't feel comfortable doing that right now, especially when the weather's a little gray right at this time. So we're comfortable issuing a joint statement that would, strongly discourage people from using fireworks.
Absolutely. Well said. Thank you very much, Chief. Appreciate that.
We do have a task force out there in Eastern Oregon right now. So they're going to be there until for a bit. So we don't want to, that's another reason. We just want to be very, very cautious.
Yes, appreciate you sending resources over there to that fire. It was very disappointing to hear that it had gotten that big. So thank you very much. Chief, thank you for joining us. We appreciate it. Love to hear you weigh in as well.
I think Terry's spot on, and I appreciate you taking the initiative on this. And it is a concern to us, but as you know, our resources are limited, and we are already sharing them across the state. And one of the concerns that was shared from ODF was if we try and ban them, it will push them further out into the woods. And I think that's a negative thing for us this year, especially with the ice storm and the additional debris that is on the forest floor right now. We really want to avoid anything in areas that are not cleaned up already from that. And as you know, there's a lot of that in our counties. And so I think a joint statement of discouraging this year's use of fireworks is good, and then education to how to properly use them. I know with the city of Willamina, they're doing an amazing job, and they're putting buckets of water out throughout their community so that if citizens use it, they have a place to dispose of them appropriately. And so anything we can do to mitigate the danger this year is a good thing for everyone.
Yes, and especially since it's your team that's got to be out there pretty much trying to deal with that, and also just the danger to them as well. So thank you for that. Commissioner Bershauer.
Thank you, Chair. I just read the statement. I would maybe suggest that the first statement or the first sentence, says, we strongly encourage you to have fireworks free Independence Day. I just want to be sensitive because I don't like banning things necessarily. People are also accusing us of trying to ban the fun. That's not what we're trying to do. I just want to make sure that the statement is, this is how we strongly feel this way, that you should not be doing this. And part of this is there's a lot of emotion coming into this weekend. We just went through a massive heat wave, that killed upwards of 65 people across our state, it sounds like. There's fires burning across the state. Maybe not everybody in the valley is aware of that, but we have several fires burning in the state already. So I appreciate that we have folks who like their traditions, and I certainly don't want to ban anything or even maybe imply that that's what we're trying to do. So maybe changing that first sentence to just, this is what we strongly encourage you to do, would be more appropriate. But obviously, I hope folks can understand that there's a lot of people on edge this weekend because of the conditions that we're facing.
Yeah, and then if I may, Chair. Can you hear me? Okay, great. I appreciate those thoughts. I tried to write it so that it was as clear as possible to as many people as possible, which is why it says have a safe, safe, fun, and fireworks-free Independence Day, and because I wanted to be really clear to people what our statement of purpose is to them, and I just mean, and by that I mean that strongly encourage just means something less weak. We're not banning them. A ban would be if there was legally enforceable actions to stop somebody. But I do want people to know. But the proposal is that the fire chiefs and the board of commissioners, in the strongest terms possible, up to making it illegal, want people to know these particular things.
Sorry, I'm trying to navigate too many and read this at the same time. Yeah, I would just say that for the most part, I think that's strong enough wording, gets the point across, and we're just basically suggesting. I mean, we can't tell anybody, because even if you were to ban it, people are going to go ahead and do what they want to do anyway. But I appreciate the sentiment. So, Commissioner Bershauer.
Sorry, thank you, Chair. I just have a question maybe for Christian and Ken. So let's say, God forbid, something happens, you know, tomorrow, whatever, people are starting to light them off early. And next thing we know, we have an active fire in the county. Is it possible then to maybe declare a state of emergency or whatever? Because the governor already did that. She declared a state of emergency statewide. But I don't know if there's something where we could come in if the worst happens and say, all right, you know, we're in a state of emergency. We're not going to allow this further based on that emergency. Is that something that's on the table?
Sorry, I need to unmute myself. Yeah, I think we could in that situation. We could take certain steps, and then if there was unanimous support from the board to immediately implement an emergency ordinance to do that, yes, we could.
Okay, thank you.
The question I have about that is, so we were to declare an emergency countywide and then do a ban on the use of fireworks within the county. Within the county, certainly we can't address the cities.
Correct.
But this goes to the enforcement piece again, which we can go ahead and declare that emergency. But as far as the enforcement goes, how do you take a limited number of deputies and then how do you enforce that? That's the big question.
Yeah, and that would continue to be a question and a challenge. And in that sort of a situation, I don't know if we would, through a declaration of emergency, have access to some immediate additional resources. That may be a question that would be better suited for the sheriff, for our emergency manager. But yes, you're right. That would continue to still be one of the ongoing challenges.
Yeah, and mind you, this is worst case scenario I'm talking about, but if it were to happen, you know, the assumption is then you're going to have our fire departments aiding each other. It's going to pull resources. So therefore, you know, maybe it's something that it would be an immediate reach out to our city managers and mayors to say, hey, this is what's happening. Perhaps we should go countywide with this. It's just, I was wondering if it was an option. So,
and Ken may be able to speak to it. I think at that point, possibly the sheriff might also be able to tap into some additional volunteer emergency related resources that could also possibly provide assistance.
Well, and I'm trying to, because, you know, I think that's a great question. And, you know, maybe Christian, I don't know if you've done any research on it, because I know typically when we do a local declared emergency, it's the ability, you know, it's usually resource driven. And we've also used that, like, you know, I'm thinking over the last year, we've had some declared emergencies that declared at the local level that allowed some implementation of policies and items like that, just looking internally. I'm wondering about external, if the declared emergency, if there's some exceptions under the process for doing a temporary ordinance or some type of, because that's the part that if we're talking about doing a restriction on a ban on the use of fireworks, doing that as an ordinance, we're, you know, under the procedures ordinance, we're subject to, we follow the statutory language for the hearing requirements, the first and second readings and et cetera, and then the implementation. I'm not sure if a declared emergency, if there's some rules in there that would create an exemption on how the board would act on adopting a temporary ban or a temporary ordinance.
I mean, there isn't actually in statute a requirement for a public hearing. If we want to adopt it as an emergency, the board can act after a single reading. So presumably that could occur in the event of an emergency. I'd have to go back and look at our emergency operations plan and see exactly what that says about the specific emergency powers. But if memory serves, we have some broad authority once an emergency is declared to implement certain limited rules and regulations. And I can certainly go back to that. And if it's any different than what we've discussed we can certainly let the board know. And the other thing to think about too is there's a lot of concern around this weekend, but I know what some other cities and counties are doing are thinking about this sort of beyond the 4th of July weekend and through the rest of the summer. If there is some concern about addressing this, you know, and considering some sort of a ban, you know, that process still remains. And again, I don't know whether or not, given more time, you might be able to coordinate additional resources to address that, to sort of get at the enforcement piece. But that's something else to keep in mind, that and that would provide for some additional public input. You know, if we followed, even if you did ultimately approve it as an emergency ordinance, you could have some additional public input and hear from folks about what their concerns or thoughts would be on that kind of a ban.
So Kristen, my understanding is, and correct me if I'm wrong, is that we wouldn't need to pass an ordinance once the board had declared an emergency that would preclude any subsequent action, and it would just allow for more resources. And as you said, the powers are pretty broad.
I'd have to go look and see. I don't know that it would technically be adopting a form of ordinance, but if memory serves, once an emergency is declared, we have some additional authority to take action that again might not require an adoption through our standard ordinance process, but that could have an impact to no longer allow fireworks during the time of that emergency. Maybe I should have anticipated the question. I'm sorry. I didn't have a chance to go back and review our emergency procedures this morning, but I'm certainly happy to go back and do that, and then let the board know what under our emergency plan, what that procedure would look like. But I'm confident that if an emergency were declared, we would have at least some ability to limit certain of those activities going forward.
Okay, thank you. Thank you. So then, Commissioner Kula, do you want to make a motion, or do we need a motion to send that, to approve that statement that you made, the joint statement? Is that something we need a motion for, Ken?
I would recommend, you know, like if you wanted to read the statement, because I know there was some discussion around that, and Commissioner Kula prepared that. So if we read that and almost treated it like a resolution, and then we could take that language and we can post it on the website, because it is a joint statement that's being issued by the board.
Okay.
Right.
Commissioner Kula, do you want to go ahead and read that?
I'd be happy to. And then I want to make sure, I still have some questions about emergency declarations and kind of the logistics of that. But for one thing at a time, right? So let me pull it up. Okay, this is a joint statement from the Yamhill County Fire Defense Board and the Yamhill County Board of Commissioners. Have a safe, fun, fireworks-free Independence Day. Record heat and dry makes our county unsafe for using fireworks. Save your fireworks for when the temperature is lower and the land is wet. Using fireworks when it's hot and dry puts you and your neighbors in danger, and you can be charged with criminal and civil penalties for damage caused by your fireworks. The use of illegal fireworks, that is ones that fly in the air, explode, or travel more than 12 feet over the ground, can lead to fines of up to $2,500 per item. You cannot use fireworks in county and city parks, national forests, on BLM land, on U.S. Fish and Wildlife land, on state beaches, in state parks, and in state campgrounds. If you plan to light fireworks, be prepared, have a charged hose or full bucket of water ready. Be safe, keep children and pets away from fireworks. Be responsible, never relight a firework, wait 15 minutes, then soak in a bucket of water. Be aware, use only legal fireworks and only in legal places. As always, keep it legal and keep it safe. Signed, Chief Lusich, Chief Hurdle, Commissioners, Chair Starrett, Vice Chair Bershauer, and Commissioner Kula.
Thank you for that. I appreciate you putting that together. Commissioner Bershauer, comments?
Thank you, Chair. I'm good with that. The only other thing is that I noticed the Newburgh Dundee PD released a statement about making sure that people are not calling 911 every time they see fireworks or smoke. So I don't know if we can tag on to that message of, hey, there's, you know, non-emergent lines that you should be using. Please use them, because the amount of calls, 911 calls this weekend are at an all-time high typically. So that, I don't know if we want to add that to the statement or just tack on that some kind of statement like that. But that's the only other piece that was kind of similar in some of these statements that I've seen.
Agreed. Yeah, that's an issue with people calling 911, and then of course we don't have the resources to address everybody who lights a firecracker. So, do we want to add that, Commissioner Kula? Do you want to add that and just call your call if you have concerns, call your local non-emergency numbers?
Yeah, I think that's a reasonable addition.
Okay, so do you want to make a motion to approve this joint letter?
I move that we approve the joint letter as presented, but with the additional information that Commissioner Starrett has proposed.
That Commissioner Berschauer comes from Commissioner Berschauer. Thanks.
You said it last. I guess I move that we approve the joint statement on the risk of wildfire and fireworks as presented to Chief Lusich, Chief Hurdle, and the Yamhill County Board of Commissioners, as modified with the statements proposed by Commissioner Berschauer.
Okay, we have a motion. Further discussion? All those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Motion passes. And if our chiefs are still around, thank you very much. We appreciate your joining us and your input, and we hope you and your team stay safe here and in Eastern Oregon. Mr. Huffer.
And Commissioner, if you could, Commissioner Kula, if you wouldn't mind forwarding, you could send me the email and we'll make sure we get it on letterhead, and we'll get the notice published, posted to our website, and we'll share it with the media as well.
Great, thank you.
Thank you.
And Christian?
Yeah, as you were reading that, I was taking a look at our statutory authority to declare a state of emergency, and we can do that by an ordinance or resolution. And we have form documents in our plan already, and that resolution can establish procedures to prepare for and carry out any activity to prevent, minimize, respond to, or recover from an emergency. So I think that would incorporate a ban on fireworks if we, you know, hopefully this obviously won't happen, but in the event of an emergency, we would have the ability to do that, I believe.
Thank you for that. Commissioner Kula.
Thank you. Thank you, Christian. So commissioners, what, we learned from the heat wave and then our cooling centers, it was very obvious that we needed to have them open from this day to that day. And then we're talking with emergency manager Brian Young about what in the future, what's our threshold for opening. And I think for me, it begs the question in this conversation is what will trigger it for us to declare an emergency and to be comfortable with a ban? Because I think that we all have a fairly similar mind here about it's going to be risky. We are uncomfortable with banning things until we really know that it's necessary. But I would love to hear from you. What do you think it is? Because this will be a time when we will probably go to our emergency manager and say it's time, rather than him calling us, unless there's a wildfire.
Well, thank you for that question, because I was wondering because I know that our emergency manager is usually always on top of these types of things, and I would just expect or ask that he make a recommendation to us, and then we as the governing body would go ahead and do the next process, and then we know what that whole process entails. Just wondering if that would be sufficient, or if perhaps the sheriff or Sergeant Young can.
I would just highlight what a fairly recent event, last fall when we had the wildfire, and I know that the sheriff and the emergency manager, because a lot of times they're going to identify when they start in that central coordination, and they see, okay, we need to stand up the EOC. There's a call for resources. There's a call for action. that, you know, Brian Young has done an outstanding job in being able to, you know, and Commissioner Kula, you remember you know, and Commissioner Starrett, when I was calling folks, because I was called down to the EOC very late in the evening, early morning, and so was Christian, and we were meeting with the sheriff and emergency manager. And then I was calling, looking for, you know, each commissioner very early in the morning to, you know, look at declaring an emergency at that point. So I do think that under our emergency operations plan that we have some guidance about, you know, what that looks like and the process for standing up an EOC and needing to declare an emergency and do that. Again, you know, it's really resource driven for the most part. And this could be something if there's, you know, I think if Brian Young was here, he would just do a reminder, take a look at the your EOP. And if you don't have copies of that, let us know. We can, I can connect with Brian and get additional copies. But I do think that this might be something, just knowing what we're looking at as far as current conditions and with the high temperatures and the wildfire danger and everything, that if the board would like to have Brian Young and the sheriff possibly attend an upcoming session to have some further discussions about around standing up the EOC and emergency declarations, just thinking a little more long-term, not this immediate weekend. I could look at the calendar and I could reach out to Brian and we can make that happen.
That's a great idea.
There's also information on the website under our emergency operations ordinance. It's ordinance 883. So if folks need access to or would like to refamiliarize themselves with that information, that's also available on the website.
Thank you for that. Appreciate it. Commissioner Kula.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Ken and Christian. I appreciate that. I think that I don't want us to get to a spot where there's a conflagration or an out of control wildfire and then say, hey, let's ban fireworks. It feels I don't know. Where Chair Starrett has really good quotes, like aphorisms, and she probably has one for this. But I do want to note that in the coming week, at least, we're not seeing like a fire danger watch or red flag warning in our community, as far as I understand. Other areas are, and so I don't want to minimize their risks of a dangerous spread wildfire. So if the weather wasn't cloudy right now, and if we weren't, right now we're seeing temperature forecasts close to 90 but below. I think in that situation, we probably can wait and rather than standing up an EOC now and declaring an emergency. And I feel like that's famous last words, but I did want to get that out there that if we had a red flag warning coming up for tomorrow or for Saturday or for Sunday or for Monday, I would be advocating right now for a different direction, a different trajectory right now, which would be a declaration of emergency. But I don't see that in the same way as we saw it last week or this last weekend. So I hope that makes sense.
Agreed. I think that's
Okay.
I think that's reasonable. And I think, again, this weather will take it. So, yeah, but I think we really do need to get ahead of this, because this is a very early start to some concerning fires we didn't worry about until fall of last year. Commissioner Berschauer.
Thank you, Chair. I appreciate that distinction, Commissioner Kula. And I think the Newburgh fire was caused by a backyard campfire that was smoldering. And I believe they had a burn ban in place. So, you know, you can only do what you can do. I just want to make sure that if it's worst case scenario, we have an ability to respond quickly and with something that makes sense. I mean, you know, if Newburgh's on fire, does it make sense to ban things in Willamina? Maybe not, you know, but just have a heightened level of awareness for folks in the county.
And I think our fire districts also, I'd love to get them in the discussion. I know they were very much part of the discussion in the sort of just the, you know, after action report last year, and also just overall what their basic policies are. So I'd love to have them in on the discussion as well as what they would need from us in
I think
that
that's a really good
regard.
idea, Chair.
So, okay, so are we clear there? We'll go ahead and,
Yeah, thank you, Chair. I just wanted to make sure that we address the emergency and kind of what it looks like, that we're all on somewhat of a similar page about if this, then that. So I appreciate us having a future conversation about it, and we'll all keep an eye on our cell phones and be available, right?
absolutely. Thank you very much. So can we go ahead and adjourn for 5 or 10 minutes, take a break, because we've got several land use items we need to address on the agenda. So if that's okay, we'll come back in, why don't we come back in 10 minutes? Okay, so we're adjourned.
Oh no, my computer is trying to update itself.
You know what that means?
I don't want to get kicked off, but I apologize if I can't figure it out.
And there's nothing you can do except wait for it to happen.
During the fires, I was on a call with the governor, and it, like, mid-sentence, it kicked me off.
It's always at the absolute worst time. Okay, I know, Todd, I know you're there because I can hear you next door. Making a lot of noise over there. Okay. Well, we'll come back into session. This is the Yamhill County Board of Commissioners formal informal session for July 1st, 2021. And we're back on to item J, which is our public hearings. And we're into item J1, which is docket number SDR 20-20/M-01-20, which is the consideration of a site design review for the construction and operation of a new wireless communications facility consisting of a 100-foot monopole tower, 104 feet, including the antennas, along with associated equipment cabinets, emergency diesel generator, and cabling. The applicant is Christine Bradford, representing AECOM, consulting for Verizon Wireless, and the appellant is the city of McMinnville. The tax lot is 419-02600, and the location is 551 Hill Road South, McMinnville. This has been continued from May 27th at the point right before staff recommendation, or in other words, at the applicant's case, if I've got this correct. Is that right, Todd? Okay, so Ken, did you want to make any statements before we begin with the applicant's case?
Nope, I think that's appropriate to go with the applicant, and then the opponent, then provide the applicant an opportunity for rebuttal.
Okay, great. And Lance, thank you for joining us and for all the information. Ken, thanks for being with us. And Ms. Bradford, if you'd like to go ahead with your testimony for the application, thank you for joining us.
Thank you, Chair. I am actually pending another person to join us, Mike Connors, who joined us last time. And I'm not sure if you show him already on. Oh, there he is.
There he is. Mr. Connors, welcome. Thank you. And so do you want to go ahead, Mr. Connors, with testimony for the applicant?
Yes, thank you very much, Madam Chair and Commissioners. For the record, again, my name is Mike Connors, and I'm an attorney representing Verizon on this particular application. And as you already know, Ms. Bradford is here with me as well. As the Commission can likely recall, at the May 27th hearing, the city asked for a continuance so that we could look at an additional option they had identified on the Church on the Hill property. Which we agreed to, and that's what led to the continuance to today's hearing. After that hearing, the city also identified some additional options with the McMinnville Water and Light District properties and utility poles, and we agreed to evaluate those as well. We had already considered both the Church on the Hill and McMinnville Water and Light properties and options both in 2019, as well as prior to the May 27th hearing. But, as I indicated at the last hearing, we're willing to work cooperatively with the city and see if we can identify a reasonable alternative to the proposed site. And so we agreed to do that. We had a couple of Zoom calls with the city, the church, McMinnville Water and Light, also some email exchanges to talk about their ideas, the options that they wanted us to look at, some of the key issues related to that. And then we evaluated those options to determine whether they could work as a replacement to the proposed facility. We submitted some material June 29th with a cover letter from me, as well as some additional attachments where we basically explained to the board that after evaluating these various options, we don't believe any of them are going to work, and try to provide some detailed responses as to why that's the case. What I'm going to do today is try to summarize to make sure you kind of understand why it is that we deemed these new additional options not to be viable or feasible. I'm also going to quickly respond to some of the new issues that the city raised in their May 26th letter, which I address in my June 29th letter, but I'll summarize it briefly, but as well as the June 30 submittal that the city made yesterday. So first of all, the Church on the Hill option. So the city and Church on the Hill asked us to consider a flagpole option that would entail the city constructing a 50-foot flagpole, and then we would apply for a co-location application, extend that pole 20 feet, and attach our antennas to the flagpole. This co-location application would require a conditional use permit approval from the city, which would be subject to a public process and hearing before the City Planning Commission. Although a 70-foot height for antennas on the Church on the Hill property would work from a RF perspective, these options are not viable for other related reasons, which I'll summarize. First and foremost, as we explained at the last hearing, the Church on the Hill has a lease with T-Mobile, and a provision in that lease includes a non-compete clause that prohibits the church from leasing to any competitor of T-Mobile. All the parties agree Verizon's a competitor of T-Mobile and is prohibited under that non-compete provision. And we also advised the city and Church on the Hill months ago that in order to resolve that issue, we would need an actual lease amendment that basically removed that provision from the lease so that there was no doubt. And as you can see from the record, that hasn't been accomplished. The non-compete is still part of the lease. The city actually submitted some emails that they have had with T-Mobile. So it's clear that they're making efforts, at least the city was, to try to address the issue. But if you look at those emails in detail, you'll see that the city's having a hard time even getting T-Mobile to respond to their emails, having difficulty finding the right representative in T-Mobile to even decide this issue. And as of today, there's no commitment from T-Mobile to remove that. So as we are sitting here today, we have a site that has a non-compete that would prohibit us from putting any facility on that property. And for that reason alone, it would rule out the site. There are some additional reasons, and the second one relates to some code restrictions under the city's code. There's multiple ones of them. One is that a flagpole, the flagpole proposal here would constitute a antenna support structure. And what an antenna support structure is under the city's code is basically a structure that is designed and constructed for the specific purposes of accommodating co-located antennas. And that's exactly what this flagpole proposal would be. And we have a public process that makes it clear that's the case. Verizon had considered for another church property back in 2019 when we were evaluating our options of building a new structure and then doing the same kind of approach. And at that time, the city told us, hey, that's going to clearly fall in the definition of an antenna support structure, which is prohibited in all residential zones. So on that basis, since the flagpole is specifically intended to accommodate our antennas, it's a prohibited antenna support structure, as opposed to a traditional co-location where you're looking for an existing structure that's already there, and then you co-locate on that structure. The second related city code issue is that even for co-locations, the city's code requires that the antennas be stealthed and that they be completely screened from view. And it's just not possible to do that with this type of a structure. Standard flagpole wouldn't allow us to screen or stealth the antennas effectively in any way. And so for that reason, we believe we wouldn't be able to comply with that provision if we filed an application with the city. And lastly, the city code specifically imposes a 50-foot height limit on antennas. And it's important here because regardless of the height of the pole or whatever structure we would use, if the antennas themselves are limited to 50 feet because this is a residential zone, we already know that 50 feet will not provide us sufficient height for us to be able to meet our coverage capacity objectives. So for those code-based reasons, we don't believe that it's possible for us to get such an option approved. Now, the city in the June 30 letter that they submitted and some of the attachments, they criticize us for focusing on these code-related issues. But it's our position that it's not a viable option if we can't comply with the code and can't get it approved. We've submitted an email from the city planning director, April 21st, in the beginning of this appeal process, where she made very clear to us that the city can't guarantee any outcome for any of the alternatives, that they would be subject to a public process that must allow for community input, that the planning commission is decision maker, so the city planning department can't speak on their behalf, and made clear that we, as an applicant, would bear the burden of demonstrating compliance with whatever alternative we pursued. And we agree with that point, which is why we're concerned about making sure that whatever option we would be deviating from, meaning that we would no longer be pursuing this option and putting all our eggs into a new option, that it has to be viable, it has to be able to satisfy the basic city code requirements. And these are not trivial issues. The issues that we are raising are the same exact issues that the city raised with us when we were exploring options in 2019. And so when we had our June 4th call with the city and the Church on the Hill representatives, we did raise these questions and we wanted to talk about it. In fact, I sent an email to the city in advance of the meeting to say, hey, there's these city code provisions that we want to make sure that we're addressing. And the purpose for that was not to be contrary or difficult. It truly was to make sure that we understood what are the city code requirements or limitations, and how does the city feel about some of these issues since they've raised some of these concerns in 2019. But it was clear, they made clear at that call that the city and the Church on the Hill, and city in particular, didn't want to talk about code compliance issues. They really wanted to focus on RF coverage. And I get that. I understand, they're focused on RF coverage, but the problem with that analysis is that the RF coverage is irrelevant if a 70-foot antenna height flagpole option can't meet the basic requirements of the city code or ever be approved. We've explained why we believe that these city code provisions are an impediment and will preclude this option. The city did, in its latest June 30 submission, address the 50-foot height limit, but they haven't addressed the other issues. They haven't addressed how a flagpole designed specifically for co-location doesn't qualify as an antenna support structure. They haven't explained how we could comply with the stealthing and screening requirements with this type of an option. The one that they did address is the 50-foot, but even if you look at that, I think their code is clear. I mean, it couldn't be any clearer. 50 feet is the limit, and we don't believe reference to obscure legislative history is sufficient to overcome that. And so even if we went with that interpretation, I'm not sure that that interpretation would be legally defensible. And again, any community member, any public member can participate in that. And as you know from this case, some of these cell tower wireless proposals can get controversial and they draw a lot of attention. So we always expect that there will be somebody out there who's not happy with our new location. And then the third and final reason why we don't believe this is a viable option is it's conceptual. Verizon understands and regularly looks at co-location options, but those are existing structures. Here you have a flagpole that hasn't been proposed, it hasn't been designed, it obviously hasn't been constructed. And I don't believe that the law requires us to abandon this site, again, after we've already vetted all these alternatives back in 2019, and go with a conceptual plan that, again, hasn't been designed, hasn't been proposed, hasn't been approved. Because that, I believe, exceeds the scope of what's required under the statute, 215, 275. It requires us to consider reasonable alternatives, and a conceptual proposal for co-locating, especially with all these code problems that we've identified, we don't believe is a reasonable alternative. Moving next to the McMinnville water and light options, there were three options that the city identified for us. one of which we, had already looked at, but we agreed to, talk about and look at again, and two of which were newer type of options. And once again, as we explained in our letter, we determined that none of these options will work, either because of McMinnville Water and Light or city code impediments, or they aren't able to meet our coverage and capacity objectives for the site. So quickly, the three options are: the first one is the McMinnville Water and Light water tank site located on Fox Ridge Road. It's got a Crown Castle tower already on it. We had looked at that all the way back in 2019, and we determined that that site's not going to work because it's almost a mile outside of the searching area that we had identified. It's too far removed. And so it's not going to be able to provide the coverage. And in particular, it's not going to be able to address our capacity needs, which are really tied to making sure that the towers are within a certain proximity of existing towers. The second site was another vacant site that McMinnville Water and Light recently acquired. And they asked us to look at it. And in our supplemental RF analysis, again, our RF engineer explains that that site's too far out. In fact, it's further than the water tank site. And so from an RF coverage capacity objective, it's not going to meet the needs for us based on what we're proposing with the proposed site. There's also some other impediments with that site. The main one is that these towers require fiber. And we asked McMinnville Water and Light whether fiber was extended to that far down Fox Ridge Road, and they confirmed that it's not. So we don't even have fiber that's available from the water tank site all the way up to where this new vacant site is. And it also does not currently have an improved access or power source. We can pull power from the road, but that would have to be improved. So those in combination, the main issue being that it doesn't provide the required coverage or capacity that we need, but also the lack of fiber, lack of access road, lack of power to the site is the basis for ruling that one out. And the final option is McMinnville Water and Light is in the process of replacing one of the transmission poles that's located Hill Road, 2nd Street area. And they suggested that we could use that as a potential alternative. They're proposing an 80-foot transmission pole, but they said they would have some flexibility to go up. And again, if McMinnville Water and Light were able to increase the height of that 80-foot tower, it would likely work from an RF perspective, but there are other restrictions, namely the McMinnville Water and Light construction standards that would prohibit us from doing what we need to do on that alternative. And just to go over those real quickly is McMinnville Water and Light, they did confirm this in the call, any attachment is subject to their joint use construction standards. And those are the standards that apply to all wireless carriers. And there are a few of those standards that will prohibit us from doing what we want to do. Namely, the most important one is that their standards expressly prohibit the use of a transmission pole. That's what McMinnville Water and Light had told us in 2019 when we were looking at some of these poles, which were shorter poles than this replacement pole, but we were looking at that time, and the replacement pole continued to be transmission poles. So their standards expressly prohibit us using that for co-location. Secondly, the height is limited to 60 feet. It's expressly in their standards, and as you know, we need 100 feet, so that's about 40 feet less than what we would require. And then third, the construction standards limit antenna attachments to one per pole. The proposed facility will have 12 panel antennas, and so we're not able to accommodate all 12 panel antennas when you have this prohibition on more than one attachment. And the city, if you look at the June 30th submission, they don't dispute that these standards would preclude us from moving forward, but they do take the position that, well, it's okay because the current pole is a wooden pole, the new one will be a metal pole. But we submitted those joint use construction standards so you could see them for yourself. And if you look at them, there's no distinction between wood, metal, or any other type of pole. all those standards apply to all poles. And so the mere fact that the replacement pole be metal as opposed to wooden, it's not going to resolve those issues. We're not going to be able to satisfy those particular standards. There were also some impediments under the city code. Because we would require ground equipment to go along with a co-location because it's in the public right of way. City code requires that we have a franchise agreement with the city, which we don't have. That will take several months for us to try to negotiate that, which would just be a further delay. We wouldn't even be able to apply until we have that in place. And then also there's a concerning city code provision that basically gives the city the discretion to require us to replace or remove our facility upon 90 days notice. It just gives them the discretion, the public interest. And it is true that there are other jurisdictions that try to impose these kind of requirements in franchise agreements, but Verizon resists that and typically doesn't agree to that because here we have a site that we've fully vetted, spent a lot of time and resources. We have this site, we'd be abandoning it for a new macro facility on a utility pole, going through that whole expense and process. We just can't justify that if the city at any moment can say, we believe in the public interest, that needs to be removed or replaced or relocated, I should say. And relocation we know would be a problem because that's the whole meat of this case, is that there are very limited opportunities to relocate one of these facilities. So for all those reasons, we ruled out the McMinnville water and light options. And we feel at this point that we've thoroughly vetted all the alternative sites. We really have demonstrated that no alternative options are available. I hope the board understands that, we did a vetting process in 2019. We agreed to look at some sites prior to the May 27 appeal hearing. In fact, we postponed the original scheduled hearing so we'd have more time, and we agreed to this continuance. So we really do feel like we've exhausted all efforts and done as much as we can. And we do feel that what we've done is more than what is typically required and does comply with the statutory requirements to evaluate reasonable alternatives. And on that basis, we ask that you, conclude that we have adequately vetted the issues, and the substantial evidence shows that there is no alternative options available. So that kind of addresses the new options that we looked at. And briefly, I would like to just kind of summarize some responses to the letters, the May 26 and June 30 letters that the city submitted, so that the board understands what our position is on some of these issues. The first one, deals with RF related issues. The city's RF consultant asked for additional information in the report that they submitted on May 26th, and the supplemental RF analysis that we provided responds to those questions and provides the information that was requested. And some of the key items are our RF engineer clarified that we do in fact use the above mean sea level to compute the plots for our prop maps. The only time that we use above ground level type data is for purposes of determining the antenna height in relation to the ground level. So we do use the same above sea mean level that the city's consultant was recommending. Our engineer also explained why the fact that site elevation does not determine whether you can satisfy the criteria, the coverage and capacity requirements. There are other factors that go into account. Location is the most important one. And so that's why you can't just look at an elevation on a property and say, hey, if it's the same with a particular height, that means that you can meet your needs. We clarified that, the color propagation map, which I understand if you're not an RF engineer, you can see this, sometimes it can be confusing. But the key here is that we provided some of the more detailed information, but what we're looking for is the green colors. The green represents good or reliable indoor and outdoor coverage. The other ones don't provide reliable indoor coverage. And as you can imagine, with all of us using our wireless devices, as our home phone and throughout the home and at work, reliable in-building coverage is critical. And that's why green is the criteria that we are looking at. And then lastly, we confirmed that the antenna height will in fact be 100 feet with an antenna tip at 104. There were some site elevations that show lower height, but those elevations were not intended to show the antenna height itself. They were just for purposes of showing the site elevation of the facility, but we will be putting the antennas at the 100-foot centerline mount. And finally, the city consultant raised an issue about alternative of using small cell antennas. And we see this a lot in these public proceedings where that issue is raised. But really, there's a fundamental difference between a small cell antenna and a macro antenna. And macro antennas are what we're proposing here. Macro antennas have far longer ranges and are intended to cover a far broader area, whereas small cell antennas have a very short range. And really where they're used is to complement macro facilities. If you're in a dense urban area where there's a high level of traffic, it can overload the macro facilities. So you use small cells in close proximity to that dense usage area to try to offload and provide additional capacity. So a small cell or even multiple small cell antennas is never going to be a replacement for a macro facility. That's something that our RF engineer explained in her report. And then one of the new things in the June 30 city submission is that their city RF consultant purports to have provided his own RF propagation analysis and reaches conclusions on that. But I encourage you to read the fine print on that report. Our RF consultant characterizes his analysis as, quote, extremely preliminary, end quote, acknowledges that he doesn't have all the relevant technical information, and admits that the analysis is a, quote, standard generic, end quote, type of analysis. That's the information it's based on. In contrast, our RF engineer has all the network information that's required to do one of these analyses, much of which is proprietary, but and has done a thorough vetting job on this. Our analysis is a final analysis. So I guess I would just caution you on relying on something that is admittedly an extremely preliminary analysis that's not based on all the relevant information in lieu of a final analysis that does have all of the required information that it takes to do this kind of an evaluation. Next, I want to comment on the cities raising the Federal Communications Act. In their May 26th letter, you can see there's about 5 pages that they rely pretty heavily on that. Basically, at least what I interpreted was to argue to the county that, hey, these federal standards can be used as an additional basis to deny our application. And we responded to that to explain why that's not how those federal standards apply. Those federal standards are really designed and only apply when a wireless carrier is challenging a local government's denial. And then as part of that, a carrier is required to show, based on these standards, why the denial violates the requirements under the Act. Because the Act is intended to limit or restrict local government's ability to deny these facilities. There are some, it does reserve general zoning authority, which is why we're here today and why you get to make a decision on this. But there are some limitations, but those are limitations. They're not intended to be additional standards that you would impose. And if you look at this latest June 30 submittal, it appears that the city understands that now. They've kind of recharacterized this argument as they were just trying to give the county advice to be careful, not to, expose yourself to a potential federal telecommunications act from Verizon. Well, as you know, we haven't raised that issue. We're not threatening it. We have a county approval. So I don't think that this is an issue that's really relevant to the proceeding before you. I think this is just the city's attempt to try to interject some additional standards that they believe will help their case. Next issue I want to address is something we talked about before in the May 27th hearing, and that is the applicability of the county's local standards, in particular, the site development review standards. And it appears to me, based on the June 30th letter, that the city is acknowledging that there is a state law, and the state law does preclude the county from using those local standards to deny the application. But now they've raised this new argument that we've waived our right to rely on that state law because we addressed the site design review criteria, and therefore we waived any ability to rely on the state law. And we just disagree with that. And as we noted, the city doesn't provide any authority for that proposition, and I believe that's because it doesn't exist. The state law is a state law, and it's not incumbent upon an applicant to raise an issue, or in this case, refuse to even respond to any local criteria in order to preserve that state law position. What we were trying to do here is like what we always try to do is, if there's a cooperative conciliatory path forward, then Verizon's going to take it. And in this case, we believe that we can and do satisfy the site design review criteria. And so we address those. And so now, you have a county planning decision that approves our application, determines that we do comply. There'd be no reason for us to have appealed that decision, as the city suggested, because they approved the application. But what you can't, I believe, rely on is the fact that we elected to address those criteria, that somehow that waives any right for our ability to rely on the statutory authority and the case law that makes it clear state law trumps in this case. So with that, I think that addresses their argument on the waiver. The last issue I want to touch upon is, Commissioner Kula, you had asked about the size of the lease area or approved area that we're proposing, and we provided that information in our June 29th letter. But basically, the total square footage for the facility is 3,876 square feet, and that includes both the lease area as well as the access drive to get there. And in this case, the lease area is a 40 by 40 foot area, which is standard for this kind of facility. And the city has raised an issue about there being some additional space for future co-location opportunities, and that is true because all our towers are constructed to be able to accommodate co-location, so that the county doesn't have all new tower proposals coming. But the 40 by 40 foot requirement is not solely because of that. It's required in part because of the foundational requirements. We're required to use what's called a mat foundation, and that's required, typically depending on the soil conditions. You have to distribute the weight because of the soil's not load bearing. If it's low load bearing type soil, you need to distribute the weight, and so that's really the driver in this case. But hopefully that answers your question with respect to the size of the area. And I guess I'll just conclude our opening remarks by saying that we certainly understand that the city would prefer that we provide or find an alternative location, but we truly have vetted all options both before this process and during this process. We even looked at the Church on the Hill and Midville Water and Light options. This would be a third time. And we feel that we've exhausted all of our efforts. And we again understand that, that the city just wants to look at the RF perspective, but as I explained earlier, it's not a viable site if it's one that can't comply with basic code requirements and is approvable. And as we explained, we believe there are multiple reasons why these options are not approvable. And so with that, we just respectfully ask that you deny the city appeal and affirm the planning director's approval of our application. And we also would request or suggest that you draft some supplemental findings if you are to affirm the planning director's decisions that would address the issues raised by the city. We've talked to Mr. Sadlow and your staff about this, and the issue on that is that if your decision was ever appealed to LUBA, one of the requirements is that you have findings that address all the issues that were raised. And so we just want to make sure that there are findings that will address the issues that have been raised. And, we can certainly assist with your staff in drafting findings for you to review. But with that, that concludes my comments, and I'm happy to take any questions that you may have.
Thank you, Mr. Connors. Commissioners, questions for Mr. Connors? Commissioner Kula.
Yes, thank you, Chair. And thank you, Mr. Connors. I want to go to it's a SDR-2020 sub M-01-20 Connors.06 PDF. Sorry, you have a lot of them, so I'm going to just, on page 2 of 11, it says, although Verizon appreciates the city's attempts to explore property, it is not a reasonable alternative unless Verizon can actually get it approved. And can you direct me to something in statute or approval criteria that defends that position?
Yeah, so it relates to the statutory requirement, ORS 215275. That statute requires that an applicant consider all reasonable non-EFU alternatives. And what the courts have interpreted that to mean is that it has to be something that's feasible, something that doesn't meet code criteria and is unlikely to be ever be able to be approved has been deemed not to be a reasonable alternative. In fact, there's a particular case where it was determined that requiring a applicant to seek a variance on one of the alternatives was pushing beyond the reasonable alternative requirement. And the idea there is if a applicant is not, if it doesn't matter whether an alternative site could ever be built based on the requirements in the applicable code, it would be impossible to satisfy the standard. Because you could say, well, just go over there. And I could say, well, that zone doesn't even permit it. Well, that doesn't matter. And so the idea behind the statute is that to be a reasonable opportunity, it has to be feasible. And one of the critical questions on feasibility is, can you satisfy the code? Do the zoning code provisions, or in this case, utility pole provisions, would they allow the alternative option that's being presented? And if not, then it's not a reasonable alternative and it would comply with the statute.
Okay, so follow up if I may, Chair.
Yes, go ahead. Thank you.
Okay, great, thank you. So when the city says you'll have to go through, what I'm hearing is you're saying we can't do that. And the city is saying, oh, but you'll have to go through a process. And to me, that strikes me, no offense, as being a reasonable alternative, that you just have to go through the process. And I recognize that you're saying this is not a reasonable alternative because we can't do it, but the city is saying, yes, you can do it. So can you help me reconcile those two differing perspectives on reasonable alternative? And don't worry, I'll ask the city the same thing.
Yeah, no, I understand. I appreciate that question because that kind of gets at the heart of some of the issues. So, the city will speak for themselves, but honestly, I think what we have here is that the city is focused on stopping this proposal and having us find an alternative. That's, I think, their primary directive at this point in the proceeding. Our primary directive is if we're not going to be able to build this proposed facility, we want to make sure whatever alternative we're required to look at is doable, it's feasible. And so the code provisions that we're raising are not subjective provisions like, well, we don't want to get in front of the planning commission, have the planning commission say, well, it needs to, like a subjective provision is, you have to mitigate the visual impacts. And then we're worried about the planning commission saying, well, we don't think this really minimizes the visual impacts. We're talking about objective standards. Can't be taller than 50 feet. You can't have an antenna support structure, a structure specifically built to accommodate antennas. The antennas have to be stealth and obscured or screened from view, which is not possible. And again, these are all code provisions that in 2019, when we were evaluating sites, the city said you can't do that. Like, for instance, we had one church property we looked at and we said, hey, we'll build a new faux bell tower. And then we'll use that bell tower for purposes of co-locating our antennas. And the city said, that's not going to fly because our code is clear. If it's built for the purposes of co-locating antennas, it's an antenna support structure. And if it's an antenna support structure, it's not allowed in the residential zone. So our feasibility analysis is based on objective code provisions that would preclude these options. and our code provisions that the city and McMinnville Water and Light had cited to us in 2019 as being impediments. And so that's where I think the real issue is. And the city did address the 50-foot limit. They introduced some memo from their lawyer and the city council supporting that interpretation, which does not mean that that issue is off the table, but they haven't responded to the other code provisions. They haven't even really taken a position on them. And so I think what you have is, one side clearly shown we have these objective criteria that have already been used to deny similar options that we don't see a way around. And the city really not, focused on that, because again, I think they're more focused on, we just want to get you off this proposed site and onto some alternative. But that alternative is not going to work unless it's feasible. And it's not feasible if it doesn't meet basic requirements of the code.
Okay, thank you very much for your answer, Mr. Connors.
Thank you. Commissioners? Further questions? Ms. Bradford, did you want to add anything? And do we have additional testimony in support of the applicant?
Thank you, Chair. I have nothing else to add at this time.
Okay, thank you. Anyone else want to add testimony in support of the application? Okay. Doesn't look like we have anybody. Thank you very much. We'll move on to testimony, the appellant's case, and I don't know who is here. Testimony in opposition to the application.
Amanda's here, it looks like.
Okay, I'm not seeing anybody, so.
Carrie's
Oh,
promoted.
there you are, Amanda. Okay. And Heather is here. Okay, thank you for being here.
Thank you, Chair. And again, I'm Amanda Guile-Hinman. I'm the city attorney for the city of McMinnville. I also have Heather Richards, the city planning director here. We also have our RF consultant, Michael Offlerbach, present, but I'm not sure if he's on the screen yet. I've got to kind of scroll through, but he should. Oh,
there he is.
Yep, perfect. Great. Thank you. To begin, ORS 215275 is the key statutory provision at play here. It was adopted by the legislature to ensure that EFU land would be the last resort for the location of utilities. That is, utilities would only be located on EFU land out of necessity after the applicant has shown that there's no other reasonable alternative that exists on non-EFU land. Verizon seeks to undermine the premise of ORS 215275, outright reject other reasonable alternatives proposed by the city without performing the necessary technical analysis, and argue that if any alleged obstacle, whether identified under the statute or not, should be reason enough to disregard these other options. Such analysis undermines the very reason for the passage of the statute. What ORS 215275 stands for is to put the burden of proof on the applicant in order to protect EFU land from unnecessary intrusion. The city requests that the board find that Verizon has not met its burden of proof under ORS 215275 subsection 2, that the location of its wireless communication facility on EFU land is not necessary. More specifically, Verizon has failed to show that other reasonable alternatives on non-EFU land that there are no other reasonable alternatives on non-EFU land in one or more of the following ways. And these are straight from the statute. 1, that the location of the wireless communication facility on EFU land is not necessary because other options on non-EFU land are feasible from a technical and engineering standpoint. 2, that while the facility is somewhat locationally dependent to provide the service sought by the applicant, other locations on non-EFU land can address the applicant's technical objectives. And 3, that there are available urban and non-resource lands. I want to start out with this by taking a moment to acknowledge that the city, Church on the Hill, and McMinnville Water and Light have gone above and beyond to try and address any alleged barriers that Verizon has claimed exist for certain non-EFU sites to provide solutions that can work both for Verizon and the community. I will address some of them more specifically below, but as some examples, city staff consistently engaged T-Mobile over 2 months for the benefit of Verizon. City staff drafted a legal memorandum and had the City Council review and approve that memorandum to address Verizon's concerns regarding the city code. The city offered contact information and assisted in setting up meetings that occurred in June between Verizon, the city, McMinnville Water and Light, and Church on the Hill. And the parties offered numerous solutions at multiple sites for Verizon. Verizon never engaged in meaningful conversations about what its technical needs were. And that lack of engagement continued into Verizon's written submittal of June 29, where it did not do additional RF analysis at heights or locations proposed by the city and the property owners as options. The parties asked Verizon point blank, I apologize, somebody's calling my work line. The parties asked Verizon point blank in these meetings, what were its technical needs to make the sites work? But Verizon never provided that additional technical information. The city examined 5 options for Verizon to locate on non-EFU land. 4 options included the Church on the Hill site, 2 possible McMinnville Water and Light properties, and McMinnville Water and Light transmission poles at the intersection of 2nd Street and Hill Road. I will walk the board through each of those options, and then I'll turn it over to the city's RF expert for any additional commentary or questions the board might have. The 5th option that the city offered was for Verizon to locate on streetlights, which can be up to 60 feet, but Verizon claims, again without technical evidence, that 60 feet is not tall enough. So I'm going to start with Church on the Hill. Verizon, the city, and Church on the Hill representatives met on June 4th to discuss possible options for a wireless communication facility at Church on the Hill. The city included memorandum in its June 30th submission. The city included memorandums from the 3 city representatives, and those memorandums were written on the same day as the meeting to provide the representatives impressions from that meeting. A couple things that I want to highlight. First, again, the city asked point blank whether Verizon could make a 60-foot tall structure work to meet its coverage needs. Verizon stated that it would ask whether such analysis could be performed. Up until this hearing, Verizon never, as far as I knew, performed that analysis, though Verizon's representatives have said that that would work today. In the June 29th submission, Verizon continued to rely only on a 51-foot height for its analysis. Verizon also would not commit to any follow-up meetings, despite all other parties agreeing to do so. Second, the city agreed to do 2 things in that meeting: continue to follow up with T-Mobile and to write a legal memorandum to address the city code. Both were done and included in the city's June 30th submission. T-Mobile stated that it would consider addressing the lease issue, and which I'm going to come back to because we did get the full lease from T-Mobile, and there's some points that I want to raise about the lease. And the city council, the governing body for the city, approved the interpretation of the legal memorandum, which must be deferred to under Oregon law. Regarding the specific allegations in Verizon's June 29 written testimony, first, Verizon claims that Church on the Hill does not offer enough height because Verizon only analyzed the height at 51 feet. The evidence in the record analyzing Church on the Hill above the 51 feet at 70 feet is the city's analysis. And that RF modeling shows, just as Verizon has confirmed, that a structure of 70 feet could work for Verizon's coverage gap. Moreover, when the city undertook the analysis of its code, it found that it was good that Verizon asked the city to do this, because what we ended up finding was that flagpoles and other similar structures are actually exempt from building height limitations under our city code. So Verizon could actually go higher than 70 feet in height if it chose to do so. Verizon questions the city's interpretation of its code, but Verizon's analysis of the city code at this point is irrelevant. Oregon case law states that deference must be given to a governing body's interpretation of its own code, which the city council did in this case. Second, while Church on the Hill would need T-Mobile's consent to lease space to Verizon, that is not a technical or engineering feasibility issue. Moreover, T-Mobile has stated a willingness to consider addressing the lease issue. The city, not Verizon, was the one who consistently worked to see if this issue could be resolved for the benefit of Verizon. The city will continue to do so regardless of the outcome of this hearing. Third, Verizon argued that the Church on the Hill site does not work because Verizon would have to go through a conditional use process. Again, this is not a technical or engineering issue. For its basis, this isn't under state statute. Verizon is basing it on its reliance of a LUBA case that interprets the state statute for its position. In that case, LUBA stated that an applicant does not have to go through a variance process. Verizon conflates conditional use permits with variances. They are not the same, and they are not analyzed under the same criteria. Variances require a finding of extraordinary circumstances. Conditional uses do not. The McMinnville Code separates out the review processes for variance and conditional uses for this very reason. They are not the same, and so the Sprint case is not relevant here. Verizon argues throughout its submittal that various approvals or other legal issues are not resolved. These are not grounds under ORS 215-275 to prove necessity. Although a conditional use permit would have to be approved by the Planning Commission, Verizon has to go through an approval process regardless of where it locates. It had to go through an approval process with the planning director for the county to get to this point. Every land use action requires approval, and no government entity can guarantee approval before it sees what an application says. Verizon offers no basis why a certain type of land use approval process outside of a variance shows necessity to locate on EFU land under ORS 215-275. Fourth, Verizon also relies on Dayton Prairie Water Association versus Yamhill County to argue that a flagpole is not reasonable. That case involves a fact scenario where a certain type of water system, intake wells, had previously been selected as the system to be used, and so the applicant did not need to consider other systems, such as taking water from the Willamette River or purchasing water from McMinnville. The city is not proposing a different type of technology at Church on the Hill, so this case is inapplicable. The board should find that Verizon has not met its burden of proof under ORS 215-275 subsection 2 because a non-EFU option exists at Church on the Hill that is technically feasible. The only RF analysis at a height of more than 51 feet that is in the record was conducted by the city's consultant and shows that a higher pole can work to address Verizon's coverage gap. On to the McMinnville Water and Light transmission poles. On June 10th, McMinnville Water and Light, Verizon, and the city met to discuss possible options that McMinnville Water and Light had available. One option was the McMinnville Water and Light transmission poles located at the intersection of 2nd Street and Hill Road. The poles will be within areas for which McMinnville Water and Light already has easements in place. This option seemed very promising for a few reasons. First, McMinnville Water and Light is currently in the process of replacing those specific wood poles that don't currently allow for co-location with metal poles, and is willing to see if the poles could be re-engineered to meet Verizon's needs. Second, the metal poles are 80 feet in height, so much higher than what the current wood poles are. Third, McMinnville Water and Light stated that it had already gone out to bid for installation, so the new poles could be installed literally within the next few months. Verizon never conducted RF analysis of whether this option would work from a technical standpoint. There is nothing in the record showing that Verizon followed up with McMinnville Water and Light about re-engineering its poles. Instead, Verizon again rejected the proposals that the city and McMinnville Water and Light are offering to find workable solutions without doing any of this technical analysis. First, Verizon claims that the site is not an option because Verizon does not currently have a franchise agreement with the city. This is not grounds under ORS 215-275 to reject the site. Moreover, entering into a franchise agreement is commonplace, as other utilities have them with the city, and Verizon enters into such agreements throughout the state and country. This is common practice, but Verizon is using it as a barrier to an otherwise viable non-EFU option. There is no reason from Verizon why the city wouldn't enter into a franchise agreement with Verizon, particularly considering the federal and McMinnville municipal codes that show that this is something that must be done that the city must do within reason. Verizon similarly argues that the city code could potentially require Verizon to relocate its utility in the future. Again, such a speculative alleged issue is not grounds under ORS 215-275 to reject the site. Moreover, such provisions are standard in city codes because cities anticipate that at some point in the future, a project may occur, such as a road expansion, that could require relocation of utilities. This is simply an effort to confuse the issues rather than acknowledge the site can work from a technical standpoint. Second, Verizon claims that it is prohibited from attaching at higher than 60 feet. Again, McMinnville Water and Light is planning to replace the current wood poles with metal poles that are 80 feet in height that would allow Verizon's infrastructure within the poles. McMinnville Water and Light's general manager explained to Verizon at that meeting that McMinnville Water and Light standards were written for its wood transmission poles, which were the poles in place when it wrote those standards. McMinnville Water and Light further explained that those standards would not apply to the new metal poles that are higher in elevation and would provide more opportunities for Verizon and McMinnville Water and Light to engineer a pole that could work for Verizon. Even if McMinnville Water and Light did limit Verizon to 60 feet, the city's RF analysis of that site, which is the only analysis in the record, shows that the 60 feet in height would meet Verizon's objectives. Finally, Verizon misconstrues the term attachment in McMinnville Water and Light standards to mean that it could only have one antenna on each pole. Attachment is defined in the standards to encompass the entire infrastructure, including antennas and related devices, apparatus, and auxiliary equipment. There is no outright prohibition of only one antenna on the pole. The board should find that Verizon has not met its burden of proof under ORS 215-275 subsection 2 because a non-EFU option exists on McMinnville Water and Light's transmission poles that is technically feasible. The only RF analysis of the transmission poles that is in the record was conducted by the city's consultant and shows the poles can work to address Verizon's coverage gap. Finally, I'm going to address the two other sites that the city looked at, which were the two McMinnville Water and Light properties. We discussed those options with both McMinnville Water and Light and Verizon, and we had the city's consultant perform modeling on those sites. However, the modeling did show that those sites would not meet Verizon's coverage gaps, and the city acknowledges that those two sites are not technically feasible. Now, I'd like to take some time to address some of the, now that I've taken some time to address what the parties have discussed, I want to touch on a couple things that came up at the last hearing on May 27th, and then Verizon's June 29th written submittals. So first, Verizon claimed in the written submittal that the city never brought up the option of the flagpole until after the last hearing. That's simply not true. It was discussed with Church on the Hill, the city, and Verizon since at least April 22nd. There are emails in the record that prove this. And in those emails, the city even stated that the flagpole could be the ideal solution in this case. Second, Commissioner Kula had asked at the May 27th hearing of the total area of Verizon's proposed facility that would render farmland unusable. Verizon claims that the area is 3,876 square feet, though it is unclear whether this includes the additional area that would be rendered unusable, which could include part of farmland that is outside the fenced area of Verizon's site. Moreover, it is important to note, as Verizon did in its testimony, that Verizon's design drawing shows space reserved for 3 additional proposed future carriers that contain almost 4 times the space needed to accommodate Verizon's equipment. This is not space that Verizon is reserving for itself to meet its current coverage needs, but to lease to other providers. And with that, I'm going to go over a few things that Mr. Connors touched on that I want to make sure that we address. First, I want to talk about the lease agreement between T-Mobile and Church on the Hill. So the parties received the full lease agreement between T-Mobile and Church on the Hill after the May 27th hearing. Verizon received it as well. And while it does have language that it talks about, the title of the particular section is quiet enjoyment, title, and authority, where it says landlord covenants that during the terms of the lease, the landlord will not lease any real property or tower space to any person or entity in direct or indirect competition with tenant, including but not limited to providers of cellular service and so on, other forms of telecommunication. Further on another page, there's a section, assignments and subleasing, and I want to read a key portion of this. Tenant may sublease this lease upon written notice to landlord, only if such sublease is subject to the provisions of this lease. Tenant may otherwise assign this lease upon written approval of landlord, which approval shall not be unreasonably delayed or withheld. So the reason I bring this up is, yes, it is something that T-Mobile must do, but there are opportunities to negotiate with regard to this lease agreement. And T-Mobile, while somewhat difficult to contact, I will admit, being the one who did it, has said that they would consider, looking at that lease issue. Another point that Mr. Connors raised was that it has examined Church on the Hill since 2019. In the applicant's application, it stated that it didn't receive any responses from Church on the Hill. So my understanding is that there was no RF or technical analysis ever done on Church on the Hill until the city became involved, around April, May of this year. Verizon did look at another church, but not Church on the Hill. I also want to address the stealth issue, because the stealth issue, I think, was raised for the first time in Verizon's June 29th submittal. That's not something I recall ever hearing before. But so what I want to say is, because we haven't had much time to look at the stealth issue, is to note all the efforts that the city has made up to this point to try and make a site work for Verizon that doesn't have to be on EFU land. Given the efforts we've made, I feel confident that we could find a solution that works at Church on the Hill regarding the stealth issue. Next, I want to just walk quickly through my legal memorandum that was approved by the City Council. I believe it's attachment B to the June 30th submission, because there's in particular, I want to explain generally what was discussed and the council's approval of it, but there was also a possibility that neither party has really touched on that could still be further fleshed out that involves federal law. So the first option that was explored was the conditional use permit that we've discussed. And in particular, I want to note the definition of an alternative antenna support structure, which would allow the antenna to then be built at 20 feet above the alternative antenna support structure. It's defined in our code as roofs of buildings, provided they are 30 feet or more in height above the street grade upon which such buildings front, church steeples, existing and replacement utility poles, flag poles, street light standards, traffic lights, and safety sign structures, billboards and commercial signs, and other similar man-made structures and devices that extend vertically from the ground to a sufficient height or elevation to accommodate the attachment of antennas at an altitude or elevation that is commercially desirable for the wireless communications signal transmission and reception. And the reason I bring that up is because what we have offered since the flagpole issue came up in April was for Church on the Hill to build a flagpole, which it has stated that it is willing to do. And then Verizon would come in with its conditional use permit to build that flagpole. Again, because flagpoles are exempt from our city code, it wouldn't actually have to go through an approval process that other types of structures would have to go through. So essentially the only approval process would be this conditional use permit. The second option and the other thing that I want to bring up too is about the interplay of the 20 feet and the 50-foot height limitation, because this is where the memorandum clarified and the council approved, is that originally when the city's code came back for review, the city actually pulled out the additional 20 feet allocation, and the planning commission did. When it went to city council for approval, Verizon representatives came in and asked for that additional 20 feet to be added back in, which the city did. And so on that basis, the city council again reaffirmed on June 22nd that that was its purpose, that was its intention, was to allow that additional 20 feet at the request of Verizon. The second option that was discussed was a modification under McMinnville Municipal Code 17.55.030 sub E. Now, this is something that the parties hadn't previously discussed, but because Verizon asked the city to look at the city code, it was something that we flagged as another option. Basically, what that section says is it says, hey, if a telecommunications provider is going to be making a modification that falls under the exemptions that the federal law allows, then we're allowing it's exempt from our city code provisions. So what that means is, what the federal law says is that if a wireless provider is making a modification to a current structure that is not a quote unquote substantial change, which is defined in the federal code, then we have to approve it essentially. And so we have that language in our code, which would allow, depending on how you define the structure, could be up to a 10% increase in height or a limit of 10 feet to 20 feet, again, depending on how you define it. Now, again, that wasn't fully developed. It was something that we flagged as like, this is another potential option outside of our conditional use process that could get Verizon to that additional height. Next, I just want to touch briefly on the McMinnville water and light transmission poles. First, Verizon said that it needed the 100 feet. Again, there's no evidence in the record that it needs 100 feet for its height. The RF analysis that is in the record for that location is only the city's analysis, and it shows that it can work at 60 feet, which again, these transmission poles would be 80 feet. And I've already addressed that the antennas are only limited to one. I'm sure Michael will clarify anything that I say that I misspeak about his report, but one thing that I want to say about the preliminary information, it's preliminary because we don't have Verizon's specifications. I understand that they're proprietary, but there's no way for us to exactly replicate what Verizon's analysis is because we don't have Verizon's proprietary information. But what the RF analysis did do was only chose to look at mid-band spectrums to be conservative in its coverage maps, but it is likely that Verizon is going to supplement its mid-band spectrums by low-band spectrums, which actually provide greater coverage when it actually constructs its wireless communication facility. And then one last thing was that Verizon said that the city has raised a new argument that Verizon has waived, talking about Yamhill County's local code. Again, that was in McMinnville's submission on May 26th, so it's not new. And basically the argument is whenever the county lays out whenever a government body lays out its approval, if you have a challenge or a complaint to that approval or the findings in that approval, it's your obligation to appeal that decision. And Verizon never appealed the county, including information about its local code in its director's decision. And again, Verizon said that this is based on state statute. It's actually not in the state statute. It's based on case law that analyzed the state statute. It's a LUBA case that analyzed the state statute. And frankly, if the board grants the application and the city decides to appeal, that case that Verizon is relying on is something that the city will challenge to have a ruling that it actually should be overturned. Because what the state statute says is that counties can require local conditional conditions of approval based on objectively reasonable standards, on clear and objective standards. And the city's argument is that clear and objective standards can't exist unless they're codified, unless they go through a public process and are codified in code. And so necessarily that means that you have to have something in local code to discuss that in order to put conditions of approval on an application. So I've talked a lot. I would like to give Michael an opportunity to comment on his report if he has additional comments, but I'm also willing to take any questions that the commissioners may have.
Commissioners, do you have questions?
Chair, I do not. I found it to be very helpful.
Thank you very much. I do have one question, and that has to do with the franchise agreement. And from my understanding, from what we heard from Mr. Connors, is that there is a provision in there which would allow for a request to relocate, correct?
It's not in our franchise agreement, it's in our city code. So our city code says that all utilities, essentially what it says is all utilities upon city notice have to relocate their utilities if one of these three things exist. And generally when it's used is when you're doing like a road expansion and where they are in the public utility easement, like that's now going to be road. So it needs to move back 5 feet or something like that.
Okay, all right, just wanted to clarify that. And I think that's it, thank you. Any other questions before we move on to Mr. Afflerbach? Okay, thank you very much, appreciate that. Okay.
Hello, commissioners. Good to see you guys again. I just wanted to walk us through the report.
Excuse me, Mr. Afflerbach, could you give us your name and address for the record, please?
Sure. Michael Afflerbach, 1413 Rem Avenue, New Bern, North Carolina. I just wanted to walk you through the submission that we had made as the report on the alternate sites and coverage maps and some of the other stuff, looking at it from an RF perspective. I assume everyone's got a copy of it. Do you want me to share the screen for the report? It may be instructive to show some of the things on the maps.
If you can, that'd be helpful. Thank you.
All right, let's do that. Get the right thing open here. Let's see. Here we go. Okay, I guess now you guys can see. Let me see if I can. Don't need the sidebar here. Get a little more things. Okay, so basically, we got some more information from Verizon after they gave us the new submission, which came in on June 29th. Which gave us a little more information, which we had asked for during the meeting in May. One of the things that they confirmed was that these are all their RF considerations are looking at mid-band coverage, which is, they were specific enough. Actually, they said it is the PCS and AWS, which typically operate in the 1900 to 2100 megahertz range. So we call that mid-band. Typically, I don't want to get too deep in the weeds here, but the lower end spectrum is around 700 megahertz, which is basically above the TV, digital TV. So this is an area that's limited, specifically licensed to cell carriers, and they have their own spectrum that they can use nationwide, and the other carriers have their own spectrum. So everybody's only reusing the same spectrum over and over again. But this is the mid band, and the thing about the low band stuff, which is 700 or 850 megahertz, is they just from a physics standpoint, you put in a certain amount of power, that wave is of a certain size, and it has certain characteristics. So the lower the band, it travels further. There's more, it penetrates better in trees, all those kinds of other things. Mid-band, which is basically around 2000 megahertz, it doesn't travel as far. The upside is they have more of that, they have more spectrum in that band, and it can also process data quicker on those bands, or more data per megahertz, basically. But I don't want to get too deep in the woods. But the point is that these are the bands that they need to, this is the band that they're looking at when they're doing RF coverage. In addition to this, they're going to provide 700 megahertz, which admittedly they don't have a lot of capacity for, and it's lower speed, but it has much greater capacity. I mean, not capacity, excuse me, a much greater distance that'll travel from the same location. The 850 megahertz band is relatively new, and that's when they talk about 5G performances. So that's a new band that they're operating in, and that's when they say nationwide 5G, it's sort of 5G light. It's not that super fast 5G that you need to be, basically you have to be able to see the antenna in order to get those kinds of high speeds. So anyway, the point is that they're going to have 700 and 850 band coverage as well, now that they've explained what they're going to be deploying. So there'll be more. This is not, if it's not green on this, that doesn't mean nobody's getting signal in that area, but it is a representation of, if it's green, then that does show that there'll be good in-house, in-building, for the most part, coverage in the mid-band. So that's just how it works. So this is from the original submission we got that you guys had looked at as part of the application, and they identified this is the area that the blue circles where they are trying to hit. And then these are other macro sites. And you can see the green coming out. And each one of these is a sector in these things. So each one of these represents a set of antennas that are pointing in one direction. And typically you'll have 3 sectors. But for sometimes there's really no reason to have 3 sectors. Sometimes there's just 2, depending on where they're located. Sometimes there's 4. There's other ways to do these things, but so they're documenting. This is the Almond site, which was the preferred site here, and then they're showing how they would set up the sectors, and this is the area they're trying to cover. So they're already showing that there's some green here that are coming off of these 2 cells here. Then what they did was, this is them looking at that same map we just saw, but this is now including the new site. And so you can see that they've added green. Now, what's interesting is that at some point they lost the circle. So you can really tell where the area we're looking at and compare apples to apples. But you can also see how it fills in here, but this cell site, excuse me, this cell site here is providing coverage into this area. And then when this provides a lot more coverage. There'll still be some places that they have issues, but again, since they have 700 and 850, there's really not going to be any issues here. And once again, green represents indoor coverage. At the time, they didn't give us numbers on that, but now they've confirmed that the green is actually what's called neg 85 or better, which is an actual number that you can determine. And then this is the yellow is neg 95, which means you get good in-car and outdoors. There shouldn't be any drops, but and you have obviously excellent service outside. But you know, depending on building materials, you may not be able to get a decent signal consistently in a building. So let me move it forward a little bit. So what we did was we tried to, since we know we've worked with Verizon and other sites before and seen how they operate in other locations, we can make some guesses about antennas. And we tried to look at creating a similar kind of look at where the green is going to be. So we kind of looked at these green locations and measured out to where they were. And of course, we kept the circle. So we can try and see how it is, and got a pretty fair representation. It depends on down tilt. There's a lot of things that can change how these things come up. So but this is, you know, more or less the kind of coverage. And here it shows negative 85, negative 95, and then we didn't bother with the red because sometimes it's just more information that clutters up the screen. So this is the almond at 100 feet, which of course, you know, they say it's 100 feet, but the drawing that was submitted to you, which shows you how it was going to be, showed it the antennas at 80 some feet, which is strange. Any rate, then what we did was we took the same configuration, same set of, you know, concept of what the radio is putting out, the antennas, they're that we you know created here, and said, okay, if this is it, let's take that comparable package and move it around to other locations. And so this is looking at the Church on the Hill, the same exact power, the same exact now the height here is 50 feet for these antennas, but this is what the mid-band looks like at Church on the Hill at 50 feet. And again, these are rough estimates, and this gives you an idea of what the difference between 50 and 70 feet is. There's expanded green, and I want to point out too, a lot of things can change here. One thing, I've got my sectors going this way, that way, and this way. Okay, you might reorient those so that, you know, there's a sector going this way and this way and this way. You know, it doesn't have to be, you know, 60 or 120 degree sectors. They can do a lot of different things with those. So there are ways in which you can get more green in the circle area that we're talking about. So we're assuming that, you know, at 70 feet and that the coverage would be like that. this is looking at taking the same thing at these proposed utility poles. At the time, we weren't sure that they were going to be up to 80 feet, and we were looking at 60 feet. But I took the same antenna, characteristics, the same power for the radio again, and looked at putting in a site. And then what I did here as well is made it 4 sectors. So we've got 4 sectors in this one, and you can see that this is only at 60 feet, but at 80 feet it would be even better. You'd gain a lot more green, a lot more of the yellow would be green, and most of the rest of the area that's in the circle again that they claimed was their target area would be pretty well covered. Then we looked at this is looking at these other sites. If we looked at it was mentioned that near that existing Crown Castle site, they could possibly build something as high as 200 feet since it's out in the county. So this is looking at from 200 feet at that Crown Castle site. And you can see, most of your energy is going into these places where there's nobody anywhere, and you're not really capturing very much at all in the target area. So, that's just not going to cut it. And I didn't even bother to include the other site that they were looking at was a McMinnville light set on Fox Road, was even further away, as was mentioned, and that's not going to work either. So then there's a little discussion here about basically how neg 85 is considered good. There's no industry standards, but this is pretty much how people look at these things across the board, whether it's AT&T, T-Mobile, or sometimes it's neg 85, neg 95, sometimes it's neg 80, neg 100. And just to give you an idea, these are some kinds of coverage maps we've gotten before from Verizon. I want to point out that these are from applications that have already been acted on, and all this stuff, even though it says it's confidential and whatever, these have all been in public meetings already. So nothing of the sort. But I just wanted to point out here, typically when we got maps from them, it showed what the actual numbers were. They didn't just have these discussions of what they are. They showed it was better than 85, 95, 105. So this is just to give you an example of prior work product. In other cases, this is where they were trying to show coverage. I mean, they claim that they can't give you any of this information, but in the past, obviously, they've done that. They've done a drive test. This is in Los Angeles, and showed the information here. Again, we've got the gradation of at least 3 different gradations. They provided, in this case, in the Los Angeles case, they can pinpoint where all the dropped calls were. So they have a lot of information about these things, and they can provide it if you say, I need information about why we need more coverage here. And this is an idea to show a correlation between obviously dropped calls where it's more yellow than green. So this is just to show you that these are the kinds of things that we've looked at in the past. Everything had a legend. Everything was had numbers to make it clear. Petaluma, here's another one. Now here they used a slightly different neg 80, neg 90, neg 100 rather than 85, 95. But this is a couple of years back, the Petaluma case, when this one came up. But here again, everything's labeled. And I also want to point out, these are also mid-band, the same band they're looking for. Here's another. So this is just an example of things where Verizon, here's a different kind of one. Here they don't have the numbers, but they do make it 3 different categories. The maps that they had provided you originally only had 2, so it wasn't exactly clear. Here's a small site, which here's an example of where they've got macros and they've got a small site that's helping support these macro sites. And then this is, so they couldn't put a whole macro in here, and this is a residential area here. So what they ended up doing was putting a network of, they actually didn't do it. This is a long story, but Monterey voted all this down, but they were going to put in a group of small cells instead because there was no way to get a macro cell at that site. So it can be done. It's a different network entirely, I'll grant you, but there are a lot of other ways to skin a cat. So that's to say. Basically that's pretty much it. Unless anybody has any questions, or if there's anything I spun through too quickly or said confusingly, please let me know.
Mr. Afflerbach, thank you. That's so way above my mental acuity in terms of the explanation of the macro cell coverage, but you did it very well. So thank you. Commissioners, questions for Mr. Afflerbach?
Chair, I don't have any. I found it helpful as well. Thank you for the additional details.
I have a quick question. Well, actually, two really quick questions. So you talk about Church on the Hill still being viable. Did I misunderstand? Is that?
Yeah.
Okay.
No, and I think Verizon today has admitted that as well.
Okay.
And we were looking at a lower height, but
okay. And that's what I wanted to clarify.
Yeah, we were looking at 50 and 70, but now, there's some discussion with this, concept of a flagpole that there could be different kinds of heights as well. So.
Okay, no, that was it. So thank you. So is there anybody else who would like to speak in opposition to the application? Heather Richards, hi. Anything you wanted to add that hadn't been said?
Thanks, Commissioner. I just wanted to clarify 2 points that have come up, and I'm not a legal expert or a technical expert. So we've heard that the Church on the Hill site is a technically feasible site in terms of meeting the RF coverage that Verizon needs if they can get up to a certain height. We've heard from Verizon that it's not a technically feasible site because they feel that there's two barriers, our city code and a land use process. And so I just wanted to clarify, there was some discussion about alternative antenna support structures and antenna support structures in our code. So if another entity, i.e. Church on the Hill, installs something on their property to a certain height, that is considered an alternative antenna support structure. And they're the ones who installed it and come through our permitting process. Flagpoles don't have to come through our permitting process. If Verizon then wants to co-locate an antenna on that structure, they are co-locating an antenna on the alternative antenna support structure. If Verizon comes in with a permit to build a structure on a site for their antenna, that is then considered an antenna support structure. So when they contacted us about the Covenant Church site in 2019, they contacted us about building a faux bell tower on the church. And they were very specific about what they wanted to do. And our response was, Verizon cannot do that. The church could have contacted us and gone through a permitting process to build it. And then Verizon contacts us to then put their antenna on it. And that's the difference. And I think that's been skewed a little bit in this conversation. The other thing that concerns me is our dismissal that a land use application and process is an unreasonable process for considering the site that is not EFU land. I think that's a very dangerous precedent to set in Oregon when our whole land use system is about protecting farmland and forest land. And if we then decide that an existing land use process is not considered a reasonable process to follow to protect our EFU land, I, as a city planner, find that very concerning if that's the precedent that we want to set in this regard. Our conditional use process, we go to our planning commission. They're the decision-making body. It's not a hard test to get through. I can't remember one that hasn't gotten through that test, but I can't, as a planning director, say, just like Ken Friday wouldn't be able to say how you would decide as a decision-making body what the decision would be. We can just say what the process is. And that process is in place for very specific reasons. But it's our land use system is built upon that. And I'd hate to see that dismissed as unreasonable in terms of a process. So we've done everything we can to clear a path so that Verizon has the ability to get their RF coverage that they need in this area. We support that. We want to help protect the EFU land. We want to help protect the community values. And so it just feels like, as we have stated in the past, and that's in our report to you, that there are there are barriers being constructed that don't actually exist, and the city is working hard to remove all those perceptions of those barriers. Thank you.
Thank you. Appreciate that, Heather. Commissioners, questions for Heather?
Chair, I just want to say thank you for clarifying that, especially about land use and the reasonable alternatives. I appreciated hearing more.
Thank you. Commissioner Bershauer, questions? Okay, thank you. Do we have any other testimony in opposition to the application? Okay, so we'll move on to public agency reports. And I see Ken is there and probably Lance. And there he is.
Thank you, Chair. There are no public agency comments to report at this time.
Thank you very much. Do we have rebuttal by the applicant? Mr. Connors here? Ms. Bradford?
Carrie's in the process of.
Okay. Carrie's promoting people and demoting people.
And she's told me, don't raise your hand if you're going to get promoted.
Here we go. There's Mr. Connors. Mr. Connors, do we have, and then we have Ms. Bradford, testimony in opposition, or rather, I'm sorry, rebuttal to the applicant. I'm sorry, rebuttal by the applicant, not to the applicant. Go ahead. If you could state your name once again, please.
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair. For the record, Mike Connors here on behalf of Verizon. I think I'll start my rebuttal by addressing the city's statements that they don't feel that Verizon has made a good faith or meaningful effort to try to find alternatives to the proposed site, and that we're creating barriers, because I feel like that statement's unfair. And I just want to remind the board a little bit, going back in history, that as shown in our application in 2019, we looked at a number of sites, all sorts of different sites. We communicated with the city to vet would various options work, and tried to think creatively, including a proposal that is very similar to the proposal that the city is proposing here with the flagpole, that being the faux bell tower. And we're told those don't work. And it was only after that exhaustive effort that we filed an application with the county on the current site. In the city's appeal, the city stated that Verizon hadn't made a good faith effort. They never even contacted the church on the hill. They never even contacted the city. That was the city's statement in their appeal. And what we showed is that, in fact, we had contacted both. We contacted the city and had numerous exchanges with planners to talk about the feasibility for multiple alternatives. Perhaps the city attorney and city planning director weren't aware of those conversations, but we clearly did, even though they claimed we didn't. And with respect to the church on the hill, we were told that, well, the church on the hill claims that you never tried to contact them. And so we introduced into the record multiple emails, a letter we sent the church on the hill, memos indicating phone calls, a site visit where we spoke with somebody from the church on the hill. It was Miss Bradford that did that at that time, and gave her business card and asked them to contact. It's no criticism of the church on the hill, because I think what was happening was they had bigger fish to fry and nobody was really paying attention to this. But the point being is that initially we were accused of having not made those efforts, when in fact the record showed that we did. And we also, in 2019, vetted multiple options with McMinnville Water and Light. And in our application, we highlighted, detailed all of those efforts and explained why all of those options didn't work. So then we get the city appeal, and again, we corrected the record and said, no, we've been in conversation, but we'll take you up on your offer, and we're willing to engage with you. And to the city's credit, and I want to make clear, I have never alleged, and nor did I intend to allege, that the city hasn't made efforts since they filed their appeal. They worked with us. But the point is that the city put us in contact with somebody on the Church on the Hill who actually did return our calls and engage with us. And we went out and did a site visit. We were out there with the Church on the Hill representatives at their site, looking at all the different options. And then we evaluated those options, which led to the initial supplemental RF justification, where we said, based on the options the Church on the Hill identified for us, the highest we can go is to 50 feet because of the height of the roof that was available there. And we provided support to show that that option would not provide us the coverage or capacity that we needed for this facility. And then when we did that, that's when the city came back at the hearing and said, we have a new option. There's a new option we want to consider. They didn't reach out to us and provide the option prior to the hearing. They did mention the flagpole option, but that was a 50-foot flagpole. They never mentioned the idea of extending a flagpole up to 70 feet, or that we could go up to 70 feet, or right now I'm not even sure how high we can go, because the city seems to be suggesting that there is no height barrier. But that was something that they introduced, this idea of getting to a 70-foot flagpole at the last hearing. And again, we said, all right, we'll go ahead and call a timeout. We'll continue this hearing and we'll engage with you on it. And we also agreed to engage in looking at the McMinnville water and light options as well. And based on that analysis, we determined that those options aren't going to work. And again, in that Church on the Hill call, which, by the way, I just have to respectfully disagree with the way that that call has been characterized. I wish we had a video of that call so you could see the call itself, but I'm sure you wouldn't want to spend time listening to that. But what we were trying to do is, first via email before the call and during the call, is explain to the city, hey, there are some limitations under your code. They are code sections that you have cited to us in the past and dismiss certain options that are similar to this. Let's talk about those. We need to understand, do you interpret it differently? And if so, why? What are the true limitations? Because we looked at it at a 50-foot height limitation and the use of co-locating on existing structures. And we're trying to get some feedback from the city, but they didn't want to talk about those issues. And that's fine for them to take that position. But the point being is that there was a purpose behind that. We weren't trying to be difficult. We were trying to say, if we're going to actually pursue this site, we need to know that it's actually feasible. And RF coverage is not the sole issue that you have to consider whether it is feasible. So let's talk a little bit about that flagpole option, because the statute, ORS 215-275, clearly requires that it be a feasible alternative. And I think the city attorney even acknowledged that there are cases where there's discussion of zoning restrictions like variances. So it's clear that that is part of the criteria. And I also believe that the city attorney said that if you were to approve the application, the city to repeal it, they would challenge those decisions. That's their right to do that. But as of today, the existing law says you have to consider the zoning regulations. As I explained earlier, if you didn't, it would make the whole concept of evaluating alternative sites a farcical exercise. If there is no limitation, if we don't have to worry about the code, then we could build a 200, 300-foot tower on the Church on the Hill property. And that's what we were trying to explain to the city during that meeting is, we can't just do a hypothetical RF if there's no basis in which that type of facility or height can get approved. And if you're not going to worry about that, then why are we limiting it to 70 feet? Let's go up to 200 feet. Well, because that's not realistic, because that's not practical, because the city code is in fact going to apply in whatever application we go for. And the city has stated that from day one. It's your burden. You have to go through the public process. You have to demonstrate compliance. And that's why we're raising these issues. I want to clarify what I believe the city attorney is trying to confuse issues about. There's this case that you don't have to get a variance, and they're saying, well, Verizon is confusing variance with conditional use permit criteria. I want to be clear. It is not our position that we don't want to have to go through conditional use permit criteria or proposal, because we don't believe we can meet the conditional use permit criteria, or we don't want to be bothered with it. It's our position that a 70-foot flagpole that's constructed specifically to accommodate our antennas would never qualify as a conditional use permit. And the city actually told us that during our process in 2019 when we considered the faux bell tower. The city never got back to us and said, well, it depends on who builds it and when you build it. They just said, if this structure is being built for purposes of accommodating antennas for co-location, it meets our definition of an antenna support structure. And if you look at the definition of a alternative antenna support structure, which is the co-location option, it expressly defines it as existing and replacement poles, flagpoles, etc. So it's talking about something that's existing. And so we've tried to raise that issue to say, hey, we don't believe we could ever get even into the door on this process, because we believe this kind of facility would be prohibited. We wouldn't be able to satisfy the stealth requirements, specifically because it's a flagpole, not a stealth type facility. And we don't believe that we're going to be able to overcome the express language that limits the height of antennas to 50 feet. But even if you put the zoning issues aside, the T-Mobile non-compete is still an issue. I mean, the city has acknowledged that T-Mobile has not committed to anything. And so, and all parties agree that that non-compete is going to prohibit any kind of flagpole option. So the city raises this, well, we could do a sublease. So maybe there's a sublease, but a sublease doesn't apply to the whole property. T-Mobile's lease is a specific premise where they have a rooftop option. We would have to sublease on that, on T-Mobile's facility in their lease area. And we already determined there's not structure, it's not structurally sound enough where T-Mobile's facility is to add our facility. That's in the record. So that's not an option. T-Mobile's lease is specific to that facility. They don't have a lease over the whole property. So you can't say, oh, it would be a sublease if we put a flagpole in the parking lot. The sublease would have to be within the confines of the area of where T-Mobile has its facility. The non-compete, however, applies to the entire property. In fact, it applies in a 3-mile radius. I'm not sure why the Church on the Hill agreed to that. I'm not sure why the city, who is part of their approval process, they get a copy of the lease, why they didn't vet it, but we're stuck with that. And there's no way that we can move forward until that non-compete is removed via a lease amendment. And we've been going at this, for 2 months, and, to the city's credit, they've been trying to resolve it, but they haven't been able to. And if they haven't been able to at this point, there's no reason to believe that they're going to be able to in the future, especially if you were to deny this application and then we didn't have this as an option. What incentive would T-Mobile have? And that's what we tried to explain to the city and Church on the Hill. We don't have the ability to go to a competitor and say, please allow us on. We don't have any kind of contractual relationship. The church does, the city does as a regulatory body, but they've been unable to get them to move. And with that non-compete in place, which it is today, and there's no dispute about that, there's no way that we could site a tower on that site because the non-compete would preclude it. And that clearly is a basis for ruling that out as not a reasonable alternative if you have a contract provision that would preclude you from even attempting to site something on the property. With respect to the McMinnville Water and Light, it does appear that the city now is acknowledging that neither of the Fox Ridge Road options will work. So there's agreement on that. So now what are we left with? We're left with that replacement transition pole. And again, we've talked with McMinnville Water and Light. This would be 3 times. We did it in 2019. We did it as part of the last hearing proposal because we wanted a vet be as comprehensive as possible. And we did it again after the May 27th hearing. And we asked specific questions about the joint use construction standards, et cetera. And contrary to what the city attorney is saying, at no point did McMinnville Water and Light say, oh, those standards don't apply to metal poles. Again, we submitted the standards. If you've read them, you will see they do not distinguish between wood and metal poles. They don't have separate standards for poles. In fact, some of the standards that are in this document don't even have to do with the material of the pole. They're regulatory provisions that apply to all utility poles. And we have been repeatedly told by McMinnville Water and Light that a transmission pole is not a co-location option because our construction standards expressly preclude its use. I mean, that's in the code in addition to all the other things. So since this is a transmission pole, it doesn't even matter what height we would be able to get at, or whether we would be able to put all 12 panel antennas on when you're only allowed one attachment. The construction standards clearly preclude the use of that utility pole. I want to address the testimony from the city's RF consultant. Again, I think he agreed with our assessment that the Fox Ridge Road properties are not going to be able to provide the coverage and capacity. The Church on the Hill, as we said, 70 feet would likely work. So it's not an RF issue. And that's why we didn't provide details on that, because that's not the reason that that has been ruled out as an alternative. It's the other reasons, the non-compete, the code standards, et cetera. But I want to make sure that you don't, I want to make sure that you're cautious about relying too much on his report. As I told you in my opening comments, statements like extremely preliminary, don't have all the information. During his testimony, he mentioned that we had to make some guesses, that's a quote, and that these are rough estimates. So if you're relying on expert material to determine what is the truth based on the facts that you have, I think you have to give more weight to an expert report that is based on all the information, that is a final product, and that shows it from an overall network perspective, not a consultant that's using partial information, making guesses, and reaching a preliminary conclusion. But really, the only difference that we have, right, with respect to the RF issues is whether a 60-foot antenna on that replacement transmission pole would work. Again, RF consultant, or excuse me, engineer has determined that it won't. And the city consultant is saying that it could, but that's irrelevant if we can't get over the other code-based hurdles that are in McMinnville Water and Light standards. And the key one being you can't attach antennas to a transmission pole. That's clear. They've been clear from day one. All three steps, they've told us that's the case. And that's what their standards bear out. So I guess in conclusion, what I will say is that, if you look at the record as a whole, I really do think, I don't know how much more you can ask. Oh, that does bring me to one point I did want to address, I almost forgot. And that is that the city has raised yet another potential alternative for the Church on the Hill, referencing a new code section. And I just want the board to make sure they understand that when we first, so again, we tried to contact Church on the Hill before we filed, couldn't get anybody to respond. But then when the city filed their appeal, they connected us with somebody at the church to talk about options. At that point, we were asking the city, all right, this is how we read the code, give us some feedback, tell us what our options are available. At no point did they mention this new option. Same thing when we did, when they asked for a continuance in the May 27th hearing. I sent them an email. These are some of the code-based issues that you previously raised that we need to, vet now. Raise that at during our Zoom call. And again, at no point did the city raise this new alternative. But now they're raising it again. And I think this is part of the concern that we have and why we're asking you to make a decision today. And that is that at every step, we feel that we have done an extraordinary amount of due diligence. But then if we're ruling out a site, the city comes up with a new proposal. And if we rule that out, they come up with a new one, and it's endless. And, you know, I get it. I understand the city would prefer us to go to a different location, but we feel like we've gone above and beyond what's even required under the statute for this type of application. And at some point, especially when we're asking the city from the very beginning, tell us all the options. Let's talk about it. We were trying to be thorough. And I don't know if you remember my testimony on May 27th, I said, I want to make sure that we're just talking about the issues that the city is raising, you know, the alternatives that the city is raising in the hearing. And we're not going to have another alternative or two at July 1st. And that's what it feels like this is. But in fact, that code provision is not going to overcome the code barriers that we've identified because as the city attorney noted, under federal law, first of all, it has to be defined as a wireless facility. I don't believe a standard flagpole qualifies that. And secondly, to the extent that you're allowed to increase the height without going through a local process, it's limited to 10 feet. So, you know, if you got a 50-foot flagpole, then it's at 55 feet. That's not going to make a difference. And so getting back to my conclusion, I apologize for that diversion. We really do feel like we have done everything we can from a due diligence standpoint. And trust me, it would be easier for us to have found one of these other co-location options, which is really all that's available because of the city's zoning ordinance. It would have been an easier application to go through, easier process, less contentious, less resources spent going through this process. And clearly, we don't want to be at odds with the city, but we've done all that work, and we truly believe, honestly believe, there are no other non-EFU options available. We believe that we've proved that case based on the substantial evidence in the record. And what we're asking you to do is review all that and the standards and hopefully agree with us and not get into another, well, let's review one other option and keep the process going. Because, again, we started this in 2019. This is a critical facility for us. There currently is deficient coverage in this area of the county and the western end of the city. There's capacity issues where calls are dropping because there's an overload in the system. And we tagged this as a needed site back in 2019. Here we are in 2021. And to ask us to basically start over on a site that I think we've demonstrated isn't even going to get out the door because of some of the code requirements, which we're required to address and demonstrate compliance with. We believe it will mean that no facility will ever be built. That's our fear. So with that said, we ask that you affirm the county planning director's decision, deny the appeal, and as I indicated earlier, we'd be happy to work with your staff in terms of supplemental finding to support approval.
Thank you, Mr. Connors.
With that, if you have any questions, I'm happy to answer.
Commissioners, questions for Mr. Connors?
No, Chair.
Thank you. Okay, so we'll move on to public agency reports.
Thank you, Madam Chair. There were no public agency reports.
Thank you.
Yes, ma'am.
So do we want to keep the record open or should we move on to staff recommendation? Okay.
There's no request to keep the record open.
There's not. Okay. Mr. Friday?
Let's have Lance go, and then I have some things to add.
Okay, Lance, go ahead. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Director Friday. A wireless communications tower is considered a utility facility, which is a use permitted in the exclusive farm use zone, so long as the facility is demonstrably necessary, as necessary is outlined by state statute. A wireless communications facility is a use permitted by statute, although subject to the county site design review process. Based on the testimony and evidence in the record, the applicant has successfully demonstrated that the proposed use is necessary and that the reasonable alternative locations have been considered. Staff believes that the applicant has satisfied the requirements of the relevant comprehensive planning goals, administrative rules, and sections of the Yamhill County zoning ordinance. Staff recommends approval of the applicant's proposed new wireless communications facility with the conditions of approval outlined in the staff report.
Thank you, Ken.
Yes, and I'd like to just add, this area of the law has been pretty well litigated. In fact, from some of the list of cases, you'll notice that Yamhill County has been through this before. And, as Lance has laid out the statutory requirements, in essence, the applicant provides what they have to meet as a goal. And if they can't find a suitable location on non-resource land, then the use is allowed as a permitted use on farmland. And both LUBA and the Court of Appeals have ruled that we can't deny the use based on our site design review standards, and we can't modify or second guess the utility provider's service objectives. On the June 30th letter from the city of McMinnville, they indicated that there were alternatives. However, I noted that twice they state an alternative would cover almost the entire area targeted by Verizon. And you can see that at the bottom of page 4 related to the Church on the Hill option. They note that, quote, a 70-foot above ground level antenna center line at this alternative location would cover almost the entire area targeted by Verizon. And there's a similar statement that was again at the bottom of page 8 when talking about the use of multiple water and light transmission poles at the 2nd Street and Hill Road intersection. And the last sentence on page 8 states, as shown on figure 3, a wireless facility with an antenna tip height of 60 feet above the ground at this alternative location would cover almost the entire area targeted by Verizon. And the courts have concluded that we cannot modify the provider's objectives. So in this case, the almost covering that area identified by Verizon can't be used as a finding for denial. And lastly, I'm sorry, just please indulge me with just a brief story. About 30 years ago, I was talking with a longtime farmer, Orville Bernards, about utility facility application that was near him. And he had come into the office and I was sure he was opposed to it, but he surprised me by stating that he was in favor of it. So I asked him why. And he explained that years ago, a PG&E rep came to him and asked about getting an easement across his farm. And he's flat out said that you're never going to get an easement across my farm for a power line. And the PG&E rep asked him to say, without looking, what side of the road the utility poles were on. And Mr. Bernards couldn't tell him. The PG&E rep then pointed out to Mr. Bernards that he got power because the transmission lines went over other people's property and they were just trying to provide that service to others who needed it. Mr. Bernard said that, based on that conversation, it changed his mind and he agreed to allow the easement. And I guess I would kind of ask a similar rhetorical question for all of us, not to answer, but just, think, can you tell me how many cell towers there are between McMinnville and Newburgh? And I would think most people would not be able to give an accurate answer because while they're there, they do tend to eventually fade into the background. And I do understand and respect and like that the city of McMinnville is trying so hard to get these to be stealth towers. And I think the Church on the Hill one is an outstanding example of something that benefits the community because the church gets some money for that tower and they use it in their benevolence committee. And they give it back into the community. And I really was hoping that the Church on the Hill would be an alternative, but apparently it is not. Cell towers are very important to the community. We're having this meeting partly based on them. They provide education and emergency services and have connected all of us during this the last couple of years. And the courts have recognized their importance. And the reason cell towers are permitted on farmland is that sometimes it's necessary to place them there. And from my reading of the evidence, the applicant has looked at other alternatives and has explained why those alternatives would not work. And I don't believe they need to exhaust making different applications and chasing around to see if those other applications would go through. I don't think that's a requirement. I wish an alternative had worked out, but it didn't. And for this reason, we're recommending approval.
Thank you, Mr. Friday. Commissioners, any questions before we close the hearing? I'll go ahead and close the hearing and we'll begin deliberations. Commissioners, thoughts? Commissioner Bershauer.
Thank you, Chair. I guess I'll kick it off. I appreciate that this is such a critical discussion, I think just based on where this tower would be located. It's not exactly a tower. I drove by one recently off of Highway 18. It's not exactly that kind of location, right? You're right on the edge of town, and it sounds like the city has incorporated that area now. So the long-term plan is that you have homes that are going to be sited around this tower. What I'm struggling with, though, is that that the city seems to be, I think they have good faith in trying to come up with alternatives. However, it seems like the most probable alternative is Church on the Hill. And I didn't hear anything today that gives me comfort in terms of that non-compete clause in the contract. You know, and I don't know, I'm just throwing this out there, I don't know if another week would make a difference, if they could make that happen, if another 2 weeks would, I really don't know. But it doesn't feel genuine to tell Verizon, you know, here's the most viable option, but we also can't guarantee it. So in the meantime, you know, you might get your current application denied, but you know, we gave you an alternative. Doesn't really feel like an alternative. So I'm really struggling with that. You know, and Mr. Friday's comments today were helpful. It's not helpful to receive a 161-page document the night before the hearing. That is very frustrating, at least from my perspective. It takes a lot of time for us to go through those and to actually digest what it is we're reading and apply it to a very sensitive issue. So, you know, frankly, in a perfect world, I would like to have more time to go through that information. I know that's really frustrating because we've spent how long here on this hearing so far. But, you know, I was really frustrated to get that City of McMinnville document last night. And, you know, this has been a busy couple weeks for us. It's weighing on my decision that I feel like I haven't had the time to process all of the information that was dumped on us in the past couple days. So those are kind of my initial thoughts at this point.
Commissioner Kula.
Yes, thank you, Chair. And thank you, Commissioner Bershauer. I appreciate hearing them. I don't, while I appreciate Director Friday's comments, I actually don't think a lot of them really apply to the approval criteria that we have before us. They were important stories to hear and important context. But the crux of the matter as I see it is the question of, are there reasonable alternatives here? This is a small amount of farmland. Cell phone towers are important. The city is incorporating this area. We all know that. I cannot imagine that the city of McMinnville would put so much time into this and so much effort and a 161-page document, which I admit, when I saw the number down at the bottom, I was like, I can't imagine that they would put this much effort into this if they didn't think that there were reasonable alternatives. And when I hear both perspectives, I still hear reasonable alternatives. And like we all know, sure, land use is not a especially conditional use permits, are not a cut and dry, yes, you'll get this process. But I do stand by that. I think that an application for a land use decision within the city is a reasonable alternative. I don't see that us denying this now is saying no, not ever. We reject cell phone towers, which was something I was hearing in some of the testimony. I think that we can choose to say that there are reasonable alternatives here, despite what Mr. Connors says, because I hear in his comments reasonable alternatives existing. So I am with Commissioner Bershauer on, I would appreciate having more time with the 161-page document, but the kernels of information that I picked out of it that I saw as important tells me that the city views their landscape that they know very well, and their ordinances and their codes and their site design as having reasonable alternatives. And I don't think that they would be opposing this so vigorously and thoroughly if they didn't really believe that there were reasonable alternatives that existed.
Thank you, Commissioner. You know, for me, the sticking point was the fact that you're going to be seeing residences at some point in time in proximity, close proximity, and that was one of those things that really stuck out for me. However, we know that we can't base land use decisions on, I don't want to look at that, or it's not pretty, or I wouldn't want that to be in my view, because we know that if that was a criteria, that there would be so many decisions made the other way. So I had to really struggle with that. I understand the concern about the 161 pages, and I always wonder, when you spent that much time and money and effort to go into a document, to give it to the commissioners the night before, and really hope that we can read it, much less digest it. I got through 40 pages of it and thought, this is not an easy read. It's not like you can just gloss it over. It's very technical. And I appreciate what Mr. Afflerbach did in explaining a lot of the detail of that. And he made it understandable as much as I can understand that level of technology. However, I have a couple of points that lead me to believe that if there were, in fact, alternatives, I don't see that the applicant would be spending the time and the money if there were real viable alternatives. And I see the limitations to the other alternatives that were suggested as possibilities. So there's that piece. For me, I think this is really difficult because ideally I wouldn't want this structure to be where it is, but I don't really see that it has not, that the criteria have not been met. So for that reason, even though it's sort of a difficult decision, I would move that we uphold the planning department's approval of this application, not because it wasn't difficult and couldn't have gone the other way, but because it met the criteria. So that would be the motion that I would make. And I'm not making it, I'm just saying that's part of my discussion. Commissioner Kula, more discussion?
Yeah, I actually muted myself thinking, oh, we need to go to further discussion, but thank you for clarifying that. Yeah, I like you, I'm like, yeah, this is maybe not the best site. Clearly they feel it's very important. I can't help but think that that I want to be careful in saying this, that Verizon's and Mr. Connor and Christine Bradford, that they feel like this is the best site. And I want to respect that. And because the review criteria and the criteria for approval of this include that reasonable alternatives, I continue to come back to, I see reasonable alternatives immediately across the road. And as soon as the city becomes this area, or that area becomes the city, it's like a non-conforming use. I think that the city and Verizon, because I know they have a history of working together, can find a place that fits for everybody involved, including for cell phone, people in the community who are using their cell phones.
Thank you. Commissioner Bershauer, thoughts? And one question procedurally, Todd, would we, if Commissioner Bershauer felt she couldn't make a decision based on no time to read the documents, would that be something we could set over till wrap up deliberations and vote next week?
Yeah, it's a little unusual because you've already started your deliberations
Right.
and everybody's on the record.
Okay. All right.
So that would be a little unusual, but
Yeah.
if you wanted to, yes, it would be allowed.
So Commissioner Bershauer, if you're making that request, then if you could make that request, otherwise I would entertain us addressing a motion.
Thank you, Chair. I guess I go back to the fact that from both sides, it seems to be that the Church on the Hill property has been elevated to the most likely alternative. And yet it's not just the land use process that is in question. It's a contractual issue that the city really doesn't have control over. So that's the point. That's the part where I get hung up, and I just say, you know, if you can't guarantee that the most viable alternative is even possible, then it's kind of just disingenuous to say, you know, that's the direction you should go. In the meantime, let's deny your, you know, your current site. So if we push this out another week, obviously that would give me more time to read the rest of the documents, but I would also add that that will give the city time to, you know, try and get that done with T-Mobile. I mean, that's what I would be doing. If I had another week, I'd put, you know, the pedal to the metal and make sure that I could get the T-Mobile issue, the contractual issue, satisfied. And if not, if we come back in a week and it's not satisfied and there's still a big question mark there, then, you know, unfortunately, I know this is both sides are very passionate, but I would be inclined to grant Verizon's application.
Madam Chair, Commissioners, Madam Chair, the record is closed. If something changes with regard to the church, it's the record is closed, and that would not be evidence that you could consider in your decision. So if you want to delay to finish deliberation next week, you certainly could do that, but not for the reason that was just stated.
Thank you. Commissioner Bershauer.
Thank you. Thanks for that clarification. I would say then that, you know, I feel like I've heard enough of a recap of the material. And, you know, it's been several weeks since we met last time. So if the T-Mobile contractual issue truly was open for debate and could be changed, I feel like that's what would have happened. Especially since the city feels so strongly about this. So I would be willing to vote today.
Okay. All right. So I will repeat my suggested motion, which is to approve the application and uphold the planning department's approval of the application. Further discussion? Hearing none. Oh, Commissioner Kula, sorry.
Excuse me. No, it's okay. Commissioner Bershauer, you had raised the issue of, well, the city should be working with Sprint on their contractual thing, and I actually think that it's on Verizon in this case, personally, as the applicant, to identify reasonable alternatives. I'm seeing a reasonable alternative, and in my view, this is how it would go: is that they would be working with them on that.
Yeah, I don't dispute that. I just think that the city has shown that they've invested a ton of time and effort into trying to get this done, and they are partners with T-Mobile. And so if it was a possibility, I feel like that would have, you know, percolated up by now. I just, there's such a big question mark there that I don't feel good about saying no to what's on the table, knowing that that just could, there's a big possibility that that would not go through. So
I would, oh, thank you. May I add one more thing, which is that the parts that I read more closely in the McMinnville 161, as it were, included extensive discussion of why they believe Mackwater and Lights locations are appropriate and reasonable. So I just wanted to note that it's not just the contractual who knows of Sprint, and there are other locations. And while Mr. Connors expressed his own viewpoint on it, reading the record was helpful to learn more about Mackwater and Light and the city of McMinnville's understanding of the situation.
Thank you. All right, well, if there's Commissioner Bershauer, go ahead.
Chair, I just wanted to make sure I know that we explained the process. So a vote yes is to uphold the appeal, and a vote no. Okay, I don't want to mess up my vote again.
Okay, so the motion is to uphold the approval of the application, uphold the planning department's approval of the application. So that's the motion. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. All those opposed, same sign.
Aye.
Thank you, Commissioner. The motion passes. Thank you, everybody, for that. And as far as findings go, Todd?
I would ask for until July 22nd, and I think that's okay with the applicant. And if not, the applicant should raise their hand. But we just have a lot of things piling up here, and 3 weeks would be better than 2. And I understand that they have given an extension of a month, and that there's room to do that.
Mr. Connors, 22nd?
Yes, we're okay with that time frame.
Thank you. All right. Well, thank you, everybody. I appreciate your being here, and thank you for participating. So we'll go ahead, and we've got a another, can we take a 5-minute break? We've got another.
I was going to ask you, Chair.
Yeah,
Thank you.
let's take a 5-minute break before we go to item J2. Thanks, everybody. We'll adjourn. Good afternoon. Okay, we're back. It is July 1st, 2021. We're continuing on in our public hearing. Item J2, which is docket number PAZ-02-20, consideration of approval of a comprehensive plan amendment from agriculture forestry large holding to commercial forestry and zone change from exclusive farm use to forestry large holding. And the applicant is Craig Franchier, Fanchier Properties LLC. Tax lot is number 5611-500, location 15710 Southwest Gopher Valley Road in Sheridan. At this time, Todd, I just wanted to check with you in terms of process and where we're going to begin. Are we going to just
From the beginning.
right from the top? Okay. Do we have any abstentions or abstentions from members of the board? None. Are there any objections to the jurisdiction of the board to hear the matter before it? Okay. Does any board member need to announce and state on the record the substance of any ex parte contact?
No, Chair, but I do want to declare a potential conflict of interest since I own a lot of exclusive farm use zone land.
Okay, I thought you were going to tell me something about rutabagas.
I was going to make a rutabaga joke, but I felt like, we're late in the day.
I know, you're right.
Don't
You're
need
right. That was okay. So Ken, are you going to read this statement?
Yes, Oregon law requires that persons who attend a land use hearing be advised of certain rights and duties before the hearing begins. First, with regard to the standards for approval, state law ORS 197.763 sub 5 requires that we list the applicable substantive criteria that must be met in order for the county to approve the application. The standards will be listed by Desiree Lindeen in a few minutes as part of the staff report. Testimony, arguments, and evidence must be directed towards the standards for approval. Second, the raise it or waive it rule. Under Oregon law, any issue that might be raised in an appeal of the county's decision in this matter must be raised before the record of this hearing is closed. Failure to raise an issue accompanied by statements or evidence sufficient to afford the decision makers and the parties an opportunity to respond to the issue precludes appeal to the board based on that issue. Third, and this is directed at the applicant, under ORS 197.796, failure of the applicant to raise constitutional or other issues related to proposed conditions of approval, again with sufficient specificity to allow the county to respond to the issue, precludes an action for damages in circuit court. Madam Chair.
Staff report. Desiree?
We can't hear you, Desiree.
Desiree. Do you want to come into my office, Desiree?
Christian remembers this exercise with me several months ago. Okay.
I think technically her screen is still unmuted, so hopefully.
That's what happened here. Here we go.
Okay. All right. Can you hear me now?
Yes, we can.
Great. So the subject property is located at 15710 Southwest Gopher Valley Road, Sheridan, and is approximately 8 acres in size. The parcel is located to the west of Deer Creek, and the eastern boundary follows Southwest Gopher Valley Road. There are passive forest uses along the western boundary of the parcel. The western 2/3 of the property lie within the identified FEMA 100-year floodplain, and it also has identified wetlands on the southern half of the property. The portion of the property that is not forested or developed with a structure is currently employed in the production of grass and hay. The property has a 1,920 square foot pole barn located to the north of the identified wetlands. The parcels to the north and immediately west are zoned EF20 exclusive farm use. These properties are a mix of agricultural and rural residential uses. The parcels further west to the south and east are zoned F80 forestry large holding. The subject tax lot abuts several hundred acres of F80 designated land. This request is for a comprehensive plan amendment from agriculture forestry large holding to commercial forestry and a zone change from exclusive farm use EF20 to forestry large holding F80. At the June 3rd hearing, the Planning Commission unanimously recommended approval of this application. The request must satisfy sections 401, 402, and 1208.03 of the Yamhill County zoning ordinance. Yamhill County comprehensive plan goals and policies are also applicable. Section of OAR 660-12006 are also applicable. That concludes the staff report.
Thank you, Desiree. And we'll begin with the applicant's case. And when you are on, if you could state your name and your address for the record. Mr. Stamp, welcome.
Good afternoon, members of the Board of Commissioners. My name's Andrew Stamp. I've been stuck in this room for about 5 hours, super stuffy, so I hope I'm not cranky. But before I wanted to get going, I actually wanted to take a moment to express my gratitude for the county for Ordinance 913, the Second Amendment Sanctuary Ordinance. I really appreciate you guys doing that. I might have to move down to Yamhill County now. So anyway, that was very appreciated. It took a lot of courage to stand up to this for the Constitution, and I really appreciate it. So I have a brief PowerPoint. Well, I'm going to go through it as quickly as I can. It's the same one I went through the Planning Commission. But before I do that, I'd like to make a motion to exclude evidence that was received today. The way that the code is structured, the default procedure for the board is to review the decision of the Planning Commission on the record. And the board may, at its option, hold a de novo hearing or otherwise admit new evidence. But there's some standards that you're supposed to apply. And it says you can admit that new evidence if it is satisfied that the testimony or other evidence could not have been presented upon initial hearing and action. And it lists a bunch of factors that you should consider in making that decision, including prejudice to the party, the convenience of locating that evidence at the time of the initial hearing, which was the one in front of the Planning Commission, surprise to opposing parties, and where notice was given to other parties as to the attempt to admit that evidence. All those factors in this case would lead to the conclusion that that evidence should be secluded, specifically a letter from Friends of Yamhill County that was dated yesterday. I didn't actually get a copy until today. That letter raises 4 new issues, including issues about Goal 5 implementation policy, Bravo 4, compliance with standards for forestry productivity studies that were in 660-006-0010, 2 Alpha and 2 Bravo, and issues regarding sensitive big game habitat. There's some others as well. Anyway, I would like that motion to be considered before we get going, if possible.
Mr. Sadler, thank you, Mr. Stamp. Mr. Sadler, could you comment on that? I've not heard that one before.
Yeah, usually the default is that you take all the evidence that is submitted and that you weigh that evidence. So the default is not to exclude evidence. The default that you've also followed pretty much exclusively, to my knowledge, is to have a de novo hearing, not just on the record of the Planning Commission. I believe, though, that Sid Freeman, an opponent, would like to address the motion, and this would be the time to let him do that.
Okay, but that would be a motion if a commissioner made a motion. We don't have a commissioner making a motion, so I'm.
Mr. Stamp is asking you to,
Oh.
it sounds to me like he is asking you to not allow the evidence in.
What I'm referring to is right here. This is your code, section 1403, 140303, review on the record. Unless otherwise provided in something that doesn't apply, the review of the decision of the commission by the board shall be confined to the record of the proceedings. And then it says in the next section, you can, at your option, whether or not on a motion of a party, but it suggests that we could make a motion, which I did. You can hold a de novo hearing or admit additional testimony or other evidence without holding a de novo hearing if it is satisfied. And then it gives this. So, I think what I'm understanding is, in talking with Ken Friday, is that your practice is usually to hold a de novo hearing, but that's not really what your code says. Your code says that the default is to have a review on the record and then hold a de novo hearing if you want to, based on certain factors. But the problem that I have is that this is the third hearing that I have, and we've got friends of Yamhill County dropping bombs on me at the last minute. I haven't had a chance to respond to those, and it's very inappropriate to do that at the third hearing. And I think you ought to lay the law down with them and tell them, look, you guys can't come in at the nth hour and ambush people with new issues that you could have raised 5 months ago.
Madam Chair, if that's the case, then we should not take any testimony or new evidence today. You should just keep the record the way it is. So if he wants his de novo hearing, then his testimony is over as well.
Now, that's not how it works. You can have testimony without giving new evidence. There's a difference between having an on the record review where you discuss evidence that's already in the record and having a de novo hearing where new evidence comes in the door. Those are two different things.
Commissioner Kula.
Yes, Chair, thank you. I would like to include the evidence that's been presented in the record and then hold a de novo hearing. That's just my request of us today as per practice.
Thank you. Do we need a motion, or can we just proceed?
I think it would be best to have a motion.
It would be.
Yeah.
Right. Commissioner Kula, would you make that motion?
I move that we continue or hold this hearing as a de novo hearing and accept both the testimony that we received into the written record and any testimony that we hear today.
Okay, we have a motion. Further discussion. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye.
Aye.
Motion passes. Okay. Thank you. Mr. Stamp.
All right, then, well, my next motion would be to leave the record open for 30 days to respond to new evidence that I haven't had a chance to review.
Todd, where's Todd? Hold on one second.
Yes, it's not the initial hearing, so you do not have to grant that request, but it's totally up to you.
Okay. Commissioners, thoughts?
I move that we hold the record open for 30 days.
Okay, we have a motion to keep the record open. Further discussion? Hearing none, all those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Motion passes. We'll keep the record open for 30 days, at which point we'll come back and begin at the point of the applicant's case, correct?
Yes. And we could go ahead and hold the hearing, talk about it right now. Either way, I'm ready to go, but there's some issues that were raised in that new evidence that I need to deal with.
Right, we've made a motion, so we'll keep the record open for 30 days, and we'll come back at the point of the applicant's case after you've had time to look at the information and we've had more time to consider the new information. Ken?
I was just going to ask, Todd, is that sufficient, or does there need to be a motion to recess and then reopen at the point of?
No.
Is that a separate action or no?
I think the question is for me, Andrew.
Todd.
It's fine what you just did.
Thank you. Okay. and 30 days. And where does that bring us up to?
Is that August 5th then?
August 5th.
Chair, I guess I'm confused. I thought Commissioner Kula, his motion was to declare that this hearing is effectively a de novo hearing. Is that not right?
Yeah,
that is correct.
Yes. Yeah.
But it sounds like we're going to be here holding it on August 5th.
Right.
Okay.
Okay, so that's August 5th. And so then we'll just come back at the point of the applicant's testimony as our very first item, correct?
And Chair, yes, thank you, Chair. I just noticed that Sid Friedman has his hand raised in the attendee, so.
I don't see him anywhere. Mr. Friedman, I don't see you. If you could unmute.
Carrie's going to move him.
Oh, okay. There we go. Mr. Friedman. Go ahead. Can you unmute? Could you unmute yourself, Mr. Friedman? There you go. Thank you.
Can you hear me now?
Yes.
Yeah, I would just request, I have a long-standing commitment the week of August 5th. I'll be out of town. I'd like to request, if possible, that we hold it over to August 18th.
Can't do August 18th.
Mr. Stamp is saying, no, he can't do August 18th. Do we then, do we just keep it open for 60 days? Is that possible? Where are we up against the clock here on this?
We don't have
August 12th would have been the hearing date, not the 18th, August 12th.
Okay, the 12th. What does that work, Mr. Stamp?
No, I'm going to be in Idaho for 2 weeks on that time.
Okay, so where are we with a time constraint in terms of when we can absolutely put this out till?
Since this is a plan amendment and zone change.
That's true. The 120 rules don't apply. Yep, that's true. The 150-day rule does not apply here, so you've got time.
So then that would bring us up to the, where are we? The 19th? Does that work for everybody?
I'm pretty much gone all of August with the exception of the first week.
Okay, so then we want to look at September 2nd. Is that September 2nd? Yes, it is.
Then, yeah, I'll be back by then.
We want to look at the 2nd of September. Okay, why don't we plan on doing that and we'll come back with the applicant's testimony. Okay, is everybody happy with that? Okay.
Thank you.
Could you state very clearly on the record, because we're not going to issue a new notice, or have Ken Friday do it?
Thank you. Mr. Friday, would you please?
For a motion?
Yes.
Yeah, the motion should be to continue this docket item, and I'm sorry, I don't have the number right in front of me, from July 1st, 2021 to September 2nd, 2021 at 10 a.m. in room 32 of the Yamhill County Courthouse.
Thank you. So I'll make a motion to continue docket item PAZ-02-20 and hold it over from July 1st, 2021 to September 2nd, 2021 to be held at 10 a.m. in room 32 of the Yamhill County Courthouse.
With the understanding that it may be by Zoom.
With the understanding that it may also be virtual. Okay, thank you. All right, any further discussion? All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye, motion passes. Okay, thank you, everybody. We'll go ahead and close the hearing and come back into formal informal session at the point of announcements. Thank you all. Appreciate that very much. Commissioners, further announcements at this point?
No, Chair. Although I just want to say thank you for your work, both of you and staff, on the fireworks and high fire danger conversation. I feel like we're ready to move forward. So thank you for that.
Thank you for yours as well. Commissioner Bershauer?
Thank you, Chair. Mr. Stamp reminded me the Second Amendment sanctuary ordinance was effective as of yesterday, but it's not listed on the county website. When you click on the link, it doesn't show the ordinance. So if we could get that up there just to make sure, because people were asking me, they wanted to read it. The only other thing I have is that I did a tour of CTEC West, the proposed CTEC school, if you will, program that the superintendent of that school district, Dory Vickery, has proposed. So I'm going to be bringing that onto our agenda fairly soon, just because they have a deadline for funding that they would need a commitment for. It's a large ask, but I'll be prepared to kind of walk through what we found on our tour. We had some industry partners attend, like Hampton Lumber and Forest River. So some very promising conversations happened. So I'll be bringing that forward fairly soon.
Thank you. And I want to mention that I was on a call with a number of other commissioners, and that had to do with an update on the unemployment situation and unemployment payments and how the state is moving forward with the backlog, and also incentivizing people to look for work and to be able to maintain some kind of a reporting system. So there is some movement there. So that will be helpful to our employers. And also this weekend is the Willamina 4th of July parade, and they're very excited about being able to have that. So we'll be out there and look forward to that. Thank you, everybody, for your work this week. Mr. Huffer.
Sorry, and I'll be really quick. I do think, scheduling wise, there's some ARPA, the discussions still need to be had around kind of prioritizing and coming up with that plan. And I'd like to get the board's permission to just kind of look at the work session calendar and see if we can get some and just add some discussion items on some upcoming formal, so we can continue to have those discussions and kind of finalize some plans, because especially in light if there's some requests like the one that Commissioner Bershauer was talking about, if there's going to be some specific funding requests, I thought it'd be good to kind of hammer out that plan moving forward.
Yeah, we've got a number of those that are looming. So yes, that would be wonderful. Anything else? Oh, go ahead.
Yeah, and then the second part that I wanted to talk to the board about, because the motion for the last hearing and what was stated in the motion is another topic of discussion about at what point the board would like to start moving back to room 32 and holding in-person sessions. I will say that you may remember that you approved an agreement for some work that needs to occur in room 32, so we can resolve and have it fully ready for moving back into in-person, and that's scheduled to occur later this month. And I just wanted to put that out there that, I'd really like to, get the audio recording and some of those items that we've dealt with in the past resolved before we resume full board sessions. And I can provide an update on where we're at with scheduling and progress here shortly. But I'm assuming that the board would like to have those discussions about, now that with the lifting of the many of the restrictions around the masking and distancing in place, coming up with some discussions about at what point we start resuming formal sessions in room 32.
Thank you, Ken. Christian?
Yeah, and just to add on to that, also the board can be thinking about whether or not you'd like to restart informal, or whether you're, because we had suspended informals because of COVID last year, but that's another element of that to also think about, is if there's an interest in putting that back on the calendar as well.
Thank you. So can we discuss that? Oh, Commissioner Bershauer.
Sorry, Chair. I was just going to say, I agree with Ken that it makes sense to get those things done before we start taking over the room again. So
we have a timeline, just an approximate timeline.
I believe right now we're waiting on equipment, and I think the work, if I remember correctly, was at the latter part of July is when the work is supposed to come in and be completed. And so I'll confirm that. I'll connect with Shane and Justin and get a definitive timeline. I don't remember it right off the top of my head.
Okay, thank you very much. All right, if there's nothing else for the good of the order, we'll go ahead and adjourn today's meeting. Happy 4th of July, happy Independence